Chapter 3269. With a boom, dust returned to dust, and dust returned to earth. Lei Gu exploded into a cloud of blood mist and scattered in the air. Fan Ku and the other two were shocked. They were moved by his decisiveness. Even if they knew that they were going to die, not many people in this world would choose to self-destruct. If they were in his shoes, the three of them would definitely fight like cornered beasts. Although the final result was already decided, who would know the result if they didn't fight? Is the demon race really so cruel? The three of them shuddered. While they were in doubt, they saw Yang Kai fly down with a weak face and search around the rubble. The Luan Feng frowned and flew down gently. She said in annoyance, "What are you looking for instead of healing yourself?" Yang Kai coughed softly and said, "As long as the demon heart is not destroyed, the demon race will not die." In the Thousand Illusionary Dream World, he dealt with the demon race all year round. He knew that the powerful demon race had strong vitality. Even if their bodies were destroyed, as long as their demon heart was not destroyed, they could miraculously revive. If he wanted to kill this kind of demon race, he had to completely destroy their demon heart. Although Lei Gu was determined to self-destruct, Yang Kai still had to guard against him escaping. Fortunately, he didn't find anything similar to the demon heart. It seemed that after being possessed by the demon will, it was different from the normal demon race. After having Lu Yen burn this area, Yang Kai finally relaxed. Even if Lei Gu really planned to escape, under the burning of Lu Yan's true phoenix fire, he probably wouldn't have the chance to revive. The avatar sneaked over from the side. Originally, it was hiding below to prevent Lei Gu from escaping, but who knew that it didn't have the chance to fight at all. However, this time, it was thanks to the connection between it and Yang Kai that it could safely set a trap and catch Lei Gu off guard. If it wasn't for this, how could Yang Kai easily agree to follow Lei Gu alone? His avatar was his greatest trump card. The few of them huddled together and didn't say much. Yang Kai was heavily injured and urgently needed to be treated, and the mess at the Orthodoxy Palace still needed to be cleaned up. The 32 Monster King was still there, and without the 3 Holy Spirits, who knew what kind of trouble they would cause. Don't judge them by how obedient they were in front of Yang Kai, but in reality, they were all arrogant and unruly people. No one was in the mood to stay here, so they immediately returned the way they came. Yang Kai handed the sealed world bead to Lu Yen for safekeeping while he hid in the sealed world bead to heal his wounds. The existence of the sealed world bead was his biggest secret and trump card, but as his strength grew, there was no need to deliberately keep it a secret anymore. Fan Ku and the other two would definitely not publicize this matter, so it was not a big deal to expose it in front of them. Lu Yen and the others naturally didn't need to talk about their return, but Yang Kai came to the medicine garden and sat cross-legged under the immortal tree. Mu Zhu and Mu Lu both used their secret techniques to draw out traces of essence from the immortal tree to heal him. Yang Kai had used the immortal tree to heal himself many times before, but most of the time, he just took the leaves and consumed them directly. The immortal tree didn't have many leaves in total, so after being plucked a few times by Yang Kai, it was almost bare. With only a few leaves left, Yang Kai didn't dare to touch them, lest he damaged the immortal tree's foundation. However, the Wood Spirit clan's magical methods allowed them to draw out the vitality of the immortal tree and inject it into Yang Kai's body without harming it. Coupled with Yang Kai's powerful physique and restorative abilities, it only took 3 days for him to fully recover, a speed that made Yang Kai very happy. Without the assistance of the 2 Wood Spirits, it would have taken him at least a month to fully recover from his injuries this time. In his happiness, he naturally praised Mu Zhu and Mu Lu's magical methods, causing the 2 Wood Spirits to blush and become extremely bashful. After recovering, Yang Kai finally had the time to deal with Gao Shueting's matter. Gao Shueting was eroded by the demonic qi, causing her body and mind to become the demon race. Previously, she was controlled by Lei Gu and almost self-destructed. Fortunately, Yang Kai pulled her into the sealed world bead in time to suppress her, otherwise, she would have been dead by now. With a flicker of his body, Yang Kai arrived at the loft where Gao Shueting was being suppressed. Pushing open the door and walking in, Yang Kai was slightly surprised. That was because when she sensed someone approaching, Gao Shueting suddenly turned her pair of black eyes and looked at him. Then, a strange sound came from her throat and her expression became ferocious, as if she couldn't wait to eat Yang Kai's flesh and drink Yang Kai's blood. This change made Yang Kai frown, because according to his previous observations, the demons in Orthodoxy Temple were divided into two types. The first type was like Lei Gu and Feng Ming, possessed by a demonic sense. This type of demon was pure demon and had their own thoughts and thoughts. They were wholeheartedly devoted to the demon race. The second type was like Gao Shueting and many other cultivators in the Southern Territory who had become the demon race. They were eroded by the demonic qi. This type of demon didn't have their own thoughts and was controlled by the former type of demon. But now, Gao Shueting clearly had some self-awareness, but it wasn't Gao Shueting's own consciousness. From her ferocious expression, it was a reaction after becoming the demon race. Yang Kai arrived in front of Gao Shueting and looked at her with a complicated expression. He softly called out a few times, but Gao Shueting didn't respond at all. She only roared and struggled. If it wasn't for the suppression, she would have already pounced on him and fought him to the death. Yang Kai couldn't help but feel suspicious. Could it be that after becoming the demon race, all the demons without self-awareness would become like this and rely on their own instincts? If that was the case, then the Orthodoxy Temple would be in trouble. Without hesitation, Yang Kai's aura suddenly changed, becoming ancient and desolate. It was as if he had walked out of an ancient painting. His hands formed a seal and he chanted an incantation. A ray of light entered Gao Shueting's body. It was the bloodthirst technique. Although it was the most commonly used wizard technique, it wasn't a high-level wizard technique, but it was proven to be very effective in resisting the corrosion of demonic qi. In an instant, a red light shone brightly. The essence blood in Gao Shueting's body was stimulated, and her entire body seemed to be covered in a layer of crimson light. A trace of pain flashed across her face. At the same time that the red light shone brightly, boundless black qi also spread out from Gao Shueting's body. It tangled with the red light and neutralized it. Gao Shueting's expression also fluctuated. Yang Kai changed his incantation and used the exorcism technique. A cool light descended from the sky, cleansing Gao Shueting's body and mind. Sizzling sounds could be heard as strands of black smoke seeped out from Gao Shueting's body. As if they had encountered some kind of nemesis, they fled for their lives before disappearing into thin air. Yang Kai stood in front of Gao Shueting with a solemn expression as he impatiently used the exorcism technique. As time passed, the demonic qi seeping out from Gao Shueting's body became thinner and thinner. The flickering black and red light also gradually became red. Finally, the black in Gao Shueting's eyes faded away. She blinked her eyes blankly and focused her vision. She immediately saw Yang Kai standing in front of her with a smile on his face. His aura was ancient and strange. "Junior brother," Gao Shueting said softly. She seemed extremely weak. "Senior sister Gao, you're awake." Yang Kai sighed in relief. He was afraid that he wouldn't be able to save Gao Shueting after such a long delay. Fortunately, the ancient wizard technique was indeed the nemesis of demonic qi. His efforts weren't in vain. "Why are you?" Gao Shueting still didn't understand the situation. She only felt that her entire body was weak. Moreover, there were some very uncomfortable remnants of power in her meridians and body. "Senior sister, do you still remember what happened before?" Yang Kai asked her. "What happened before?" Gao Shueting frowned and thought about it blankly. Southern Territories Martial Gathering, Orthodoxy Palace. Yang Kai reminded her. Gao Shueting was startled when she heard this. Her pupils shrank as she anxiously said, Orthodoxy Palace is plotting something. Junior brother, quickly go and warn the palace master. Yang Kai said, Senior sister Gao, please calm down. Orthodoxy Palace's plot has already been crushed. Lei Gu and Feng Ming have also been executed. Lei Gu and Feng Ming are dead? Gao Shueting's expression changed as she asked, what are they plotting? Yang Kai asked in return, how much do you know, senior sister? Gao Shueting slowly shook her head, I'm not too sure. That night, junior brother Luo and I received Grand Elder Feng Ming's invitation and went to his residence as guests to discuss cultivation experiences. There were more than 20 people who went with us, but after drinking something, they fell asleep and didn't wake up. Yang Kai nodded slightly. He understood that Gao Shueting and the others had probably become the demon race because of that thing they drank. He had been wondering before how the Emperor Realm's people could become the demon race so easily. As long as they sensed something was wrong, they should have been able to resist for a while by circulating their Emperor Qi. At the very least, they should have been able to send a message. Now, it seemed that Feng Ming had used a method similar to poisoning to cause Gao Shueting and the others to be corroded by the demonic qi from the inside. Naturally, they couldn't defend against it. They probably didn't expect Feng Ming to do such a thing. After all, they knew each other very well, and they had been friends for more than a year or two. Since they were unprepared, it was easy for him to succeed. What about junior brother Luo? Gao Shueting asked. I'm not sure. Yang Kai shook his head. He really hadn't seen Luo Chen before, but now it seemed that Luo Chen was most likely dead. Then what is this place? Yang Kai smiled and said, this is a small world. Senior sister Gao, please recuperate in peace. We will return to the Orthodoxy Temple soon. Saying so, he took out a bottle of healing emperor pills and placed it beside her. She had been corroded by the demonic qi, and her yuan qi had been severely injured. Previously, she had almost self-destructed under Lei Gu's control. Although it had been forcibly suppressed by Yang Kai, it had still caused some damage to her. Gao Shueting didn't hold back. She took out a spirit pill from the jade bottle and popped it into her mouth. While refining the pill, she asked, what happened? It's a long story. Yang Kai sighed and sat cross-legged in front of Gao Shueting. He briefly told her what had happened in the past few days. Gao Shueting's expression kept changing. She didn't expect the Southern Territory martial gathering to involve such a shocking plot. Although Yang Kai spoke calmly, how could she not know that if it wasn't for Yang Kai following them and using his mysterious methods to pull in a group of powerful reinforcements from the Northern and Eastern Territories, the Southern Territory would have been finished. If the Orthodoxy Temple's plot had succeeded, there would have been hundreds of the Emperor Realm that had become the demon race and tens of thousands of elite cultivator that had become the demon race scattered throughout the Southern Territory. In time, the entire Southern Territory would have become a den of demons. Chapter 3270. Orthodoxy Temple, originally one of the three top forces in the Southern Territory, was now in a mess, with broken walls everywhere, and the traces of the battle were clearly visible. On the mountain peaks, the remaining cultivator camps were set up, each of their faces filled with lingering fear. Whenever they recalled what happened a few days ago, they couldn't help but shudder. A group of people from the Northern Territory, on the other hand, were tirelessly shuttling through the Emperor Realm in the Southern Territory, inquiring about their well-being. The ancient land's 32 Monster King occupied one of the spirit peaks and found a lot of good wine and food from who knows where, drinking and having fun. The atmosphere of celebration was in sharp contrast to the gloomy atmosphere in the Southern Territory. To them, the life and death of humans was of no concern. If they hadn't come with Yang Kai this time, it would have been impossible for them to intervene in the affairs of the Southern Territory. The Southern Territory was also happy to see this. After all, each of the monster kings was not to be trifled with. The monster race's temperament was perverse and violent, so if they really mingled with humans, it was likely that conflicts would arise. No one here could restrain them, so if they liked to drink and have fun, let them be. A few days later, Murong Xiao Xiao, who was quietly floating in the air and monitoring the surrounding movements, suddenly looked serious and carefully looked in a certain direction, a moment later shouting happily, "They're back!" Schwa, Wen Zishan's figure suddenly appeared beside her and looked nervously in that direction, only to see several figures quickly rushing over. The one in the lead was Yang Kai, followed by the 7 or 8-year-old girl and the 3 holy spirits from the Eastern Territory, and there was no one else. Wen Zishan's face suddenly became extremely pale, and his fists were tightly clenched. Murong Xiao Xiao seemed to have realized something as well. Her pretty face changed slightly, and her eyes turned red. Temple Master. Yang Kai flew in front of Wen Zishan and cupped his fists. Suddenly, he saw that both Wen Zishan and Murong Xiao Xiao's expressions were a little strange and couldn't help but ask, "What's wrong?" Wen Zishan took a deep breath and asked in a low voice, "Where's Lei Gu?" Yang Kai replied, "Fortunately, Lei Gu is dead." Wen Zishan nodded, "All right, thank you for your hard work." He opened his mouth as if he wanted to ask something, but he didn't dare to ask. He was afraid that he would get an answer that he didn't want to hear. Murong Xiao Xiao asked on his behalf. She choked a little and said, "Where's senior sister Gao?" Only then did Yang Kai understand why these two people's expressions were so grave. It turned out that they were worried about Gao Shueting's safety. His expression turned solemn, and he said in a low voice, "Senior sister Gao, she..." Murong Xiao Xiao suddenly covered her mouth, bean-sized tears slid down her cheeks, crying like a person in tears. Yang Kai was speechless, thinking, "I haven't finished speaking yet, what are you crying for?" He turned his head to look at Wen Zishan and found that he actually had a sorrowful expression on his face. Even his body was swaying a few times, as if he would fall at any moment. "Senior sister Gao is a little injured, but it's nothing serious," Yang Kai finished the sentence, at the same time waving his hand and releasing Gao Shueting from the sealed world bead. As soon as she appeared, Gao Shueting was obviously still not used to it. She hurriedly circulated her emperor qi to stabilize her body. Looking up, she asked curiously, "Junior sister, what's wrong with you?" Murong Xiao Xiao's tears were still flowing, but she stared at Gao Shueting with a pair of wide eyes. Then, her tears turned into laughter as she called out tenderly, "Senior sister Gao." Gao Shueting nodded slightly, then looked at Wen Zishan and frowned slightly, "What's wrong with you?" Wen Zishan swallowed hard and walked towards Gao Shueting step by step, as if he couldn't believe his eyes. Only when he was in front of Gao Shueting did he stop and reach out to touch her face. A blush appeared on Gao Shueting's cold face as she leaned back slightly and bit her red lips. "What are you doing? Don't move!" Wen Zishan shouted in a low voice. Gao Shueting's body stiffened for a moment, but as expected, she obediently stayed still and let the big hand touch half of her face. The slight trembling of the hand made her heart flutter as she realized that Wen Zishan seemed to be worried about her safety. A shy look immediately appeared on her face, but her heart was warm. How many years had it been since she saw him so nervous? The last time was when she sneaked out to play when she was a child and was almost bitten to death by a monster beast. In a trance, time seemed to turn back, and the bits and pieces of hundreds of years together were imprinted in her heart. In the next moment, Wen Zishan suddenly pinched Gao Shueting's face and lifted it slightly. His eyes widened as he asked nervously, "Does it hurt?" Yang Kai, who was watching the show with relish, covered his face and couldn't bear to watch. The blush on Gao Shueting's face receded, and a cold light bloomed in her eyes. She stretched out a leg from under her skirt and kicked Wen Zishan's lower abdomen, sending him flying with a bang. Gao Shueting's face was as cold as frost as she coldly snorted, "Does it hurt?" Wen Zishan bent his waist and covered his abdomen with his hand, but he laughed heartily, "It hurts, it hurts, it hurts so much." "What's wrong with you?" Gao Shueting rubbed her face and turned to Murong Xiao, "I'm fine, sorry for making you worry." Murong Xiao immediately nodded her head like a chicken pecking rice, but after a moment, her expression darkened. "Brother Luo, he was killed." Yang Kai's face changed slightly. "Brother Luo is dead?" Murong Xiao nodded as tears flowed down her cheeks again. Although he had already guessed it, he couldn't help but sigh when he heard the news. He didn't have much contact with Luo Chen, but after all, they were both from Azure Sun Temple, so he couldn't help but feel sad for him. "What about Xiao Bai?" Yang Kai asked. Although he was sure that the Xiao Bai he killed before was definitely an illusion, he didn't know the specific situation of Xiao Bai Yi. Murong Xiao said, "Brother Xiao was injured, it's not a big deal." Wen Zishan also returned to his usual posture at this moment and sighed slightly. "This time, the Southern Territory has really suffered heavy losses." Yang Kai glanced down and roughly understood the situation with a sweep of his divine sense. The losses were indeed heavy. It was estimated that 1/3 of the hundreds of people in the Emperor realm had died, and more than half of the tens of thousands of elite disciples had died. After this battle, the Southern Territory wouldn't be able to recover for at least 500 years. "What's the situation over there?" Yang Kai suddenly pointed to the valley where the martial meet was held and asked. The valley was wrapped in countless vines at this moment. Looking at it, the entire valley seemed to have become a ball formed by vines, and inside the ball, a terrifying dark demonic chi was constantly emitting, turning even the vines pitch black. Hundreds of petite wood spirits were spread out under the protection of the stone mongoose and seemed to be casting spells. Wen Zishan said, "It's the work of the wood spirits you brought. They seem to have a way to suppress the demonic chi, so we gathered all the people who become the demon race there." After saying that, he sighed again, "But this isn't a solution at all. Their methods can't solve the problem at the root. Sooner or later, those people will be completely eroded by the demonic chi. When that time comes, there will be no turning back." "I'll go take a look," Yang Kai said and rushed over. Ma Qing and Xiao Yuyang were also there. After all, no one knew if the wood spirit's methods would work. If the cultivator who become the demon race suddenly attacked again, someone had to be able to subdue them. The two of them had already seen Yang Kai return, but because of their duties, they couldn't run over to ask. At this moment, seeing Yang Kai come over, Ma Qing anxiously asked, "How's the situation?" "Lei Gu is dead." Ma Qing and Xiao Yuyang's expressions brightened when they heard this. They clapped and said, "Good." If Lei Gu had really escaped, who knew what would happen in the future? Since Lei Gu had been killed, this matter was basically solved. All that was left was to deal with the cultivator who become the demon race. They also had a headache. There were many of these cultivator, more than 10,000 of them. If they had really killed them in a fight, it would have been fine, but now that these 10,000 demons had been captured, it was difficult to kill them, but they couldn't release them either. Needless to say, it was very worrying. Among these tens of thousands of people, there were disciples from almost every sect and sect. Who could be so determined as to slaughter tens of thousands of people? Although the wood spirits were suppressing the devil chi with their miraculous methods, they were only treating the symptoms and not the root cause. Xiao Yuyang said thoughtfully, "Elder Yang, do you have a way to awaken the consciousness of these demons?" He also saw Gao Shueting come back safe and sound, so he had this guess. Gao Shueting had also become the demon race before. Now that she looked no different from normal, it meant that the demonic chi that had invaded her body had been expelled. Only Yang Kai or the three divine spirits could have such a magical method. After seeing Yang Kai's methods this time, he had higher expectations for Yang Kai than the three divine spirits. "I'll try." Yang Kai nodded. Even if Xiao Yang didn't say it, he would do it anyway. He turned to Muna and said, Patriarch, please withdraw your secret technique. Muna nodded when she heard this. She worked together with a group of wood spirits to cast a spell. The ball of vines that wrapped the entire mountain valley suddenly retracted, revealing the situation inside. More than 10,000 demons stood there motionless. Yang Kai looked at them for a while. He knew that if his guess was right, they should have become the demon race for too short a time, so they didn't have the ability to move on their own, unless there was a demonic chi driving them. However, this was also convenient for him to cast his secret technique. His figure flickered and he appeared in the air above the center of the mountain valley. He waved his hand and threw out the few demons from the Emperor realm that were suppressed in the small sealed world. These demons were the ones who had attacked him on the mountain peak before and were captured by him. They had been suppressed in the small sealed world before, but now that he was going to expel the demonic chi, he naturally released them as well. After everything was ready, Yang Kai took a light breath and closed his eyes. Under everyone's gazes, Yang Kai remained calm. Suddenly, his eyes opened and his aura underwent an incredible change, becoming extremely ancient and desolate. Xiao Yang and Ma Qing were both stunned and looked at each other. They didn't know what kind of magic this was and how it could be so strange. A complicated incantation sounded and Yang Kai slowly pointed his finger downward. A light bloomed and a halo suddenly appeared, sweeping across the bodies of the 10,000 cultivator. Chapter 3271. As if a handful of salt had been sprinkled into a pot of oil, an incredible scene appeared when the halo of light dissipated. The tens of thousands of demons released a bright red light as if they had been injected with chicken blood, their auras rising sharply. Wenzi Shan, Ma Qing, and Xiao Yang's expressions changed at the same time, revealing looks of horror. Ma Qing cried out involuntarily, "What kind of secret technique is this?" This kind of secret technique was simply unheard of. As the red light shone, the auras of the tens of thousands of demons soared, increasing their strength by a large margin. Such a secret technique could be called a miracle. Just imagine, if two evenly matched groups of people were in a bloody battle, and one side suddenly received the support of such a secret technique, the outcome of the battle would be without suspense. Not to mention, Yang Kai's secret technique could cover tens of thousands of people. Ma Qing, Xiao Yang, and Wenzi Shan had never seen such a thing before, so all three of them were a little dumbfounded. On the other hand, Fan Ku and the others, who had come to see what was going on, looked at each other. Sango frowned and said, "Why do I feel like this is?" The last few words were said so softly that even Ma Qing and the others couldn't understand them. Fan Ku nodded and said, "A little." Luan Feng frowned and said, "It shouldn't be, how could he use such a secret technique?" Although the three of them had never seen such a secret technique before, they each had similar memories in the divine spirit source inheritances, but because they had never seen it before, they weren't too sure. The three of them chatted one after another, causing Ma Qing and the others' hearts to itch unbearably. They couldn't help scratching their ears and scratching their cheeks, wondering if there was something they couldn't say openly. Why were they being so secretive? However, in front of three holy spirits, they didn't dare to be too presumptuous. At this moment, Yang Kai changed the incantation in his mouth and pointed his finger downwards. A pure white light appeared at the tip of his finger and a halo of light spread out. As the milky white light swept over, the tens of thousands of demons let out painful groans. Immediately after, traces of demonic chi overflowed from their bodies and turned invisible. Ma Qing's eyes widened. It really works. It wasn't that they hadn't tried to expel the demonic chi from the demon dwellers' bodies before, but they couldn't find a way. The strange demonic chi was extremely difficult to deal with. Even if they could get rid of some of it, they couldn't get rid of it completely. They also couldn't do it as easily as Yang Kai. One had to know that they could only expel it one-on-one, but Yang Kai had used this secret technique on tens of thousands of people at once. The difference between the two was immeasurable. The ancient wizard's spell. Fan Hua's face brightened as he exclaimed in a low voice. If it was just a suspicion before, then it was confirmed now. The secret technique Yang Kai used was actually an ancient wizard's technique. Ancient wizard spells? Ma Qing gawked, looking at Fan Hua in surprise. He asked humbly, "Brother Fan, do you mean this is a secret technique from the antiquity time?" Fan Hua glanced at him but didn't respond. He was a divine spirit, and all the Monster King's subordinates were comparable to third-layer Emperor realm cultivators. Ma Qing's cultivation was only at this level, and when he came to the ancient wild lands, he was just a subordinate, yet he dared to call him brother. It would be strange if Fan Hua paid him any attention. Seeing the disdain in Fan Hua's eyes, Ma Qing's face turned red, but he didn't dare to do anything because his fists weren't as big as Fan Hua's. Wen Zishan laughed in his heart, but on the surface, he said calmly, "This kid's luck is not shallow. He even obtained an ancient secret technique. This is a great help." Fan Hua said lightly, "It has nothing to do with obtaining it." "What do you mean?" Wen Zishan looked at him curiously. Perhaps it was because of Yang Kai, but Fan Hua's attitude towards Wen Zishan was quite good. He pondered for a while and said, "In today's star boundary, there are secret techniques from the antiquity time, but have you seen anyone use them?" Wen Zishan frowned and said, "I haven't seen anyone. Maybe that person treasured them and hid away to cultivate." Luan Feng chuckled, "You can't cultivate them." Wen Zishan was stunned, "Why is that?" Luan Feng said, "Every era has its own world principles, and under the corresponding world principles, corresponding secret techniques are born. The wizard technique is something from the antiquity time and can only be cultivated under the world principles of the antiquity time. Today's star boundaries world principles cannot meet the requirements of cultivation." Ma Qing and Wen Zishan looked at each other. Is there such a thing? Although their cultivations were not low and their knowledge was not shallow, they had never heard of such a thing. Only divine spirits, who had inherited memories from their source, could know a thing or two about it. Xiao Yuyang nodded slightly and said, "I have heard similar remarks from the great emperors. The great emperors once said that the star boundaries' many secret techniques would not have been able to bear fruit in another era." Fan Hua nodded, "Exactly." Ma Qing was stunned, but since Elder Yang can perform it, it means that he has succeeded in cultivating it. Why is that? Yes, why is that? Not only did he not understand, but the three divine spirits also did not understand. They even suspected that Yang Kai had some kind of opportunity in the ancient wild lands. They even suspected that the ancient wizard technique was successfully cultivated in the ancient wild lands. The reason why the savage desolate ancient ground was given such a name was because this place had inherited the aura of the ancient desolate ancient ground, which had not changed over the years. The world principles of the savage desolate ancient ground were slightly different from the environment of the entire star boundary. An ordinary cultivator would be suppressed to a certain extent after entering the ancient wild lands. Everyone thought that it was because of the ancient wild aura, but in fact, it was caused by the different world principles. If there was any place in the world where Yang Kai could cultivate the ancient wizard technique, it would be the ancient wild lands. But Fan Hua and the others had never heard of any wizard technique inheritance in the ancient wild lands. Besides, Yang Kai had not been in the ancient wild lands for a long time. Where did he learn it? Since you three know that it is the ancient wizard technique, do you know what it is? Ma Qing asked again. Fan Hua said, "If I am not wrong, that kid used the bloodthirsty technique for the first time." Bloodthirsty technique? Ma Qing raised his eyebrows. Fan Hua said, "Stimulating the essence blood in the target's body can increase his power greatly for a certain period of time. I believe that you all know the same kind of secret technique." Ma Qing was shocked. He was jealous for a long time. So it was this kind of secret technique. Of course, they knew the same kind of secret technique. Not to mention them, even an ordinary cultivator would know the same kind of secret technique. It was just a matter of whether it was good or bad. However, when the essence blood was stimulated, it could increase one's power for a short period of time. After that, the cultivator would be weakened and fall into a long period of recovery. This is one of the fundamental wizard techniques that the ancient barbarians relied on to survive. The Luan Feng continued, the ancient barbarian race didn't have the martial Tao that we have today. Only a small portion of them had outstanding aptitude and were able to cultivate witchcraft. The rest of them had to temper their bodies and bones. However, there were also rumors that some of them were able to reach Saint Realm with their physical bodies. Their means weren't inferior to today's great emperors. It was because of the strong bodies of the ancient barbarians that they could endure the bloodthirsty technique again and again. They could survive in the harsh environment. With the current body of the astral world cultivator, I am afraid that they could not endure more than a few times. There is such a thing. Ma Qing sighed. After knowing the truth about the bloodthirsty technique, there was no need to be jealous. After all, it required a strong body to support it. The three of you are really knowledgeable. Although he knew that they had learned all of this because of the origin inheritance, it was not as if flattery was free. Fan Hua and the others did not explain the second secret technique, but everyone knew that it should be a secret technique similar to the clear mind technique. However, it was much more effective than the clear mind technique. It could almost be said that it was the nemesis of the demonic qi. Yang Kai patiently performed the exorcism technique again and again. Low roars and painful howls constantly came from the valley. Traces of demonic qi escaped from the tens of thousands of demons' bodies and quickly dissipated like snowflakes under the scorching sun. Half a day later, the situation of the tens of thousands of demons in the valley was much better. Some of them had gradually regained their consciousness and sat down cross-legged, adjusting themselves while cooperating with Yang Kai's exorcism technique. One day later, Yang Kai had to stop and rest for a while. Continuously performing the exorcism technique had almost dried up his emperor qi. He took a few emperor pills and took some source crystals to meditate and recover. Only after an hour did he start again. After 3 full days, the demonic qi in the tens of thousands of demons in the valley was completely removed. But not all of them. At least 1,000 of them had been completely devoured by the demonic qi. Even Yang Kai's exorcism technique could not save them. It would only cause them harm and had no effect at all. For a time, the mountain valley was filled with misery. The cultivators who had recovered were led by their respective elders to different places to rest. As for how to deal with the remaining thousands of demons, Xiao Yang and the others had already decided. Since they could not save them, they could only give them a quick death. Xiao Yang did it himself. With one move, he almost overturned the entire valley. Thousands of demons were buried along with them. The scene became even more tragic. Soft sobs could be heard everywhere. This time, all the major sects that came to participate in the martial meet in the Southern Territory had suffered losses, regardless of their strength. The worst few sects were almost wiped out, leaving only a few survivors. Azure Sun Temple also suffered losses. One of their elders from the Emperor realm had died. Among the disciples who came to participate in the martial meet, almost half of the Origin Kings and Origin Returning Realm cultivators had died. Only a few Dao Source Realm cultivators died. This was the result of Wen Zishan's protection when he sensed that something was wrong. Otherwise, it would have been even worse. Yuan Qi was greatly damaged. The real Yuan Qi was greatly damaged. Elder Yang, I still need you to take a look at these people. While they were resting, Ma Qing, Wen Zishan, and Xiao Yang came together. Behind them, a group of people from the Emperor realm escorted 2 batches of people. There were not many people in these 2 batches. One batch only had 7 or 8 people, while the other batch only had a dozen people. From the outside, there was nothing special about these people. It was just that their cultivations had been sealed. The 7 or 8 people on the left had gloomy faces and their hearts were dead. The dozen people on the right, on the other hand, were constantly shouting that they had been wronged. Most of these people were from the Emperor realm. The remaining people were a mix of good and bad. Chapter 3272. The black puppy returned to ruins also followed along and was held in Lu Yan's arms. It bared its fangs and growled at the second group of people. These people seemed to be extremely afraid of it, and each of them had a deep fear in their eyes. Yang Kai glanced at them thoughtfully before fixing his gaze on the first group of 7 or 8 people and asking, "Have they all been possessed by the demonic will?" Wenzi Shan nodded with a heavy expression, "Yes, see if you can save them." "It'll be difficult." Yang Kai slowly shook his head. Although he had never tried, he knew that these demon dwellers who had been possessed by the demonic will were fundamentally different from those who had been eroded by the demonic qi. Even if he had the ancient wizard's technique, there was probably no hope. "Let's try," Ma Qing pleaded. One of them was an elder of heavenly martial Holy Land, and he really couldn't bear to be defeated here. Yang Kai nodded and said, "All right, but Holy Master Ma shouldn't expect too much." "As long as Elder Yang does his best," Ma Qing smiled bitterly. Yang Kai got up and walked over to the demon dwellers, looking at them with interest. To be honest, even at this moment, he couldn't see anything wrong with these demon dwellers. They were no different from ordinary people. It was no wonder that the entire southern territory was still in the dark about the fall of Orthodoxy Temple. There were men and women, old people and young people among these 7 or 8 people. Yang Kai walked around them and stopped in front of a young man at random. When their eyes met, the young man's eyes showed obvious nervousness. Yang Kai smiled at him and chanted an incantation. He pointed a finger at the young man's forehead, and a milky white light bloomed from his fingertip and poked into the young man's forehead. As the light spread, the young man trembled all over and his face became extremely ferocious. A bestial howl came from his mouth as he struggled with all his might. Unfortunately, many restrictions had already been placed on his body, so how could he break free? Under the effects of the exorcism technique, the young man was quickly surrounded by demonic qi. As the exorcism technique took effect, the demonic qi on the young man's body continued to dissipate, but his essence, qi, and spirit also withered. In a very short time, his face became pale and his clothes were soaked in sweat as if he had been fished out of water. After a while, his eyes rolled back and he completely fainted. Yang Kai stood and slowly shook his head. Seeing this scene, Ma Qing and the others sighed. They had mentally prepared themselves before coming, but when they saw with their own eyes that Yang Kai's method had no effect on these demons, they gave up. After all, these demons had been possessed by the demonic qi and their wills had long been devoured. These demons had changed fundamentally, so even if Yang Kai's exorcism technique could get rid of their demonic qi, it would also damage their foundation. Even if it could get rid of all the demonic qi, these people would become walking corpses without their own thoughts. Yang Kai knew this very well. Previously, when Feng Ming took out the demonic seed to erode his knowledge sea and tried to possess him, he still remembered it clearly. "It's hopeless." Yang Kai glanced at Ma Qing. "Did you get any useful information from them?" Wenzi Shan sighed. "No, these guys are all tight-lipped and are ready to die. I couldn't get anything out of them." "Is that so?" Yang Kai stretched out his hand towards Lu Yan. Lu Yan immediately walked up and handed Return to Ruins to him. Yang Kai held Return to Ruins in one hand and stood in front of the demons. He glanced at them and said, "If you want to live, tell me what you're planning. If the information is useful, I may spare your lives." The 7 or 8 people looked at him quietly, but no one answered except for the young man who had fainted. Yang Kai nodded. you're all not afraid of death, very good. As he spoke, he gently patted Return to Ruins on the head. The little black dog roared and suddenly stretched its head out. It opened its bloody mouth and swallowed a demon standing in front of Yang Kai. This scene made the eyelids of Ma Qing and the rest twitch. Even though they had already seen this strange little black dog's means before, they were still a little shocked. It was not strange for a demonic beast to eat humans, but the key was that the ruins of End did not eat humans, but demons, and yet nothing happened. Previously, it had even swallowed the boundless demonic qi in the valley, which was really amazing. Wen Zishan looked thoughtful. He knew about the existence of Return to Ruins. Gong Yu found Return to Ruins in the Azure Sun Temple. At that time, it almost swallowed Feng Ming. It swallowed the combined attack of more than 10 people from the Emperor realm and bounced it back. According to Gong Yu, this little beast seemed to have the bloodline of the strange beasts in the demon territory, so it was normal for it to have such a strange performance. After swallowing a demon in one bite, the rest of the demons were restless. They looked at Return to Ruins as if they were looking at their natural enemy, full of fear and dread. However, their powers were sealed, so they could not escape even if they wanted to. Yang Kai looked at them calmly and said, "Think about it slowly. If anyone has thought it through, feel free to speak. As long as you can provide some decent information, I will keep my word." As soon as he finished speaking, Return to Ruins opened its mouth and swallowed a second demon. Yang Kai did not speak anymore. He just carried Return to Ruins and walked forward step by step. Every time it came in front of a demon, Return to Ruins swallowed it. In the blink of an eye, it had swallowed 5, leaving only 2 standing there. Their eyes were filled with hatred, but they still did not say a word. Seeing this, Yang Kai sighed helplessly. As expected, they are all tough men. He turned to look at Ma Qing and the others and said, "I'm afraid I won't be able to get anything out of them." Ma Qing said with a cold face, "If that's the case, then we won't keep them." If they weren't demons, Ma Qing might have thought of a way to use a secret technique like the soul-sucking technique to pry into the secrets in their minds. However, this was related to demons, so no one had the guts to do so. If they were contaminated by the demon qi, it would not be worth it. There was no use in keeping them, so they could only eliminate them by the roots. Return to Ruins swallowed the remaining 2 demons in 2 mouthfuls. With a look of dissatisfaction, it glanced at the dozen people on the other side. "What's the situation with them?" Yang Kai asked curiously. "You'll have to ask your pet beast." Wen Zishan frowned. "It keeps barking at these people. I don't know if there's a problem with it." After the battle in the valley, the major sects were gathering the survivors and collecting the bodies of the dead and injured. However, Return to Ruins suddenly ran in front of a cultivator and kept barking. In view of its strange behavior before Return to Ruins, Wen Zishan and Ma Qing were cautious and ordered people to detain the cultivator. Who knew that Return to Ruins would keep shuttling through the crowd and find a dozen people one after another, resulting in the current situation. "I'm innocent, Temple Master 1. I'm a disciple of the Blue Cloud sect. How could there be a problem?" A young girl defended herself with a bitter face. The others also chimed in. Yang Kai said, "Whether there's a problem or not, we'll know once we try." He took a step forward and went straight in front of the girl. The girl was shocked and took a few steps back. What do you want to do?" Yang Kai opened his big hand and directly grabbed her head. When he used his exorcism technique, the girl's face suddenly changed. Traces of black qi poured out of her body and she wailed. Everyone's faces changed when they saw this. There really is a problem. Ma Qing's face was dignified. Wen Zishan also had a look of lingering fear on his face as he looked at the returning ruin in amazement. He knew that if it weren't for this little beast's abnormal performance this time, he and the others would have been deceived. When was a person's mind at its most relaxed? It was when victory was won after a great battle. The dust from the Battle of Orthodoxy Temple had already settled. No one had expected that there would be demons hiding in the crowd, and no one had the ability to distinguish them. If these people were allowed to leave this place alive, perhaps a second or third Orthodoxy temple would appear one day. Yang Kai checked one by one and found that the dozen people found by Return to Ruins had all been secretly possessed by the demon. He didn't know if they had already been possessed before or if they had done it during the chaos. Looking at the dozen people's different backgrounds and cultivation levels, it was probably the latter. Since they had already been possessed, there was nothing to say. In a short moment, they were all in Return to Ruins' stomach. When Zishan said, "Do you want to ask your pet beast to look again? What if there are still remnants of the demon?" Previously, there was no way to distinguish who had been possessed by the demon. Now that they had a weapon like Return to Ruins, they naturally had to choose carefully. Yang Kai nodded and said, "That's fine." Saying so, he threw Return to Ruins to Lu Yen, "Take it with you." Lu Yen took Return to Ruins, turned around, and left. Not far away, Wu Chang watched this scene. His expression was calm, but his heart was in turmoil. More than a month ago, when they met at the gates of Orthodoxy Temple, Wu Chang was still rude and mocking Yang Kai, boasting shamelessly that Yang Kai had the qualifications to fight him. But who would have thought that in just a short month, this opponent that he didn't take seriously before would actually speak to his holy lord as an equal? And the incident at Orthodoxy Temple was almost single-handedly saved by Wu Chang. If it weren't for him, so many people in the Southern Territory would have been wiped out. Wu Chang thought about the 200 or so helpers he had casually pulled from the Emperor realm, then thought about the arrogant 32 Paths Monster King, then thought about the 3 holy spirits that obeyed his orders. Wu Chang felt a wave of helplessness in his heart. He didn't know when, but this person who was of the same generation as him had walked so far ahead of him, becoming a person from a different world from him. Now that he thought about his bold words from more than a month ago, he realized that he was too laughable and childish. At that time, this person probably didn't take him seriously, right? Wu Chang couldn't help but feel a deep sense of defeat, like he was a clown. Chen Wenhao, who was standing beside him, seemed to have sensed the change in his mood. He raised his hand and patted his shoulder. Everyone has their own fate. This person's fortune is as high as the heavens, 1 in a billion. Not everyone can compare to him. Wu Chang sighed softly and said, "I know." He paused for a moment, then said, "When we go back this time, I'll go into seclusion. Once I make another breakthrough in my cultivation, I'll go out and travel." Chen Wenhao turned to look at him and nodded, "That's fine." The flowers in the greenhouse couldn't withstand the wind and rain. Chapter 3273. At the entrance of Orthodoxy Temple, Yang Kai slowly walked over to a small slope and stared down at the cold corpse, a trace of sadness flashing across his eyes. At this moment, the corpse was wrapped in a layer of ice, so even after several days, there was no sign of damage, let alone being bitten by wild beasts. The fatal wound was on her chest, penetrated by a sharp weapon like a sword. It was the only place where he could see that she did not suffer any pain before she died, but her eyes were wide open and filled with fear and helplessness. "Temple Master." Hua Qingxi stepped forward and called out softly. "Why are you here?" Yang Kai asked as he squatted down and brushed his big hand across the cold corpse, melting the ice immediately. He then gently closed her eyes and smoothed the messy hair on her forehead. "Elder Ji asked me to stand guard here." Hua Qingxi replied, quietly observing Yang Kai's expression, knowing that Ji Yao was right. Her temple master really did know this dead woman, but she did not know what their relationship was, but seeing the guilt and sadness on Yang Kai's face, it seemed that their relationship was not ordinary, but it was not to the point of romantic love. Yang Kai nodded. When Ji Yao had broken through the Orthodoxy Temple's sect defending array with him, he had also noticed that Ji Yao had used a secret technique to freeze Jade Chakram's corpse, but at that time, the battle was imminent and he had no time to linger. It was only now that everything was settled that he had the time to come and investigate. The dead were already gone, but her voice and smile continued to play in his mind. If she had not died here, with Jade Chakram's performance at the martial gathering, she would have had a good chance of breaking through to the Emperor realm in the future, but the path of martial Dao was filled with thorns, and the slightest carelessness could lead to death. In fact, Yang Kai did not have much of a friendship with her. This time, 20 to 30,000 people had died in the Southern Territory, and even more than a third of Azure Sun Temple's disciples had died, but she was the only one who made Yang Kai feel regret and heartache. What an inexplicable feeling. Looking at the person in front of him, Yang Kai could recall the scene when she suddenly turned around and waved at him after he refused to see her. No one would have thought that the moment she turned around would be forever separated. Hua Qingxi waited for a while, but seeing that Yang Kai still didn't respond, she reminded him, "Palace Master, those people over there are her fellow disciples. They want to bury her body." Kai Yang looked up and saw a dozen or so people standing not far away, some fear in their eyes. The one leading them was a young woman who looked to be in her 30s. Behind her was a group of women, but all of them had bleak expressions on their faces. There were even a few younger ones who were sobbing softly. "Please come over." Yang Kai nodded. "Yes." Hua Qingxi nodded and walked over to the other side. She walked over to the woman and said a few words to her. After a while, she brought the dozen or so people over. Rakshasa sect's Qin Pei greets Elder Yang. The young woman bowed and glanced at Yu Chao's body. Her eyes suddenly turned red, but she didn't cry immediately because Yang Kai was right in front of her. Yang Kai glanced at the crowd and found that Qin Pei had the highest cultivation among the dozen people, but she was only a second-order Dao Source Realm cultivator. The others were only from the first-order Dao Source Realm, while the rest were Origin Kings and Origin Returning Realm cultivators. "You are Yu Chao's fellow disciples?" Yang Kai asked. Qin Pei nodded and said, "Yes, I am Yu Chao's senior sister." "What about your sect master?" Yang Kai looked at her. Although the Rakshasa sect was not a powerful sect in the Southern Territory, Yang Kai remembered that they had a sect master from the Emperor realm. This time, it was their sect master who led the team to participate in the martial gathering. Qin Pei lowered her head and said in a choked voice, "Sect master also went." As soon as she said this, the women behind her who were sobbing couldn't help crying. The Rakshasa sect was a female sect, and any female sect would always attract attention. It was inevitable that some lecherous men would have ideas about them. In the past, they had a sect master from the Emperor realm, and they had arranged marriages with the surrounding sects and families, so they were relatively stable. Now that their sect master had died tragically, and only 2 Dao Source Realm cultivators who came to participate in the martial gathering were left, it could be said that their foundation had been damaged. In the future, it would be difficult for the Rakshasa sect to establish itself in the Southern Territory. As long as this news spread, the fate of the many female disciples of the Rakshasa sect would be worrying. Thinking about the future, how could the group of women hold back their grief? Yang Kai was silent. Qin Pei took out a cloth bag from her space ring and handed it to Yang Kai. "This is..." Yang Kai looked at her suspiciously. Qin Pei wiped her tears and forced a smile. "Junior sister Yu Chao asked me to collect some seeds a few days ago. She probably wanted to give them to you, but I collected them a little late and didn't have time to give them to her." Yang Kai pursed his lips and reached out to take the cloth bag, but he felt that this small bag was extremely heavy. Qin Pei continued, "Junior sister Jade Chakram admires Elder Yang very much, some time ago." As she spoke, she couldn't continue, covering her mouth and sobbing. The dozen or so women behind her also began to cry in grief. Hua Qingxi was also upset by this scene and her eyes were a little red. After a while, Qin Pei calmed down and took a deep breath, smiling. Junior sister Yu Chao was really lucky to have met Elder Yang before her death. Yang Kai's hand holding the cloth bag tightened slightly as he felt his chest tighten. Qin Pei continued, if Elder Yang doesn't mind, I would like to bring junior sister's body back to the sect for burial. Yang Kai nodded gently, speechless. Qin Pei crouched down and gently stroked Yu Chao's head before putting her body into her space ring. Many thanks, Elder Yang. Qin Pei bowed deeply and was about to leave with her dozen or so companions. Wait a moment, Yang Kai stretched out his hand and called out to her. Qin Pei turned around and asked, does Elder Yang have any other instructions? What do you plan to do in the future? Yang Kai looked at her and asked. A trace of confusion flashed across Qin Pei's eyes as she shook her head. These past few days, she had also thought about this problem. With the sect master dead, where would the thousands of Rakshasa sect disciples go? Currently, the highest cultivation in the Rakshasa sect was only an elder from the third order Tao source realm who had stayed behind to guard the sect. This kind of strength was not enough to protect the foundation of the Rakshasa sect. The Rakshasa sect had always been allied with a few sects and families through marriage, but without the deterrence of the Emperor realm, these marriage partners would most likely want to swallow the Rakshasa sect more than anyone else, so how could they possibly protect the sect? The future of the Rakshasa sect could already be foreseen, unless they could pull in powerful foreign aid. However, without knowing the root of the problem, even if they managed to pull in foreign aid, it was likely that they would invite a wolf into the house. All kinds of scruples made the future of the Rakshasa sect bleak. Do you want to revive the sect or join another sect? Yang Kai asked. If it's the latter, I can recommend you. Both the Southern Territory and the Northern Territory are fine. The choices in the Southern Territory are limited, but you can choose any sect in the Northern Territory. You can join whichever sect you want. Qin Pei's eyes lit up when she heard this. Elder Yang is willing to help the Rakshasa sect? Yang Kai said, Jade and I can be considered friends. Although she went, I can't just sit by and do nothing when her sect is in trouble. Qin Pei couldn't help but be overjoyed when she received a positive answer. The dozen or so Rakshasa sect disciples also looked at Yang Kai in disbelief. In their opinion, the Emperor realm had always been high and mighty. Unless one was a venerable sovereign, they had no right to speak to it as an equal. This was also why they had been standing far away, not daring to approach. This was because Hua Qingxi, who was guarding Jade's corpse, was from the Emperor realm. Although the sect master was amiable when she was alive, no one dared to act presumptuously in front of the Emperor realm. This was the case for a first-order Emperor realm master, let alone a second-order or third-order Emperor realm master. This Elder Yang was an elder of Azure Sun Temple, so his status was much higher than that of the Emperor realm. Qin Pei was a little cautious when she spoke to Yang Kai just now, but who would have thought that he would be so amiable and even say that he was friends with Jade? The word friend was too heavy. Which the Emperor realm would be willing to be friends with a Tao Source realm master? Even if there were, it was extremely rare. If Jade heard this, she would probably be overjoyed. When she thought of Jade, Qin Pei's expression was full of sadness. She said firmly, we want to revive the sect. The Rakshasa sect was the place where they grew up. It was the home of this group of women. If it could be revived, who would be willing to abandon it and live under someone else's roof? The group of women behind her also nodded vigorously. Is that so? Yang Kai pondered for a while, then said, has your Rakshasa sect ever hired an honored guest elder? Qin Pei shook her head. The Rakshasa sect only had the Emperor realm. If they really wanted to hire an honored guest elder, they would definitely choose the Emperor realm. However, the Emperor realm generally had their own sects. Who would go to the Rakshasa sect to be an honored guest elder? There was no need to hire a Tao Source realm master. Hire me. I will be the Rakshasa sect's honored guest elder in the future. Yang Kai squeezed out a smile. Qin Pei was immediately stunned. When she heard the meaning in Yang Kai's words, she also knew that Yang Kai intended to help them revive the sect, but she didn't expect that he would use such a method. In her mind, Yang Kai would at most announce to the outside world that he was sheltering her so that some people with bad intentions would be wary of attacking the rat for fear of breaking the vases. She had never imagined that Yang Kai would actually be willing to lower himself and become an honored guest elder of Temple Luo sect. This was an honored guest elder. Even if he had the title of honored guest, it was tantamount to bearing the mark of the Rakshasa sect. In the future, if the Rakshasa sect was in trouble, how could Yang Kai not lend a helping hand? Seeing that Qin Pei didn't answer, Yang Kai touched his nose and said, "Is it that only women are allowed to exist in your Rakshasa sect? If that's the case, I can recommend someone to you. Her cultivation isn't worse than mine." He was naturally referring to Ji Yao. He believed that Ji Yao would be willing to help with this small matter. No, no. Qin Pei hurriedly waved her hands. What kind of joke was this? Even if the Rakshasa sect really did have this rule, it was now gone. What kind of person was Yang Kai? He was the biggest contributor in the battle at the Orthodoxy Temple this time. He could easily command more than 200 people from the Emperor realm, more than 30 Monster King, and 3 Holy Spirits. Even if he wasn't from the Emperor realm, no one in this world would dare to look down on him. With him as the Rakshasa sect's honored guest elder, who would dare to act rashly? Chapter 3274. It is our sect's blessing that Elder Yang is willing to be an honored guest, but our sect is poor and doesn't have much income. In terms of monthly salary, Elder Yang may have to suffer a little. Qin Pei's voice became softer and softer, and by the end, her face had turned red. She was really worried that she couldn't afford to hire Yang Kai. If it was an ordinary Yang Kai from the Emperor realm, it would be fine, but the key was that Yang Kai was not an ordinary the Emperor realm. If they really hired him, the monthly salary would be too little, and if it was too much, the Rakshasa sect wouldn't be able to afford it. Yang Kai raised the bag of seeds in his hand. "This is enough." Qin Pei looked at him gratefully. That bag of seeds wasn't rare and only cost her less than 100 source crystals. She knew that if it weren't for Jade Chakram, he wouldn't have done such a loss-making business. He really treated Jade Chakram as a friend. For a moment, she was sad and grateful. If Jade Chakram was still alive, she would probably be very happy. Suddenly, she said, "What about Azure Sun Temple?" Yang Kai was an elder of Azure Sun Temple. If he came to the Rakshasa sect to be an honored guest, would Azure Sun Temple agree? Yang Kai said, "It's okay, Temple Master Wen won't object." "Many thanks, Elder Yang." Qin Pei bowed deeply. Yang Kai raised his hand and said, "Take your fellow disciples and find a place to rest. When the matter here is settled, I will go with you to the Rakshasa sect to settle the matter." "Yes." Qin Pei respectfully responded, and then led the group of women away. Yang Kai turned to Hua Qingxi and said, "Inform me when the great emperors come." He had previously sent an old man to the Star Soul Palace to ask for help, and it was about time. Xiao Yuyang had already set off to meet the great emperors, and it would take at most 2 days. Hua Qingxi nodded and watched Yang Kai leave. The matter at Orthodoxy Temple had basically been settled. With the return to Ruin's ability, there was no need to worry about hidden demons. The monster kings from the Emperor realm and wild ancient lands in the Northern Territory couldn't stay here any longer. Yang Kai summoned them and led them to the space array he had arranged before, and sent them back. The group of people from the Northern Territory were still fine. After witnessing Yang Kai's appeal this time, each of them was more obedient than the last. If he asked them to stay, they would stay, and if he asked them to leave, they would leave without a second thought. On the other hand, the monster kings of the ancient wildlands all looked at Yang Kai with reluctance, as if he was a piece of delicious meat. If it weren't for the three divine spirits, they would have already pounced on him to try and win him over. Even so, when they were sending them off, the expressions of the monster kings were more bitter than the last. The female monster king, Dumi, had a tender and sweet look on her face as she openly teased, "Master, when you have time, you must come to the wild ancient lands to visit this servant. This servant will miss you." The Luanfeng's face immediately darkened. Fan Hua and Sanggo also looked worried, sighing in their hearts. After bustling about, they finally sent the group away. Yang Kai turned around and sighed, "Junior sister Yao, do you think I can't see you sneaking around?" Not far away, behind a big tree, Ji Yao's figure appeared and walked over step by step. There weren't many people from Ice Heart Valley, so when he sent them off, Yang Kai didn't see Ji Yao's figure at all. With a sweep of his divine sense, he knew that she was hiding nearby, but he didn't point it out and only spoke now. Their eyes met and Yang Kai said helplessly, "You're not going back." Ji Yao said, "I'll accompany you." Saying so, she took the initiative to grab Yang Kai's hand and flew off in a certain direction. Her jade-like hand was soft and smooth as if it had no bones. Her fragrance lingered at the tip of his nose, making him involuntarily relax and feel refreshed. Yang Kai didn't know what she wanted to do, but he didn't resist and let her pull him along. Not long after, they arrived at a mountain peak. At this time, the Orthodoxy temple was completely empty. The surviving cultivators who came to participate in the martial gathering were basically all gathered in the valley. The disciples of the Orthodoxy temple were almost all dead, so there was not a single person in the buildings on the mountain peak. Whether it was a coincidence or not, the mountain peak that Ji Yao unintentionally chose was where the group of people from Azure Sun Temple used to live. Breaking straight into a room and closing the door, Ji Yao let go of Yang Kai, took a deep breath, closed her eyes, and stood there, her heartbeat suddenly becoming much faster. Yang Kai looked back at her and saw her putting on a look of resignation. He couldn't help laughing. "What are you doing?" Ji Yao opened her eyes and looked at him, asking back, "What are you doing?" She looked at him with a look that said, "Do whatever you want." Yang Kai was a little speechless. "You were the one who dragged me here, okay? Now you're asking me what I want." But thinking about it, he guessed some of Ji Yao's thoughts and felt a little warm in his heart. "I'm not that fragile." Ji Yao stared at him with her two big eyes, not knowing whether to believe him or not, but she was caught off guard by Yang Kai pulling her into his arms. Suddenly, her body stiffened and she said in surprise, "Didn't you say?" Yang Kai grinned and said, "I'm not that fragile, but since someone took the initiative to deliver themselves to me, there's no need to be polite." With a little force, the two rolled onto the bed. Ji Yao suddenly felt like crying, but no tears came out. While trembling all over, she felt a big hand roaming around her body. The fingertips seemed to carry an electric current. Wherever it passed, it made her body and mind surge, causing her already tense nerves to become even more tense. His heavy breath followed her lower abdomen all the way up, blowing across her chest and neck, and finally sprayed onto her face. Ji Yao quickly closed her eyes, her long eyelashes constantly trembling. In the next moment, she felt her lips being unscrupulously invaded, and a suppressed sound came from her throat. Yang Kai's actions this time were extremely rough, without the slightest hint of tenderness. His big hand rubbed, causing Ji Yao to feel pain, and the suction coming from his lips made her feel like she was suffocating, as if she could die at any time. After a long time, their lips parted, and Ji Yao gasped for breath. Although she didn't open her eyes, she could clearly feel a pair of sharp eyes sizing her up, causing her cheeks to roll hot, not daring to open her eyes. Just when she thought it would be difficult to escape this time, Yang Kai suddenly lay down, his head resting on her lower abdomen, not moving for a long time. Ji Yao opened her eyes suspiciously, slowly got up, moved Yang Kai's head to her thighs, and lowered her head to size him up. For eyes met, Yang Kai smiled slightly, and Ji Yao said, "Do you feel better?" As she spoke, she reached out to tidy up Yang Kai's messy hair, her movements gentle like a newly married wife. Yang Kai reached out and grabbed her soft hair, patting it gently in his palm. "After we go back, I will go see Senior Bing Yun." Ji Yao's delicate body trembled, and she nervously said, "See her, for what?" Yang Kai looked up at her, and said matter-of-factly, "Naturally, it's between you and me. I believe Senior Bing Yun won't stop it." Originally, he didn't want to be fickle, but after this incident with the jade bracelet, his mentality had some subtle changes. He was less indecisive from before, and more decisive. The blush on Ji Yao's face immediately faded, and she became a little pale. "No." Yang Kai was stunned. "No?" Ji Yao shook her head. "Don't tell master." Yang Kai was stunned, and then smiled. "Do you think Senior Bing Yun is blind?" "She probably already saw through your thoughts, but if that's really the case, you'll have to suffer a little. You know, I still have Su Yan and the others." "I know, but don't tell master." Yang Kai was really surprised. "Why?" "There's no why, just don't say it." Yang Kai didn't know whether to laugh or cry. "You and I are already like this, why do you still want to hide it? Isn't it better to just open things up and be above board?" Ji Yao didn't speak, but she kept shaking her head. Yang Kai's heart sank, and he said with some discomfort, "You don't want to, no." Yang Kai said, "Then do you know, what you and I are doing now is considered stealing?" He was worried about Ji Yao's face, but he didn't say the rest. Ji Yao lowered her head and said, "Stealing is stealing, the current situation is quite good." Yang Kai looked at her with a stunned expression, wishing he could crack open her head and see what was inside. Ji Yao suddenly said coldly, "If you dare to tell anyone, I will enter secluded cultivation and never see you again." Yang Kai was shocked and quickly comforted her. Okay, I won't say it, I won't say it." Ji Yao's expression returned to normal, and she sat there quietly, looking down at Yang Kai's face, her eyes filled with gentleness. The room was extremely quiet. Yang Kai was lying on Ji Yao's supple thighs, his entire body wrapped in a faint fragrance, and he felt all the fatigue he had accumulated over the past few days disappear, his body and mind completely relaxed. After an unknown amount of time, Yang Kai suddenly opened his eyes, took out a communication artifact from his space ring, and poured his divine sense into it, then stood up and said, "The people from Star Soul Palace are here." "Your hair!" Ji Yao called out. Yang Kai's hair was now a mess, so if he really ran out like this, it was likely everyone would know what he had done. Yang Kai quickly turned around and sat down on the bed. Ji Yao knelt behind him and tidied his hair before pulling him up and smoothing out the wrinkles on his clothes, her expression serious. Yang Kai smiled lightly and reached out to pull her into his arms. Ji Yao vigilantly placed her hand on his chest and frowned. "Business is more important." Before she could finish speaking, Yang Kai leaned over and kissed her, but it was only a light kiss. After a while, the two walked out of the hall together and flew towards the mountain valley. Somewhere in the mountain valley, Wen Zishan, Ma Qing, and the others had gathered. Xiao Yuyang, who had gone to greet the great emperors, had also returned. There was also a burly old man who didn't look young, but his hair was black and his aura was astonishing. There was also a white-haired old man with a restrained light in his eyes. These two were Star Soul Palace's Great Elder, Lei Hong, and Second Elder, Shuizheng Mao. Both of them were powerful third-layer emperors, and if Xiao Yuyang was included, the entire Star Soul Palace had 3 third-layer emperors. The background of the Great Emperor's sect was obvious. Chapter 3275. This group of people had obviously learned about what happened to Orthodoxy Temple on their way here, so at this moment, all of them wore dignified expressions. Hearing the sound of something breaking through the air, everyone turned to look and when Zishan said, "Yang Kai is here." This was not the first time Lei Hong and Shui Zhengmao had seen Yang Kai. Last time, when Yang Kai went to Star Soul Palace to enter the five-colored treasure pagoda, everyone had seen him before, so naturally, they were not unfamiliar with him. At this moment, they were all a little surprised. If Xiao Yuyang had not told them in advance, they would not have believed that Yang Kai had single-handedly saved Orthodoxy Temple. He had actually been able to bring in so many strong reinforcements in just one day and even seemed to be able to arrange a domain-crossing space array. Such a talent was simply astonishing. Thinking back to when he went to the five-colored treasure pagoda in Star Soul Palace to gain experience, Lei Hong and Shui Zhengmao didn't pay much attention to him, but now they treated him as an equal in their hearts. Temple Master, Holy Master Ma, Gold Envoy Xiao. Yang Kai landed and cupped his fists one by one before greeting Lei Hong and Shui Zhengmao. Lei Hong and Shui Zhengmao exchanged a glance before suddenly bowing deeply. Elder Yang turned the tide and saved many of our fellow Taoists in the Southern Territory. On behalf of Star Soul Palace, we cannot thank you enough. Protecting the Southern Territory was the responsibility of Star Soul Palace, but Star Soul Palace was unaware of Orthodoxy Temple's plot, resulting in many casualties in the Southern Territory this time, which was a great blow to Star Soul Palace's prestige and reputation. If Orthodoxy Temple's plot had really succeeded, Star Soul Palace would not only have lost face, but even the foundation of the entire Southern Territory would have been shaken. The gratitude of the two at this moment was sincere. Yang Kai raised his hand and said, "Both of you are too polite, it was only my duty." He then sighed, "It's a pity that things happened so suddenly that I was unable to do my best, causing my Southern Territory to suffer great losses. I am ashamed." Shui Zhengmao shook his head and said, "If not for Elder Yang, the Southern Territory would have been in great trouble. Being able to save so many people is all thanks to Elder Yang." Yang Kai smiled modestly, "Fortunately, I made some friends, so I dare not claim any credit." Shui Zhengmao and Lei Hong were silent. Previously, the two of them had looked down on Yang Kai, and even when Yang Kai went to Star Soul Palace, they did not take him seriously. The main reason was because Yang Kai's other elder Tan Junhao had died at Yang Kai's hands. Regardless of whether Tan Junhao had really done anything wrong or not, he was still, Tan Jun, was elder. Tan Junhao had died at Yang, of him was Tan Star Yang, Tan Star's Yang Star's, Sun Yang's them. Yang sect's Yang. It was only today that her impression of him changed. He was neither arrogant nor rash, and his temperament was extraordinary. It was no wonder that he could progress faster and further than his peers. "Everyone from Star Soul Palace is here?" Yang Kai glanced at the group of people not far away. Many of them were from the Emperor realm, and there were at least 100 of them. With so many people from the Emperor realm, it was obvious that Star Soul Palace was not the only one who had come. Shui Zhengmao said with shame, "When we heard the news, we traveled day and night to get here. We also called some people from other sects to come, but we were still a step too late. The main reason was that Star Soul Palace was a bit far from here, and the people who had gone to report the news were delayed for a few days, so they had only arrived now. Coming here to take a look, the matter had been resolved. They had made a wasted trip, but they could not just go back like this." While it was true that Orthodoxy Palace's plot had been crushed, this matter still needed to be investigated thoroughly. "Where are the great emperors?" Yang Kai asked suspiciously. He did not see the great emperors. Logically speaking, it was impossible for the great emperors to not show up for such an important matter. He had sent someone to Star Soul Palace to report the news in hopes that the great emperors would come. As long as the great emperors showed up, Lei Gu and the others would not be enough. As soon as this was said, Wen Zishan and Ma Qing also showed puzzled expressions. Ma Qing said, "Yes, why don't we see the great emperors?" Shui Zhengmao heard this and said, "The great emperors heard that the matter here had been resolved, so they returned to Star Soul Palace." Everyone was a little speechless when they heard this. Since they were already here, why didn't they come and take a look? After all, this matter was not a trivial matter, so they should have personally checked it out. But the great emperors had actually returned halfway, but since this matter concerned the great emperors, no one dared to say anything. Yang Kai asked casually, "Did Princess Lan Sun not come?" Lei Hong said, "Her Highness the Princess is in seclusion today." "Thank you for your concern, Elder Yang." Yang Kai nodded. Shui Jingmao said, "Although the great emperors did not come, Great Elder and I can handle this matter. I have some questions to ask little brother Yang." He quietly changed the way he addressed Yang Kai to little brother Yang, but it sounded much more cordial. Yang Kai cupped his fists and said, "Elder Shui, feel free to ask. This one will tell you everything I know." Shui Jingmao said, "I have already heard the general situation from Elder Xiao, but I don't know anything about what happened on your side. If little brother Yang doesn't mind." Yang Kai smiled slightly, "It's nothing. The situation is like this. On the last day of the martial gathering, I suddenly received a message from Elder Luo Chen asking me to go out." She briefly recounted how she was lured out by Luo Chen and didn't hide anything, including how she was ambushed and assassinated. "In fact, I have something I want to ask you all." Yang Kai frowned, recalling what happened that night and still feeling some lingering fear. Shui Zhengmao thoughtfully asked, "What is it?" Yang Kai said, "The person who tried to assassinate me in the dark night was so quiet that I didn't even notice him approaching me from behind. After I counterattacked, his figure turned into smoke and dissipated. It is impossible for such a person to be unknown. I don't know if any of you have any impression of such a person appearing in my southern territory. If there were any fish that escaped the net this time, that assassin was the only one." Yang Kai was severely injured by him, but he couldn't even see his face clearly. He didn't even know if the other party was a man or a woman. This was a great loss. What was certain was that the assassin was a third-layer Emperor Realm Master and was extremely proficient in the Tao of assassination. Yang Kai even suspected that the assassin was in existence close to the great emperors that Yang Yen mentioned before. According to Yang Yen, there were still some old monsters in this world. Their cultivations had already reached perfection and could not be improved any further. However, the capacity of the worldly bottle was limited and could not pry into the Tao of the great emperors, so they were stuck at a bottleneck. Most of these old monsters lived in seclusion in the mountains or quietly cultivated. Ordinary people could not see them. If such a person took action, it would make sense. However, Yang Kai did not feel the slightest bit of demonic qi from the assassin. In other words, the assassin did not become the demon race, so why would he collude with the Orthodoxy Temple? Everyone frowned when they heard this. Ma Qing said, "I have never heard of such a method." He turned to look at Wen Zishan and asked, "What do you think?" Wen Zishan also slowly shook his head. Shui Jingmao said, "Maybe, it was not done by someone from the southern territory." Lei Hong was shocked. "You mean?" Yang Kai looked at them and frowned. "What do you two think?" Shui Zhengmao pondered deeply for a moment before he said, "Such an elusive assassination method isn't something that can be cultivated overnight. According to my knowledge, there's a place in the world that can foster such a figure." As soon as he said this, Ma Qing and Wen Zishan seemed to have thought of something and were shocked. "That can't be, right?" Yang Kai also suddenly realized, Shui Zhengmao is saying that the West. Shui Zhengmao immediately raised his hand and said, "There is no real evidence, so I dare not jump to conclusions." Yang Kai knew what he was worried about, so he did not continue the sentence. However, after being reminded, he felt that it was possible. The assassination technique was extraordinary, and it was impossible for an ordinary person to have such an ability. A third-layer Emperor Realm cultivator who was proficient in the Tao of assassination. All the signs pointed to that force. But, how did the matter in the southern territory involve that place? And how did it get mixed up with the demon dwellers? Lei Hong frowned and said, it shouldn't be. That place is still a part of the territory. How could they do such a thing? Let's not talk about this matter for the time being. If you have any intentions in the future, please pay more attention and don't relax your vigilance. Brother Yang being able to escape this calamity was a stroke of luck. If that person harbors ill intentions and sets his sights on others. Shui Zhengmao didn't finish his words before shuddering. Enemies hidden in the dark were the most terrifying. The person who attacked Yang Kai was proficient in the Tao of assassination. If he was targeted, he would have to sleep with his eyes open. However, if Yang Kai could escape from that person, the other third-layer Emperor Realm Masters believed that they should be fine. But just because they were fine didn't mean that their fellow disciples were fine. How many third-layer emperors could there be? There were too few clues, and Yang Kai only fought with that person for a moment. Even he didn't know whether the person was a man or a woman, so he couldn't count on others. Next, Yang Kai briefly explained what happened. After learning that Yang Kai could really arrange a space array that could cross territory, everyone was amazed. Although they had already investigated the space array before, guessing and confirming it were two different things. However, it was also thanks to the space array that Yang Kai was able to gather so many helpers in a single day and resolve the crisis in Orthodoxy Temple. What he said was similar to what Xiao Yang and the others knew. The only difference was that they didn't know Yang Kai's experience. After learning that Yang Kai had followed Lei Gu all the way to the southern swamp and set up a trap to kill him, everyone couldn't help but sigh. There weren't many third-layer Emperor Realm Masters in any place, so they had a good relationship with each other. Lei Gu had been possessed by a demonic spirit and lost his ability to think, ultimately ending in tragedy, so it was natural that everyone felt sad. Next up was to settle down the survivors of the various sects in the southern region. As time passed, the news of what had happened here gradually spread throughout the entire southern region. The experts from the various sects who had been left behind to guard the Orthodoxy Temple rushed over to investigate the situation. They also wanted to confirm the extent of their own casualties. Almost every day, there were people going in and out of Orthodoxy Temple. In less than 10 days, Orthodoxy Temple became quiet as everyone who needed to leave had left. After this incident, the Southern Territory would likely fall into a state of recuperation for a long time. Chapter 3276. If one were to say who benefited the most from the Orthodoxy Temple incident, it would be Yang Kai. Almost all the sects in the entire Southern Territory, large and small, owed Yang Kai a favor, pushing his reputation to an incredible level. The sect masters and patriarchs of these sects all went to thank Yang Kai, and naturally said that they would not dare to disobey his orders in the future. Whether it was sincere or not, with these people's declarations, Yang Kai would not be hindered in the Southern Territory in the future. After half a month of busy work, the Orthodoxy Temple finally quieted down. Everyone who needed to leave had left, and the huge sect became empty. It was hard to believe that this place was actually one of the 3 top forces in the Southern Territory, which had been bustling with activity not long ago. At this moment, Yang Kai, Qin Pei, and a group of women had already set off for the Rakshasa sect. Since he had agreed to be an honored guest elder, Yang Kai naturally would not delay. Now that he was in the Southern Territory, he might as well resolve this matter first. He was originally an honored guest elder of Azure Sun Temple, and now he was acting as an honored guest elder of another sect. Logically speaking, it was somewhat inappropriate, and no one from the Emperor realm had ever done so. However, Wen Zishan did not mind this matter, probably because he had heard some news. Instead, he told Yang Kai that if he needed any help, Yang Kai would naturally be grateful. Compared to a top sect like Azure Sun Temple, the Rakshasa sect could only be regarded as a second or third-rate force in the entire Southern Territory. It was stronger than Blue Feather sect and Thousand Leaves sect. After all, it used to have the Emperor realm, but that was it. Now, even the Rakshasa sect master had fallen in the Orthodoxy temple, and most of its Tao source realm elites had died, greatly reducing its strength. It could be said that without Yang Kai's intervention, such a sect would have been swallowed up by a nearby force in less than half a year. The group of women had uneven cultivations, and their flying speeds varied. Yang Kai did not want to waste too much time, so he simply summoned his flowing cloud shuttle and took them to the Rakshasa sect. The flowing cloud shuttle was a flight artifact that Hou Yu had tailored for Yang Kai, so its speed was needless to say. After 7 or 8 days, a spirit mountain in the distance appeared in their sights. Qin Pei pointed to the front and said, "We're here." Yang Kai looked around and found that the place occupied by the Rakshasa sect was quite good. Of course, compared to the Orthodoxy temple and his own high heaven palace, it was more than enough for the Rakshasa sect's own forces. Putting away the flowing cloud shuttle, Yang Kai released the dozen women. Seeing the familiar scene and smelling the scent of home, and thinking about their fellow sect members who had died and their previous experience of escaping death, no matter who it was, they could not help but feel like they had been reborn. Their hearts ached and they almost cried again. Yang Kai felt a headache coming on. He was most afraid of these women crying, so he hurriedly changed the topic. "It seems that the news of your sect master's death has spread." Qin Pei was taken aback, but after looking around, she immediately understood what Yang Kai was referring to. At this moment, the Rakshasa sect defending array was in an active state, and in the jungle outside the array, there were many ghostly figures lurking. Qin Pei could clearly feel the auras of several Tao Source Realm Masters mixed in. Her heart trembling, she knew that Yang Kai was right. The news of the sect master's death had indeed spread, and the surrounding forces that had a good relationship with the Rakshasa sect could not wait to target the Rakshasa sect. If not for this, how could there be so many spies in this mountain forest? It was almost foreseeable that if she had not returned with Yang Kai this time and had led the remaining disciples back by herself, they would have been ambushed before they even entered the sect. Inwardly, he hated these fellows for being so unsightly. After all, among the forces that were on good terms with them, there were many disciples who had married out from Luocha sect. When the sect leader was still alive, they often had dealings with each other and helped each other. But when the sect leader died, their repulsive faces were revealed so quickly. They were also sentimental about the fickleness of human relationships. As her thoughts drifted, she suddenly felt an extremely terrifying aura emanating from Yang Kai's body, radiating out in all directions. In an instant, it covered a large area. This aura was vigorous, but mixed with a cold murderous intent, causing people to shudder. The dozen or so female disciples all shivered as they looked at Yang Kai in horror. After these days of contact, everyone felt that this person from the Emperor realm, Yang Kai, was different from the rumors. He was easy to approach and very easy to talk to. Previously, several female disciples had asked him some questions about cultivation, and he had patiently answered them, which had greatly benefited the group of Rakshasa sect disciples. If Qin Pei had not been afraid of delaying Yang Kai's rest, and had given strict orders not to disturb him, it was likely that Yang Kai would not have had any free time on the way back. But at this moment, this amiable man had turned into an existence that was like a bloody azura. Just the leakage of some of his aura had caused people to have difficulty breathing, and their hands and feet were cold. Only now did they understand that no matter how close the Emperor realm was, it was still the Emperor realm. It was not something they could look up to. Pucci, the birds in the forest were alarmed. They flapped their wings and tried to fly, but no matter how hard they tried, they could not fly. It was as if there was an invisible force that deprived them of their ability to fly, and they fell to the ground one by one. At the same time, the figures hidden in the forest also retreated, as if they were facing a great enemy. No longer caring about hiding, they all used their movement skills and quickly fled. The news of the fall of the Rakshasa sect master in Orthodoxy temple had already spread. After all, so much time had passed, and with people spreading the news, it was impossible to hide it. They also heard that someone from the Emperor realm had agreed to come to the Rakshasa sect as a guest elder, and this person from the Emperor realm seemed to be a second-order Emperor realm master. It was none other than Yang Kai, who had become famous after the incident at Orthodoxy Temple. However, whether this news was true or false was not known because it came from within the Rakshasa sect. Perhaps it was a smokescreen spread by the Rakshasa sect in order to protect itself, so they naturally wanted to investigate. If the news was true, it would not be too late to adjust their plans, but if it was false, then there was no need to worry about it. The Rakshasa sect was a fat piece of meat that everyone could take a bite out of. The Rakshasa sect had not been established for a long time, but it had still existed for hundreds of thousands of years, so there was bound to be some savings in the sect. Not to mention this, the 1,000 female disciples were already a huge fortune. However, the aura of Yang Kai from the Emperor realm instantly shattered their delusions. Only now did they understand that the news was true. Yang Kai, who had shone brilliantly in Orthodoxy Temple, had actually come to the Rakshasa sect. Whether or not he was going to serve as a guest elder, with this person here, no one dared to have any ideas about the Rakshasa sect. Inevitably, they felt a little jealous. The Rakshasa sect was filled with women, but Yang Kai, a man, had managed to sneak in. His luck with women was simply too good to be true. Looking at the figures below who were fleeing like stray dogs, Qin Pei's expression was extremely complicated. She even saw a few familiar figures and knew their names and where they came from. When the sect leader was still alive, she had some dealings with those people. More or less, they could be considered friends. But it was precisely these people who were on good terms with her that were so impatient to make a move against the Luocha sect. Clenching her fists, Qin Pei came to a realization. Only with great strength would one have the qualifications to have a foothold in this world. Let's go. Yang Kai's voice woke her up. When she turned her head to look, she found that Yang Kai's terrifying aura had unknowingly disappeared, and he had returned to his previous amiable appearance. A few of the female disciples with lower cultivations patted their chests lightly as they glanced at each other and stuck out their tongues. Looking at Kai Yang's back, they couldn't help but feel some fear. "Master, please wait a moment. I will ask the Great Elder to activate the formation," Qin Pei said and took out her communication compass to contact someone. After a moment, the Rakshasa sect's sect-protecting formation slowly closed. Qin Pei took the lead and led the way, and the group landed on the platform at the peak of the mountain. On the platform, a woman who looked to be in her 30s was standing there. Her figure was enchanting, but her temperament was rather dignified, like a lady from a noble family. She wore a light green dress that was extremely simple, and it accentuated her curvaceous figure. The aura on her body was also at the level of the third-order Dao source realm. This was the Rakshasa sect's great elder, Taoyingrua. She was also the only person from the third-order Dao source realm in the entire Rakshasa sect. This time, the Rakshasa sect's sect master had personally led the team to the Southern Territories martial meet. She had been left behind to guard the sect, so she had managed to escape a calamity. If she had really followed them, she didn't know if she would have returned alive. Behind Taoyingrua, there were several hundred women wearing the same pink dress. They stood on both sides, and every single one of them possessed extraordinary beauty. However, they were extremely quiet. At that moment, their beautiful eyes were wide open as they looked toward the sky. Their eyes were filled with anticipation and curiosity. Yang Kai landed with Qin Pei and glanced around. He smiled faintly, thinking that the Rakshasa sect attached great importance to him. There were only 1,000 disciples in the sect, but in order to welcome him, 70% of them had been dispatched. It seemed that except for some disciples who were in seclusion or had tasks to complete, the rest were all here. Early on, when Yang Kai was still dealing with various trivial matters in Orthodoxy Temple, a Dao Source Realm cultivator from the Rakshasa sect hurriedly returned and reported that Yang Kai was going to be an honored guest elder. As such, the Rakshasa sect had long since made preparations. Qin Pei stepped forward and said a few words to Tao Yingrua. Tao Yingrua immediately stepped forward and bowed gracefully. Rakshasa sect's Tao Yingrua greets Master. Master has worked hard. Yang Kai raised his hand and smiled. Great elder doesn't need to be so polite. From now on, we are all family. Hearing this, Tao Yingrua breathed a sigh of relief in her heart. Although she had heard that Yang Kai was going to be an honored guest elder, she still felt that it was a little unbelievable. A second-order Emperor Realm cultivator who was also an influential figure in the entire Southern Territory, even if it was because of the Jade Chalice, there was no need for him to come to the Rakshasa sect to suffer. Before seeing Yang Kai, Tao Yingrua was a little worried, wondering if Yang Kai had other intentions. After all, there were many people who had designs on the Rakshasa sect right now. If Yang Kai also had ulterior motives, then the entire Rakshasa sect would be powerless to resist. At this moment, seeing that he was gentle, polite, and approachable, Tao Yingrua felt quite relieved. Chapter 3277. I'm sure you already know why I'm here. Yang Kai went straight to the point. Tao Yingrua nodded and said, the Rakshasa sect is without a leader now that the master has fallen. It's our fortune that the Rakshasa sect is able to serve as the guest elder of the Rakshasa sect at this time and protect our foundation. I, along with all the disciples of the Rakshasa sect, am extremely grateful. We will definitely follow the master's lead in the future. She bowed again after saying this. Yang Kai waved his hand and said, there's no need for that. You can do whatever you want in the future. I'm just a figurehead. Tao Yingrua raised her eyes to look at him. She wanted to speak again but was interrupted by Yang Kai. I know the Rakshasa sect's current situation, but I don't know much about the Rakshasa sect. It's not my place to criticize the matters of the sect. That's all I have to say. There's no need for Grand Elder to say anything more. Hearing this, Tao Yingrua finally understood that Yang Kai really didn't have any ulterior motives towards the Rakshasa sect. He only felt guilty about the Jade Chakram incident, so he came all the way here to protect the Rakshasa sect. His heart was filled with gratitude, and all the worries from before were swept away. She wasn't worried that Yang Kai was playing hard to get. After all, his cultivation level was so high that if he really wanted to use force, no one in the Rakshasa sect could resist him. In addition, with Yang Kai's current reputation, even if Yang Kai really did something to the Rakshasa sect, no one in the Southern Territory would stand up for them. There was actually such a person in this world. For a moment, she looked at Yang Kai with a strange expression. What she said just now was also a kind of subtle test. Qin Pei reminded from the side, Grand Elder, please invite Master inside to rest. The Master must be tired from the journey. A trace of embarrassment appeared on Tao Yingrua's face as she said in annoyance, it was this concubine's negligence. Master, please. As she said this, she stepped aside and made way for him. Yang Kai nodded and walked forward without looking sideways. The hundreds of female disciples on the side of the road all looked at him, their beautiful eyes full of curiosity and sizing him up. Tao Yingrua secretly observed. She saw Yang Kai walking like a dragon or a tiger with an extraordinary momentum. The most rare thing was that he did not even glance at any of the female disciples. This was not a display of arrogance, but an indifference that was not moved in the face of so many beauties at one's fingertips. This time, Tao Ying really put her heart at ease. He invited Yang Kai into the main hall to talk and offered him some fragrant tea. The few remaining Dao Source Realm Masters of the Rakshasa sect accompanied him, so it was inevitable for them to get to know each other. The Rakshasa sect originally had one master from the Emperor Realm and 13 Dao Source Realm Masters, but after the incident at Orthodoxy Temple, the Emperor Realm's sect master fell, and even more than half of their Tao Source Realm masters died, leaving only 5. Among these 5, Taoing Ruo's cultivation was the strongest, being from the 3rd Order Tao Source Realm, followed by Qin Pei and another 2nd Order Tao Source Realm master. The remaining 2 were only from the 1st Order Tao Source Realm. With such strength, even the Blue Feather sect couldn't compare to it, so it naturally attracted the attention of many great forces. Yang Kai didn't know much about the Rakshasa sect. He only learned about it from Qin Pei on the way here. The Rakshasa sect didn't have a long history. Its founder was the current sect master, Yu Luo Sha, and it had only been a few hundred years since then. Less than 1,000 years was indeed a short time for a sect. Most of the disciples in the Rakshasa sect were orphans and were basically brought back by disciples who went out to explore. The atmosphere in the Rakshasa sect was quite good, and the senior sister and junior sister were friendly. Even if there were some small conflicts, it was not a big deal. The Rakshasa sect controlled a city nearby, and most of the sect's expenses came from this city. It also had a copper lode. Since Yang Kai was going to be the Rakshasa sect's guest elder, Taoing Ruo naturally wanted Yang Kai to know more about the Rakshasa sect, so she reported many things to him one by one. Originally, the status of a guest elder couldn't be compared to a legitimate elder, but Yang Kai's cultivation was far superior to theirs. In the future, the Rakshasa sect would have to rely on him for protection, so Taoing Ruo and the others subconsciously lowered their status. If Yang Kai wasn't a man, they might have even asked him to be the sect master. After hearing many reports, Yang Kai was dizzy. Taoing Ruo obviously saw this and sighed in her heart. She felt that she had really measured the heart of a gentleman with her own mean measure. Looking at Yang Kai like this, even if she really gave the Rakshasa sect to him, he might find it troublesome. It was ridiculous that she was worried that he might have other intentions. However, because of this, Taoing Ruo was more and more relieved about Yang Kai. With such a person who had no desires to protect the Rakshasa sect, as long as they had enough time, would the Rakshasa sect not be able to rise? She tentatively asked Yang Kai if he was willing to be an official elder of the Rakshasa sect, but Yang Kai declined, so she immediately dropped the matter. The coronation ceremony has been prepared before, and I plan to hold it half a month later. I wonder if Elder Yang can wait that long? Taoing Ruo asked. When Yang Kai heard this, he thought for a moment and nodded, yes. He could roughly guess Taoing Ruo's intention. She wanted to announce it to the world at the coronation ceremony. After all, although she had previously ordered people to spread the news that Yang Kai would come to the Rakshasa sect to be a guest elder, there was no proof. How could others believe it? However, the coronation ceremony was different. It was an extremely formal ceremony. Once the ceremony was held, it would mean that Yang Kai had really put the brand of the Rakshasa sect on him. This was something that no one could deny. Yang Kai guessed that Taoing Ruo would send out invitations and invite many people to witness it. It was a small matter, so he let her do as she wished. After all, she had no ill intentions or selfish motives. She was thinking for the Rakshasa sect. Seeing that Yang Kai had no objections, Taoing Ruo smiled and stood up. In that case, please rest for a few days, Elder Yang. As she spoke, she gave Qin Pei a look. Qin Pei immediately stood up and said, Elder Yang, please come with me. Yang Kai nodded, stood up, and said goodbye to the others. He then followed Qin Pei out. The Rakshasa sect did not occupy a large area, but it was not small either. Although it was not as grand as the High Heaven Palace where hundreds of peaks gathered, there were still 20 to 30 peaks. Qin Pei flew all the way to the highest and steepest peak with the densest spirit qi and landed on it. There was a jade pavilion on the peak. Immediately, more than a dozen female disciples came to greet them. Qin Pei waved her hand and asked them to stand up. Then, she pointed at Yang Kai and said, This is our Rakshasa sect's guest elder, Elder Yang. In the future, you must serve him with all your heart. Yes. More than a dozen female disciples responded respectfully. A bold girl secretly looked up at Yang Kai, then quickly lowered her eyes. Qin Pei then turned to look at Yang Kai and said, "This is the sect master's residence." When senior sister Tao heard that Elder Yang was coming, she ordered people to tidy it up. "Elder Yang, please see if there is anything you don't like. If there is, please tell me and I will do my best to adjust it." Yang Kai was slightly surprised. Sect Master Yu's residence? This is not appropriate. Since it was the sect master's residence, it was not appropriate for him, a guest elder, to live here. Although Yu Luocha was dead, the Rakshasa sect would definitely appoint a new sect master. Wouldn't this be like a dove occupying a magpie's nest? Qin Pei pursed her lips and smiled. "This is senior sister Tao's idea. Elder Yang, you don't have to refuse." Yang Kai hesitated for a moment before nodding. "All right then, I'll have to trouble junior sister Qin." Hearing him address her like this, Qin Pei couldn't help but be stunned for a moment, but soon a smile spread across her face. "Then Brother Yang, please rest first. If you need anything, just tell them and they will satisfy you." Bowing respectfully, Qin Pei said her goodbyes, but Yang Kai always felt that the look she gave him before she left was somewhat meaningful, and the words she said to him were quite provocative. A group of female disciples who served him and satisfied any of his requests, it would be difficult for him not to want more. Yang Kai rubbed his chin and turned to look at the dozen female disciples, causing them to immediately lower their heads. Yang Kai's eyes lit up when he saw this. These dozen or so female disciples, regardless of their cultivation, were all beautiful and had exquisite figures. This was not surprising as the entire Rakshasa sect was filled with women. Finding a few with beautiful faces and beautiful figures was naturally not a problem. He didn't look carefully before, but now that he did, Yang Kai found that these dozen or so women each had their own merits. Some were dignified, some were charming, some were quick-witted, and some were naive. Especially the two leading women, one of them had beautiful watery eyes, as if they were naturally covered with a layer of mist. When Yang Kai stared at her, she immediately blushed and lowered her head. Her every movement unintentionally exuded a strong charm, making people want to hold her in their arms and dote on her. This kind of natural seduction was something Yang Kai had seen many times before, but only Shan Qing Luo, the beguiling demon queen, could compare to her. Her seductive appearance wasn't deliberate, but rather inadvertently revealed, which was the most attractive thing to a man. Yang Kai clicked his tongue in wonder. He didn't know if the Rakshasa sect had a similar charm technique. If there was, letting this woman cultivate it would definitely be twice the result with half the effort. The other woman gave Yang Kai a pure feeling. Her entire person seemed to be without the slightest impurity. She was soft and weak, making people want to protect her. It was as if anyone who looked at her was a kind of blasphemy. However, it was this kind of extreme purity that made people want to destroy her. Needless to say, these people were the cream of the crop in the Rakshasa sect, and the two leaders were probably the most outstanding among the thousands of female disciples in the Rakshasa sect. Yang Kai laughed in his heart. It seemed that Taoyingrua had put in a lot of effort for him, sending these two seductresses. Coupled with Qin Pei's words before she left, if Yang Kai had the slightest idea, he was afraid that something would happen between him and these two female disciples. Once something really happened, would Yang Kai not think about the Rakshasa sect in the future? Women really did think too much. However, if he was in their shoes, Yang Kai could understand the thoughts of Taoyingrua and the higher-ups of the Rakshasa sect. In the entire Rakshasa sect, there was nothing worthy of Yang Kai's fondness and attention, except for beauty. This was not a honey trap, but a small trick. Yang Kai would not blame them. Moreover, with so many beauties accompanying him, it was better than being alone or facing a group of men. At the very least, it was pleasing to the eyes. Disciple Ran Yiru greets Elder Yang. The pure and flawless female disciple curtsied gracefully. Immediately after, the other woman, who was so charming that she was about to drip water, also hurriedly curtsied. Disciple Yu Karen greets elder. Chapter 3278. The voices of these two women were just like their temperaments. One was like a ghost in an empty valley, the other was sweet and pleasant. Especially Yu Kuren, when she opened her mouth to speak, Kaiyang felt as if his bones had lightened by 3 tails. His whole body felt as if it was floating in the air. The cultivation of these two women was not high, but it was not bad. They were both in the third-order origin king realm, and if they advanced further, they would be in the Tao source realm. For the current situation of the Rakshasa sect, the Tao source realm was the true cornerstone. If Tao Yingrua was willing to use these two, it was obvious how much importance she attached to Yang Kai. It was impossible to not attach importance to him. The safety of the sect depended on Yang Kai. If Yang Kai really wanted to do something, not to mention these two female disciples, he would not hesitate to recommend himself to him. Yang Kai nodded and said, "I'm sure you know about this king's origins, so there's no need to be reserved. Let's get along well." Disciple dares not, the two women lowered their heads. Yang Kai smiled slightly and let them be, turning around and walking inside. Seeing this, Ran Yi-ro and Yu Karen quickly followed behind, leaving the other female disciples outside. After entering the hall, the two women followed closely behind. They would only answer 1 or 2 questions when Yang Kai asked them, otherwise they would remain silent, assuming the attitude of a disciple. Although Ran Yi-ro acted naturally and gracefully, Yang Kai could still feel their nervousness and apprehension. The two women had been ordered to serve Yang Kai. Before this, they had received Tao Yingrua's instructions and had clearly told them that they couldn't refuse any of Elder Yang's requests. They were not children, so they naturally knew what Tao Yingrua meant. They had grown up in the Rakshasa sect, and although they had come into contact with some men during their travels, those men gave them a very bad feeling. Their eyes were full of covetousness and possessiveness. None of them were to their liking, so they had an instinctive rejection of other men. However, the Rakshasa sect was where they were born and raised. When the sect was in trouble, they naturally could not stand idly by. When they accepted this task, the two women had already accepted their fate. How could they treat this elder who could take them from them at any time? Naturally, he had to be extra careful. This was originally the residence of Yu Luocha, the leader of the Rakshasa sect. Naturally, the furnishings in the house had a feminine style. However, under Tao Yingrua's arrangement, most of these traces had been removed. The various items in the hall should have been newly purchased. Although there was still some lingering fragrance everywhere, it was not harmful. It didn't take long for Yang Kai to finish looking around the entire place. Then, he leisurely walked out and led the two women to stroll around the Rakshasa sect. Although the journey was tiring, it wasn't hard for him and he wasn't in a hurry to rest. Since he wanted to protect the Rakshasa sect, he naturally had to understand this place better. Moreover, sometimes, experiencing the different scenery and local customs was also a kind of experience for his state of mind. Within the Rakshasa sect, there were 20 to 30 spiritual peaks of various sizes. Each peak had its own unique scenery. Let's start with the Rakshasa peak where I live. Along the way, Ran Yiru and Yu Karen accompanied him. As usual, they answered all his questions. When they reached a certain place, Ran Yiru said, "In front is the forbidden area. It is inconvenient for this disciple to follow. Please forgive me, elder." As she spoke, she and Yu Karen both stopped. Forbidden area? Yang Kai also stopped and glanced in that direction. He didn't find anything special. He nodded and said, "Since it is a forbidden area, let's look elsewhere." Every sect had its own forbidden area. The Rakshasa sect naturally also had one. Ordinary disciples weren't qualified to set foot in this kind of place unless there were some powerful experts in the sect. Yu Karen said, if Elder wants to go, you can go by yourself. Yang Kai pondered for a moment. Isn't that inappropriate? Others said it was a forbidden area. What was the point of him going there? Yu Karen smiled sweetly. 2 small dimples appeared at the corner of her mouth. It's okay. Martial Uncle Tao said that Elder can go wherever he wants in the Rakshasa sect. Since others said so, Yang Kai didn't hold back. In any case, if the Rakshasa sect really had any secrets, he wouldn't care too much. He might as well go and see what the forbidden area was like. He ordered the 2 women, then wait for me here for a moment. I will be back soon. Yes. The 2 women respectfully answered. When they looked up, Yang Kai had already disappeared. They looked at each other and were secretly shocked. Although they hadn't seen many people in the Emperor realm, they had seen 3 or 5 people in the Emperor realm. They had never seen someone in the Emperor realm as mysterious as Yang Kai. Compared to him, their sect master seemed to be on a different level. With that thought in mind, Yu Karen secretly transmitted her voice, "Senior sister, Elder Yang seems to be easy to get along with." The 2 women had been on tenterhooks for several days. After all, they were suddenly assigned to the Rakshasa sect by Taoing Rua to serve the incoming guest elder. They were more or less worried that the newcomer would be a rough and bad-tempered man. It wasn't until they met him that they realized that Yang Kai wasn't what they thought. Not only was he not ugly, he even gave off a somewhat handsome vibe. His personality also seemed to be extremely gentle. Elder Yang is easy to get along with, but we can't overstep our boundaries, Ran Yiru said with a serious expression. Ran Yiru said sternly, you should speak less. If you do, you need to change your voice. Otherwise, the elder will think you're seducing him. Yu Karen blushed and said with tears in her eyes, my voice is like this. What should I do? Ran Yiru looked at her with a headache. You're doing it again. Not to mention a man, even she herself felt a rush of excitement when she heard her words just now. That sweet voice was like an invisible hand that constantly scratched at her heart. Yu Karen lowered her head and said with an aggrieved expression, all right then, I won't speak in front of Elder Yang anymore. Ran Yiru sighed. The sect is now under the protection of Elder Yang. You and I are his personal attendants and represent the sect's face. You and I have been senior sister for many years, so we naturally know your temperament. However, Elder Yang is just a newcomer. If he really misunderstands anything, not only will he look down on you and me, he will also look down on the sect. And, senior sister is right. Yu Karen raised her eyes and nodded heavily. She then pinched her mouth and said vaguely, then I'll be a mute from now on. Ran Yiru shook her head. That's not necessary. If Elder Yang really asks you something, you can't not answer. I'll remember. Yu Karen nodded her head like a chick pecking at rice. Suddenly, her eyes turned and she bit her red lips. Senior sister, let me ask you something. What is it? Ran Yiru had a bad feeling when she saw her strange expression. Yu Karen squirmed and shyly said, when night comes, if Elder Yang really. She could not continue. Blushing, Ran Yiru poked her head and gritted her teeth. You damned girl, what are you thinking about? Yu Karen held her head with both hands. But Martial Uncle Tao said it before. And don't you know that those in the Emperor realm have countless wives and concubines? I heard that every night what? Ran Yiru's voice trembled. She felt her cheeks burning as she asked. No woman, no joy. Yu Karen lowered her head and spat out the words. Ran Yiru fell silent. Yu Karen looked up and tilted her head to look at her. She waved her hand in front of her face and shouted, Senior sister. Ran Yiru smiled freely. Yin and Yang intercourse, the great Tao of heaven and earth. If it really reaches that step, with his identity and status, wouldn't he be worthy of us? We should be the ones climbing up his social ladder. Yu Karen's eyes immediately lit up, and he said with a look of worship, "Wow, senior sister, you're so open-minded." Ran Yiru pinched her cheeks and gritted her teeth. "Isn't it because you kept asking? You're not allowed to ask again, and you're not allowed to talk about this again." Yu Karen's eyes were watery from the pain. She begged for mercy. "Senior sister, please spare me. I was wrong, okay?" The so-called forbidden area was just a valley behind Rakshasa Peak. Yang Kai walked around and didn't find anything worth paying attention to. The spiritual chi of heaven and earth here wasn't much denser than other places, and there wasn't anything in the valley that could help one cultivate. This made him feel strange. Since it was a forbidden area, there should be some secrets hidden here, but this valley seemed ordinary no matter how he looked at it. He turned his gaze and stared at a cliff. If there was anything worth paying attention to in this valley, it would be this cliff. This cliff was as smooth as a mirror and looked extremely flat. It was hard to imagine how such a flat cliff was formed. Yang Kai went forward and knocked on it for a while. He found that it wasn't the work of man, but the work of nature. For a moment, he was amazed. The cliff was just an ordinary cliff, and Yang Kai didn't find any secret mechanisms or restrictions. It wasn't that Yang Kai wanted to pry into other people's secrets. He was just curious. Taoyingrua had said that there was no place in the Rakshasa sect that he couldn't go. Since she was so generous, there was no reason for him to hold back. After investigating for a long time, Yang Kai returned the way he came with a dark expression. He was sure that the valley was just an ordinary valley, and the cliff was just an ordinary cliff. There were no secrets to be found. Why was such a place called a forbidden area? Yang Kai couldn't figure it out. Of course, if he asked Taoyingrua, he might be able to find out something, but Yang Kai gave up. If he could find out, it was his own ability. If he couldn't find out and purposely asked, it would make him seem like he couldn't wait to covet other people's secrets. On the way back, Ran Yiru and Yu Karen were still standing at the same spot. When he walked up, he couldn't help but take a few more glances. It was because the two girls' cheeks were slightly red and their body fragrance was overflowing. He couldn't bear to look away. They obviously noticed it as well and were a little embarrassed. He continued to walk around the Rakshasa sect under the guidance of the two girls. Occasionally, he would encounter patrolling disciples. Most of them had seen Yang Kai before, and even if they hadn't, they could tell from Ran Yiru and Yu Karen's attitude. Naturally, they let him go without any hindrance. Chapter 3279. Half a day later, they had toured the entire Rakshasa sect. Yang Kai brought Ran Yiru and Yu Karen out again. 19? Yes, they went straight out of the sect. In the main hall, the remaining 5 Tao Source Realm cultivators of the Rakshasa sect were busy preparing for the coronation ceremony and making invitations. Suddenly, a female disciple walked in and whispered a few words in Qin Pei's ear. Qin Pei waved her hand to dismiss her and laughed, "Our honored guest elder really can't stay idle." Taoyingrua asked, "What happened?" Qin Pei replied, "He went out with 2 disciples." Taoyingrua's beautiful eyes lit up. "Where did they go?" Qin Pei said, "I heard that they went out for a walk. They should have gone to Luo City." Luo City was a city under the jurisdiction of the Rakshasa sect. It had a population of several million and most of the expenses of the Rakshasa sect came from this city. They went to Luo City. Taoyingrua pondered for a moment and her beautiful eyes lit up. She nodded and said, "Good, good." The few Tao Source Realm cultivators looked at her with strange expressions. Qin Pei said, "Senior sister, you mean?" Taoyingrua put down the invitation in her hand and took a sip of tea. "Why did we spend so much effort to prepare for the coronation ceremony and send out invitations?" Qin Pei thought for a moment and said, "Naturally, it's to create momentum. The only sect master of the Emperor realm was dead, and Yang Kai took the initiative to ask to be the honored guest elder. How could the Rakshasa sect not make use of such a good opportunity? The greater the momentum created now, the more the surrounding forces would not dare to underestimate the Rakshasa sect in the future. Taoing Rua said, and this momentum is on Elder Yang. We're just borrowing his strength to create momentum, but it's different if he shows up himself. Just wait and see. His trip to Luocheng this time is equivalent to announcing his relationship with our killing Rakshasa sect in advance. Let's see who dares to underestimate our sect in the future. The few Dao Source Realm cultivators' eyes lit up when they heard this. Qin Pei said, "Senior sister, are you saying that Elder Yang did it deliberately?" Taoing Rua nodded and said, "If not, why didn't he have a good rest when he just arrived?" She smiled and said, "We owe him a big favor." Everyone was enlightened and their faces were filled with gratitude. 2 days later, Yang Kai returned with Ran Yi Ro and Yu Karen. Since then, they had been living on Luo Sha Peak, secluding themselves and cultivating. But the effect of his trip was soon revealed. Although Luo City was under the control of the Rakshasa sect, the shops in the city did not belong to the Rakshasa sect alone. Most of the surrounding forces had businesses in the city. Yang Kai, Ran Yi Ro and Yu Karen swaggered through the streets of Luo City. It was difficult for people not to notice them. Naturally, they sent the news back to the forces behind them one by one. The disciples of the Rakshasa sect who returned with the invitations reported that the forces who received the invitations were all very polite to them. They all said that they would definitely be present at the coronation ceremony. Several forces even had masters from the Emperor realm personally come forward to receive the invitations. All kinds of signs indicated that the Rakshasa sect's crisis had passed. With Yang Kai's protection, no one dared to have any ideas about the Rakshasa sect. When the news reached the Rakshasa sect, Taoing Rua and the others were overjoyed. They prepared for the coronation ceremony even more carefully than when they prepared for the coronation ceremony. But then again, the entire Rakshasa sect was like a dragon without a leader. There were no masters from the Emperor realm, so no one was qualified to assume the position of sect master. For the time being, Taoing Rua, who was the strongest among them, temporarily took over the position of sect master. Only when she reached the Emperor realm would she truly take over the position of sect master. On this day, while Taoing Rua was busy, Yang Kai suddenly came to her uninvited. Taoing Rua did not dare to neglect this great hero who had saved the Rakshasa sect. She hurriedly invited him in and personally served him fragrant tea. After taking a seat, Taoing Rua asked, "Elder Yang, are you used to living here? Is there anything wrong with the service of the disciples?" Yang Kai smiled and waved his hand, "I'm used to wandering outside. It's the same wherever I live. Yi Ro and Karen also serve me very attentively." "That's good." Taoing Rua pursed her lips and smiled, "If you need anything, just tell them." There was one thing that she was very curious about. According to Ran Yi Ro and Yu Karen's daily report, since returning from Luocheng that day, Yang Kai had been cultivating and did not see them at all. In this world, there were really men who were not moved by beauty. Just this point alone was enough to make Taoing Rua admire him. She believed that Yang Kai knew why she arranged for Ran Yi Ro and Yu Karen to go over. If Yang Kai really wanted to, it was just a matter of pushing the boat with the current. Whether it was Ran Yi Ro, Yu Karen, or the dozen or so female disciples, they could not resist. As time passed, Taoing Rua became more and more satisfied with this guest elder. He only gave and did not ask for anything in return. What else could she say to such a person? "I came here today to consult the next sect master about something." Yang Kai looked solemn. Taoing Rua said, "Elder, if you have anything to say, my Rakshasa sect will definitely obey." Yang Kai smiled and said, "It's not a big deal, but I want to leave something in the Rakshasa sect." "Something?" Taoing Rua was stunned. Yang Kai said, I believe the next sect master has heard that I cultivate the law of space and can set up a territory crossing space array. Tao Yingrua nodded. This information was not a secret since the incident at the Orthodoxy Palace. Yang Kai was able to get more than 200 people from the Emperor realm, 3 holy spirits, and more than 30 Monster King as helpers in just one day because of the space array that could cross territory. Otherwise, how could he travel back and forth between the Eastern Territory, the Northern Territory, and the Southern Territory in just one day? Hearing him mention this, Tao Yingrua's eyes lit up. She said excitedly, Elder, you mean? Yang Kai nodded and said, That's right, I want to set up a space array in the Rakshasa sect that connects to the High Heaven Palace in the Northern Territory. You know that I can't stay here all year long, so I will leave after the coronation ceremony. In the future, the Rakshasa sect will have to rely on yourselves. However, it's better to be safe than sorry. If the Rakshasa sect really encounters any danger one day and I'm not there, you won't be able to resist. If there is a space array, it will be different. You can go to the High Heaven Palace in the Northern Territory to ask for help at any time. Although she had guessed it, when Yang Kai really said this, Tao Yingrua was still very excited. To be honest, it wasn't that she hadn't considered this before. Yang Kai was willing to come to the Rakshasa sect to be the guest elder. It wasn't impossible to ask him to connect the Rakshasa sect and the High Heaven Palace together, so as to seek long-term and effective protection. However, she didn't know what Yang Kai needed to set up a space array. In her opinion, a magical thing like a space array that could cross territory would definitely consume a huge amount of energy. She might not be able to afford it even if she sold the entire Rakshasa sect. Secondly, she didn't want to give Yang Kai the impression that she was insatiable. She didn't expect that Yang Kai would actually take the initiative to mention it. She was immediately delighted and said, Elder is really a good person. Yang Kai laughed and said, It's a small matter, but this still needs the agreement of the acting sect master. Agree, of course I agree. Tao Yingrua nodded quickly. Her state of mind that she had cultivated for so many years almost collapsed. At this moment, her expression was like a child who had gotten a new toy. Suddenly, she was startled and said, But what does Elder need? Elder, please draw up a list and I'll send someone to collect it. I don't need anything else. If you have space spirit crystals and space spirit jades, just give me some. Yang Kai had collected a lot of materials for arranging space arrays, and he had more than enough to arrange 100 more. But since the other party had said so, he just accepted a few as a token of appreciation. Good, I'll have someone find a way to collect these 2 things. There's one more thing. Does the acting sect master have any thoughts on where to set up the space array? Since he wanted to set up a space array, he naturally had to choose a place with tight security. Tao Yingrua said, Where does Elder think is the most appropriate place to set it up? Yang Kai pondered for a moment and said, Looking at the entire Rakshasa sect, the forbidden area behind Rakshasa Peak is the most suitable, but it is a forbidden area after all. Tao Yingrua immediately said, Wherever Elder thinks it is, this mistress has no objections. Her straightforwardness surprised Yang Kai, but he still nodded and said, All right, then it will be in the forbidden area. Tao Yingrua suddenly smiled faintly and said, Elder, you went to investigate the forbidden area. Were you disappointed? Yang Kai said awkwardly, I wasn't disappointed, I was just a little curious. Tao Yingrua pursed her lips and smiled, It's normal to be disappointed. Usually, there's nothing special about the forbidden area. If you want to take a look at it, you'll have to wait until the night of the full moon. Yang Kai raised his brow and asked, The night of the full moon? Tao Yingrua shook her head and said, I don't know the specific situation. I only heard the sect master mention it once. Only on the night of the full moon will some unexpected changes occur in the forbidden area. If Elder is interested, you might as well wait a few more days. The night of the full moon will be in 5 days. Then I'll have to take a look. Yang Kai suddenly became interested. He had gone to investigate the forbidden area once before and was greatly disappointed. However, he didn't expect that there would be another mystery in the forbidden area that wouldn't reveal itself until the time was right. This aroused his curiosity and he made up his mind to take a closer look on the night of the full moon in 5 days. It could be seen that in order to repay his kindness, the Rakshasa sect had completely let down their guard against him. If he were in their shoes, Yang Kai could understand their feelings. No matter what, simply giving them something couldn't be maintained for a long time. He asked a few more questions, but to his surprise, Taoyingrua had never been to the forbidden area and naturally didn't know what would happen on the night of the full moon. In the entire Rakshasa sect, only Yu Luocha was qualified to set foot there. After bidding farewell to Taoyingrua, Yang Kai directly rushed to the forbidden area in the valley and took out a large pile of materials to arrange a space array. After half a day, the space array had already taken shape. Yang Kai casually refined a transmission token and called Ran Yi and Ro Nu over. He told them the use of the transmission token and taught them how to open the space array. He asked them to pass on the message to Taoyingrua. With this space array, the Rakshasa sect would no longer have any worries in the future. After Taoyingrua received the transmission token, she personally came to thank him. Yang Kai simply took her to experience the transmission token and directly sent her back to the High Heaven Palace in the Northern Territory. She was amazed and couldn't calm down for a long time. Chapter 3280. In a flash, 5 days had passed. In the forbidden area of the mountain valley, surrounded by lush trees and fragrant flowers, Yang Kai sat cross-legged and looked up at the sky. The weather was good, with a bright moon and few stars, and the night sky was dark. There was nothing unusual in the surroundings, and as time passed, the full moon slowly climbed high in the sky. At this moment, a strange fluctuation of power suddenly appeared. This fluctuation was so weak that if Yang Kai had not been paying attention, he would not have noticed it. "It's here," Yang Kai muttered to himself in a low voice, his expression turning serious as he began to perceive the surroundings more attentively. The Rakshasa sect's forbidden area only had some abnormal changes on the night of the full moon, which really made him curious. Under his perception, the surroundings fell into a calm state again, as if what happened just now was just an illusion. But after a short while, the strange fluctuation of power appeared again, and this time it was much clearer than before, disappearing as soon as it appeared. "Where is it?" Yang Kai looked around with great interest, his eyes shining brightly. The third fluctuation soon appeared, and Yang Kai, who had been prepared for it, immediately looked in a certain direction and was immediately stunned. Because that direction was actually the brilliant cliff that he had observed before. When he came here to investigate 5 days ago, the cliff that had left the deepest impression on him was probably this cliff. It was as smooth as a mirror and clear as a mirror. There was not the slightest trace of human effort. It was all the work of nature. But now, the abnormality was actually this extremely flat cliff. Yang Kai was a little surprised and swept the cliff with his divine sense inch by inch, wondering if there was some kind of profound barrier here that could hide it from his detection. But after searching for a while, he still found nothing. Fortunately, the strange fluctuation of power appeared more and more frequently, faster and faster, until finally, a strange scene appeared on the smooth cliff, as if it had turned into a mirror. The mirror was strange and varied, but it was impossible to see clearly. And with the change of the cliff, a massive amount of world energy was produced in the mountain valley, filling it to the brim. Yang Kai couldn't help but be moved. Feeling around, he found that the world energy in this valley was comparable to the heaven-rank secret area of the Spirit Lake Palace outside Maplewood City. If an ordinary cultivator could cultivate in this place, 1 day of cultivation would be equivalent to 10 days of cultivation for others. The valley was not like this during the day. The spiritual chi of heaven and earth was not much stronger than the surroundings. It was really amazing that there would be such an astonishing change on a full moon night. But Kai Yang faintly felt that this kind of change was only a superficial one. The most important thing was probably the smooth surface of the cliff. He exerted his eyesight and stared deeply at the cliff, trying to find some clues from it. Looking at it, Kai Yang suddenly let out a cry of surprise. This was because he actually felt something inexplicable from the refraction of the brilliance of the cliff. As he focused his attention, the folding and flipping rays of light actually had the tendency to turn into words. The more he focused, the clearer he could see. Yang Kai didn't dare to be negligent and took note of it. A moment later, he was surprised to find that this was an extremely good cultivation method. This time, he was really surprised. On a full moon night in the forbidden area of the Rakshasa sect's valley, a cultivation method was born on the cliff. If he hadn't seen it with his own eyes, Yang Kai wouldn't have believed it. This cultivation method was incomplete, but after carefully examining it, it seemed to be suitable for women to cultivate. It was somewhat similar to the Rakshasa sect's cultivation method. Thinking about it this way, he guessed that the Rakshasa sect's cultivation method was born from this cliff. It was likely that Yu Luocha had discovered something unusual here and obtained this opportunity, which allowed her to cultivate all the way to the Emperor realm. It was precisely because of this that she established a sect here and established the Rakshasa sect. Just as Yang Kai's thoughts were fluctuating, the scene on the cliff changed again. It was no longer a blurry and distorted text, but a distorted figure appeared. The figure seemed to be dancing on the cliff under the moonlight, but there was a mysterious divine technique in its every movement, which was intoxicating. If one could immerse themselves in it and comprehend it, they would definitely gain a lot. Yang Kai didn't know how this strange scene was formed, but it could be man-made or natural. He could only sigh. The world was really full of wonders. Immersing his mind in it, he carefully comprehended it and verified it with what he had learned. He also gained a lot. Yang Kai couldn't help but sigh. Yu Luocha's luck was really bad. If she was given enough time, with this opportunity alone, she would definitely be able to reach the Third Order Emperor realm in the future. Unfortunately, he actually died in the Orthodoxy Palace, dying young before he had the chance to mature. But now, Yang Kai understood why Yu Luocha had turned this place into a forbidden area, even forbidding Taoing Rua and the others from approaching. This kind of thing was naturally best enjoyed alone. Otherwise, once news of it spread, it would attract many people's greed. Of course, Yu Luocha's selfishness was a factor, but it was also human nature. But then again, Yu Luocha's cultivation was only at the First Order Emperor realm, so her comprehension was definitely not very good. Otherwise, with this opportunity, she wouldn't have only grown to this level. At a certain moment, the light on the cliff suddenly disappeared. Yang Kai, who was immersed in all kinds of comprehension, felt something and turned his head to look in a certain direction. His gaze was so deep that it seemed to be able to cross the barrier of space and look directly at a certain place. Frowning and thinking for a moment, Yang Kai got up and disappeared in an instant. When he reappeared, he was already at the edge of the mountain valley. Quietly staring at the void in front of him, Yang Kai's space principles suddenly fluctuated. His hands slowly stretched forward and then disappeared, as if they were inserted into the void. Open. With a loud shout, space was torn apart and a void crack formed. Yang Kai plunged into it. The surroundings were filled with nothingness and chaos, and there was also a terrifying turbulence surging in the void. Anyone who came here would have a difficult time, and if they were careless, they would be swallowed by the void and get lost in this void crack. Yang Kai was still not afraid. It wasn't the first time he had come to this kind of place. Principles fluctuated around his body, and the surging void turbulence was pulled away by an invisible force. He then wrapped his space principles with his divine sense and spread it out in all directions to investigate carefully. After a while, a look of disappointment appeared on his face. He slowly shook his head and returned the way he came. Reappearing in the mountain valley, Kai Yang discovered that the night had unknowingly passed and it was now almost daytime. Standing in place, Yang Kai looked around, then looked up at the sky and then at the smooth cliff in the distance. A thoughtful look flashed across his face as a bold guess emerged in his heart. If he was not mistaken, he probably understood what was going on with the changes in the forbidden area in this mountain valley. Unfortunately, he couldn't grasp any clues throughout the night and only realized it when it was almost over. If he wanted to fully understand it, he would probably have to wait another month. He would have to wait until the next full moon to find out the truth. Yang Kai couldn't help feeling a little annoyed, but when he thought about it, he felt relieved. On the way back to Rakshasa Peak, Ran Yi-ro and Yu Karen respectfully greeted Yang Kai outside the hall. Yang Kai walked past them and walked into the room, his voice drifting over, "Inform me when the ceremony starts." "Yes," Ran Yi-ro and Yu Karen respectfully replied. For the next few days, Yang Kai had been cultivating behind closed doors and did not go out. It wasn't until the day of the ceremony that Yang Kai dressed up under the service of Ran Yi-ro and Yu Karen. It was not the first time he had experienced a crowning ceremony. The last time he was in Azure Sun Temple, it was funny to say that both were crowning ceremonies for guest elders, but each one was grander than the last. Even if other sects hired guest elders, they would not hold any ceremony. At most, they would send a notice to the surrounding sects that they were on good terms with, telling others that this person was already a guest elder of their sect. In the future, when they go out and meet them, everyone would give face. But whether it was Azure Sun Temple or Rakshasa sect, they all attached great importance to Yang Kai. Not to mention Azure Sun Temple, Rakshasa sect's safety now depended on Yang Kai. How could it not be grand? Guests from all around came to congratulate. Not only the guests from nearby forces who received the invitation, but even many people from Rakshasa sect who had never dealt with rushed over. Facing the unexpected arrival of the Emperor realm one after another, the disciples in charge of welcoming guests in front of the mountain gate were under a lot of pressure. Tao Inrua, Qin Pei, and the others also didn't know whether to laugh or cry. They didn't expect so many people to come to their own crowning ceremony. There were only 5 Dao Source Realm Masters in the entire Killing Luo sect, so they had no choice but to send 3 of them to greet the guests outside the mountain gate, while the remaining 2 were busy greeting the guests. They simply had no time to spare. But they all knew that the reason why they came uninvited was not to give face to Rakshasa sect, but to give face to Yang Kai. The incident at Orthodoxy Temple had been brewing for such a long time that it had already spread throughout the entire southern territory. Not to mention, all the slightly famous sects in the southern territory at that time had been involved. Basically, everyone who was still alive owed Yang Kai a life-saving grace. Since they came to congratulate, they naturally brought gifts. The disciples in charge of registering the gifts were shocked to the point of numbness. The countless natural treasures left the female disciples of the Temple Ghost sect, who had not seen much of the world, flabbergasted. When they registered the gifts, their hands that held the brushes trembled. With so many people coming, the originally prepared seats were far from enough. Tao Inrua urgently mobilized the disciples and increased the number of seats by nearly 5 times, barely making up for the gap. On this day, the entire Rakshasa sect's thousands of disciples, regardless of their cultivation level, were all working around the clock. They didn't have the time to rest at all. After the event, the number of people from the Emperor realm who came to congratulate Rakshasa sect was more than 100. There were also countless cultivator from other realms. There were almost 1,500 guests in the entire main hall. This number was more than all the disciples of Rakshasa sect. It really showed Tao Inrua and the others what the influence of a single person was. The ceremony was held as scheduled. Under the congratulations of countless people, Yang Kai became the Rakshasa sect's guest elder. Now that his status was confirmed, Tao Inrua and the others finally felt relieved. Chapter 3281. The grand ceremony only lasted for 1 day, but it wasn't until 3 days later that the Rakshasa sect finally calmed down and sent off the various guests. 24. During these 3 days, Yang Kai had been dealing with the various great emperors. Since he had become the Rakshasa sect's guest elder, he could only take advantage of his position and use this grand ceremony as a bridge to establish good relations between the Rakshasa sect and many other sects. This result made Tao Inrua and the others overjoyed. It could be said that their goal of hiring Yang Kai as their guest elder had been achieved. In the future, no one would dare to casually provoke the Rakshasa sect in the entire southern territory. With Yang Kai's golden signboard, the Rakshasa sect only needed to develop step by step and there would always be a chance for them to rise again. This was not something Yang Kai needed to consider. He had the High Heaven Palace to protect the Rakshasa sect only because of the jade bracelet, so it was impossible for him to stay here for a long time. Originally, he had planned to leave after the grand ceremony. In any case, he had left a territory crossing space array. If the Rakshasa sect really encountered any trouble, Tao Inrua could go to the High Heaven Palace to ask for help. However, because of the forbidden area in the mountain valley, Yang Kai had to delay his departure for a while. He planned to wait until the next full moon before leaving. On Rakshasa Peak, Tao Inrua led the few Dao Source Realm junior sisters over. After Ran Yi Ro reported, Yang Kai received them in the guest hall. The 5 Dao Source Realm junior sisters lined up in a row below. After bowing together, Tao Inrua said, "The Rakshasa sect will never forget Elder Yang's kindness. In the future, if Elder Yang has any orders, the Rakshasa sect will definitely obey." Yang Kai raised his hand and helped them up. He waved his hand and said, "Acting sect master is too polite. I am now a member of the Rakshasa sect. This is my duty." Tao Inrua said gratefully, "The Rakshasa sect is really lucky to have Elder Yang." While speaking, she gave Qin Pei a meaningful look. Qin Pei walked forward with a space ring in her hands and respectfully handed it over. "This is..." Yang Kai took it and glanced at her suspiciously. Qin Pei said, "This is the congratulatory gift from various guests during the grand ceremony. The disciples have a tally and made jade disc. Elder Yang, take a look and see if there is anything missing." Naturally, they couldn't leave these things behind. Yang Kai gave Yang face. Naturally, they couldn't leave these gifts and handed them all, gifts. Yang Kai Yang. This was an unimaginable wealth for the entire Rakshasa sect, but it was nothing to him. The High Heaven Palace now controlled the entire northern territory. The annual income was beyond imagination. What was this little thing? Yang Kai didn't intend to share these things with the Rakshasa sect. He knew that even if he said it, Tao Inrua and the others wouldn't agree to accept it. These women weren't so thick-skinned. Moreover, it was better to teach a man to fish than to give him a fish. If the Rakshasa sect wanted to develop in the future and obtain cultivation resources, they must have a long-term business. He had already made plans for this. "If acting sect master is free, you can go to the High Heaven Palace and look for my head chief. Maybe you can discuss with her a way to make the Rakshasa sect rich. In the future, the disciples will need various resources for their cultivation." Tao Inrua's eyes lit up when she heard this. "Thank you, Elder Yang. I will go in a few days." Yang Kai nodded and said, "When you go, tell her that I will stay here for a month. I will go back after a month." Okay. For Tao Inrua and the others, it didn't matter how long Yang Kai wanted to stay in the Rakshasa sect. After all, even the forbidden area in the valley was open to him. What else could he not want? It would be best if he could have something with Ran Yiru and Yu Karen. Unfortunately, this wish didn't come true. In the following 20 days, Yang Kai stayed in his room as usual and didn't come out. Not to mention Tao Inrua and the others, even Ran Yiru and Yu Karen didn't see Yang Kai again. A month passed in the blink of an eye, and it was a full moon night. Yang Kai came to the forbidden area in the valley early and couldn't help but frown. The last time he came here, the moon was bright, but this time, the weather wasn't good. Dark clouds covered the sky and the whole world was dark without the slightest bit of light. He couldn't help but feel a little worried. He didn't know if the change in the weather would have any effect on the forbidden area, but if it was as he had guessed before, the weather didn't matter much. He waited quietly, and at a certain moment, the familiar feeling appeared again. Yang Kai's expression brightened and he felt that his previous guess was right. However, this time, he didn't pay attention to the smooth cliff because there was no moonlight and there was no abnormality on the cliff. He directly went to the last place he noticed last time. Not long after, another weak energy fluctuation appeared. This time, Yang Kai, who was prepared, opened his eyes wide and stared at the void in front of him, his heart filled with excitement. Sure enough, as he had guessed, when the energy fluctuation appeared, an imperceptible crack appeared in the void, but the crack disappeared in an instant, so the energy fluctuation also stopped abruptly and wasn't obvious. Last time, Yang Kai had noticed this anomaly, but his mind had been immersed in the smooth cliff until the last moment, so he was unable to track the source of the energy fluctuation. There must be something in the void crack. Every full moon night, the unknown existence would break through the void, causing a void crack to appear in the valley. Then, under the refraction of the moonlight, some of the situation inside the void crack would be reflected onto the smooth cliff. So, the source was not the cliff, but the inside of the void crack. Yang Kai couldn't help rubbing his fists and couldn't wait to find out what mysteries were hidden in the void crack here. Even if others noticed this, they wouldn't be able to do anything about it. But Yang Kai was different. He was proficient in the Tao of space, so as long as he could track the source of the energy fluctuation, he could directly tear space and enter the void crack to investigate. Although Yang Kai had also torn space last time, the void crack was unpredictable and unpredictable. Even if he used it in the same place, he couldn't find the source. After several energy fluctuations, the fleeting void crack finally appeared in its entirety. If it weren't for Yang Kai, even a third-stage Emperor Realm Master wouldn't be able to detect it. No longer hesitating, Yang Kai inserted his hands into the void crack, tore it to the sides, and flashed inside. Inside the void crack, Yang Kai was stunned for a moment as he stared blankly ahead, almost unable to believe his eyes. Everything that had happened before made him speculate that there might be something hidden in this void crack, and in fact, his guess was right. This time, he had followed the traces and found something. But what was hidden here was not a rare treasure or divine weapon as he had imagined, but a person, a woman. It should be a woman. A man wouldn't wear such a flowery dress. The woman was sitting cross-legged in the void. She was so thin that she was only skin and bones. Her eyes were sunken in and her hair was silver white. Her eyes were dim and lifeless, like the eyes of a dead fish. Her entire body was filled with faint vitality, as if she could die at any moment. Yang Kai was shocked. How could there be a woman here? He knew that the void crack was extremely dangerous. Not to mention that he wasn't proficient in the Tao of space, even someone like him could lose his life if he got lost in it. However, he had never thought that he would one day find a woman in the void. Judging from her appearance, she should be one of the unlucky people who got lost in the void crack, but who knew how long she had been lost? She was so thin that she was just skin and bones. It had to be known that those who could enter the void crack were not weak, and since they were strong, they would naturally carry some recovery spirit pills, source crystals, and the like. But judging from the situation of this woman, Yang Kai estimated that she had been trapped here for thousands of years, otherwise her body would not have shrunk so much. The moment he saw her, Yang Kai almost imagined a scene. After being trapped in this endless void crack for so many years, all the items in his space ring had been consumed, leaving him with no choice but to rely on the vitality of his physical body to maintain his vitality. After an unknown number of years, almost all of his flesh and blood had been consumed, resulting in his current emaciated appearance. Who was she, and how did she get trapped here? What shocked Yang Kai even more was that she was still alive. Her vitality was indeed faint, like a candle in the wind and rain, about to be extinguished at any time, but she was still alive. Because when Yang Kai saw her, her dim eyes suddenly moved stiffly, as if they had not moved for a long time, but they immediately fixed on Yang Kai. Staring at each other, her eyes flashed with joy and disbelief as if she had just escaped death, and a gurgling sound came from her throat. Seeing this scene, at this moment, Yang Kai suddenly felt a chill run down his spine. The woman's mouth, which was as dry as tree bark, opened and closed a few times, but she was unable to make any sound. With this movement, her originally faintly discernible vitality was rapidly consumed, and the light in her eyes quickly dimmed. Yang Kai broke out in cold sweat, truly afraid she would die. After hesitating for a moment, Yang Kai took out a spirit pill from his space ring, pinched it between his fingertips, and walked over. The woman's eyes were immediately attracted to the spirit pill in Yang Kai's hand, like a starving ghost who had seen some delicious food, her weak breathing becoming somewhat rapid. Yang Kai sighed secretly. Although he couldn't feel any powerful aura from this woman at the moment, she had been able to survive in the void for thousands of years, so her strength was absolutely terrifying. At this moment, just an Origin King grade spirit pill was enough to make her so weak, so Yang Kai couldn't help but sigh. She no longer had the demeanor of a master. Chapter 3282. To be honest, Yang Kai didn't know whether this woman was good or evil after finding her in the void, so he didn't know how to deal with her for a while. This woman was a heinous existence, so if he saved her life, wouldn't that be the same as helping her commit a sin? However, if this woman had accidentally broken into this place and was trapped here, it would be too cruel for him to just sit back and watch. He was definitely this woman's last chance, and if he didn't do anything, she would definitely die. So, in any case, Yang Kai decided to restore her vitality first. It wouldn't be too late to make a decision after he learned more about her origins and nature. Stepping forward, Yang Kai handed over the spirit pill in his hand. The emaciated woman stared at it eagerly, trying to swallow it, but sadly, she didn't even have the strength to open her mouth and could only look up at Yang Kai pleadingly. Yang Kai didn't know whether to laugh or cry, suddenly feeling that he had been too cautious. Even if this woman had really been heinous in the past, in her current state, it would take her at least a few dozen years to recover. With no other choice, Yang Kai reached out, opened her mouth, and stuffed the spirit pill into her mouth before circulating his Emperor Qi to help her swallow it. A look of gratitude flashed across the woman's eyes before she closed her eyes and began to adjust her breathing. Yang Kai didn't remain idle either, placing his hand on her shoulder, and regardless of whether she agreed or not, carefully pouring his Emperor Qi into her body to help her refine the medicinal efficacies. As a result, Yang Kai understood the situation in her body like the back of his hand, and he couldn't help feeling a little shocked. He didn't know what kind of cultivation this woman had at her peak, but at this moment, her physique was shriveled up and her meridians were almost completely shriveled up. Yang Kai had to concentrate and carefully circulate his Emperor Qi, otherwise, if he wasn't careful, her body would explode and she would die. An Origin King grade spirit pill was naturally not enough for her to fully recover. Even with Yang Kai's help refining all the medicinal efficacies, she only managed to stabilize her unstable vitality. Her emaciated appearance didn't change at all, but her dead fish eyes finally regained some color. Yang Kai sighed with emotion. It was said that even ants would struggle to survive, let alone humans. However, if a person was really trapped in this place for thousands of years, Yang Kai felt that it would be better to just die. At least death would be the end of everything. Being trapped in this place was simply torture. But this woman had survived. What kind of strong willpower and tenacity did this require? The cultivation of this woman's temperament was definitely unimaginable, which was why she was able to persist under such conditions. After refining the Origin King Grade Spirit Pill, the woman stared straight at Yang Kai with a look of longing in her eyes, obviously wanting Yang Kai to give her more pills. Yang Kai pretended not to understand and stood there scratching his face. Seeing that there was no result, the woman didn't press the issue and closed her eyes again. After recovering for a while, she opened her mouth and a string of words came out. It was obvious that she hadn't spoken for a long time. Even though she had obtained a spirit pill to maintain her vitality, she still couldn't form a sentence. After struggling for a long time, she finally managed to form a complete sentence, "Many, thanks." These two simple words seemed to have exhausted all her strength, so after saying them, she closed her mouth and fell silent. Yang Kai nodded and smiled. "It was nothing. May I ask what honored sir's name is?" The woman was startled and a blank look appeared in her eyes. Yang Kai observed her expression and wondered if she had been trapped here for so long that she had even forgotten her own name. But very soon, the woman tried her best to reply, "Sound. Rain. Bamboo." A person's name was their brand throughout their life. Even if they forgot it for a while, they could always recall it after some thought. Yang Kai was stunned for a moment. This name was quite strange. Thinking about it carefully, he didn't seem to have heard of this surname among the people he had dealt with. "This junior is Yang Kai." Yang Kai cupped his fists. "I am the current guest elder of the Rakshasa sect. I inadvertently found something in the forbidden area and followed the traces here. I didn't expect to see honored sir here." The abnormality in the forbidden area of the Rakshasa sect was caused by honored sir? Sheng Yuzhu nodded. It was unknown whether it was because she was a woman of few words or because it was difficult for her to speak. Sure enough. Yang Kai laughed dumbfoundedly. Everything that had happened in the forbidden area had led him to guess that the root cause was in this void crevice, and after seeing this Yuzhu here, Yang Kai immediately concluded that those anomalies must be man-made. Sheng Yuzhu was trapped here, so she used the great divine technique to leave clues through the tiny space crack. If someone really found this clue, they would definitely be curious about the space crack and find her. But this kind of inexplicable clue could only be found by Li Wui of the Spirit Beast Island in this world except for Yang Kai. Because only the two of them were proficient in the law of space and could perceive the existence of the space crack. Otherwise, the sect master of the Rakshasa sect, Yu Luocha, wouldn't have been unaware of it. She only thought that the situation in the forbidden area was a blessing from heaven and earth, a blessing from heaven to the Rakshasa sect. In that case, what Yu Luocha had comprehended from the smooth cliff was intentionally left behind by Sheng Yuzhu. Therefore, Yu Luocha could be considered as Sheng Yuzhu's disciple. The entire Killing Luo sect could be considered as Sheng Yuzhu's disciples and grand disciples. Looking at Sheng Yuzhu's current situation, it was obvious that she didn't have the ability to do those things. Yang Kai estimated that the method had been used thousands of years ago and had been maintained in an incredible state. That was why the situation changed every full moon night. "How long have honored sir been trapped here?" Yang Kai asked again. He was really curious about this question. Sheng Yuzhu slowly shook her head. "I don't really remember." This was a really sad answer. Hearing this, Yang Kai couldn't help but cry for her. She didn't remember how long she had been trapped here. Obviously, it had been a long time, so long that she couldn't calculate the time. Does honored sir understand the law of space? Yang Kai thought of another matter. The space crack in the forbidden area of the valley couldn't have appeared for no reason. It could only have been man-made. Sheng Yuzhu said, "I have been trapped for too long. I can only think of a way." After a long pause, she said with difficulty, "I just know a little." Yang Kai nodded in agreement. That space crack was too small, as fine as a hair. Yu Luocha had been cultivating in the forbidden area for thousands of years and still hadn't noticed it. If Yang Kai hadn't been proficient in the law of space, he wouldn't have been able to discover it. It was reasonable for Sheng Yuzhu to say that she only knew a little. If she didn't know a little, she wouldn't have been able to create that space crack. If she was proficient in it, she would have already expanded the space crack and escaped. Yang Kai estimated that her attainments in the law of space were only at the entry level, far from touching upon the law of space. Little brother. Sheng Yuzhu suddenly called out. What can I do for honored sir? Yang Kai looked at her. Sheng Yuzhu said, since you can come here, it means you can tear space. Can you take me away? After talking for a while, her ability to express herself gradually became smoother, and her hoarse voice gradually became smooth, but she still lacked breath. When she said this, her eyes were full of desire. After waiting for so many years, a person had finally come to her, and at first glance, she could tell that this person was proficient in the law of space. If she wanted to escape, she had to rely on Yang Kai. How could she not grasp such a good opportunity? Yang Kai touched his chin and said with a troubled expression, but I don't know if honored sir is a good person or a bad person. Sheng Yuzhu blinked and said, if I say I'm a good person, will you believe me? Shaking his head, Kai Yang sternly replied, naturally I don't believe you. Sheng Yuzhu said, if I were a bad person, I wouldn't have been schemed against back then and be stranded here, unable to see the sun all year round. Yang Kai shook his head and said, words are no proof. If honored sir is really an evil person, I can't let you go. Sheng Yuzhu sighed and said, how can you prove whether I am good or evil? I have been trapped here for who knows how many years. Even if there were people I knew back then, I'm afraid most of them are already dead. You don't necessarily know those who haven't died. Do you want to go out and inquire? That's not impossible. Yang Kai raised his eyebrows, then who do you know? Well, if you think they can't live until now, you don't have to say anything. Just pick a few of them and tell me. Sheng Yuzhu laughed and said, you are very careful. Yang Kai said solemnly, I can't help it. Forgive me. Sheng Yuzhu thought for a while, and the first name that popped out of her mouth startled Yang Kai, is Wukong still alive? Yang Kai's eyes widened, and his face was full of excitement, Wukong? Which Wukong? Sheng Yuzhu looked at him thoughtfully, you seem to have heard of this name. So, he succeeded? Yang Kai's head was dripping with cold sweat, which Wukong are you talking about, honored sir? Sheng Yuzhu looked at him meaningfully, no one else. It's the one you are thinking of, the one who practiced the heaven-devouring great emperor's tactics. Yang Kai was shocked and asked in a deep voice, honored sir, are you acquainted with Wukong? Sheng Yuzhu chuckled, of course, it's all thanks to him that I'm trapped here. What? Yang Kai felt that his brain was not enough. This skinny woman in front of him was trapped in this crack of the void because of Wukong? So, wasn't she from the same era as Wukong? For a moment, Yang Kai couldn't help sweating. Previously, he guessed that Sheng Yuzhu must have been trapped here for a long time, at least thousands of years. But if she was from the same era as Wukong, thousands of years were nothing. That was tens of thousands of years. Just thinking about it made him shudder. A person who was trapped in this dark place for tens of thousands of years didn't go crazy. Instead, she kept trying to send messages to the outside world to lead people to rescue her. Sheng Yuzhu was definitely an experienced old monster. Suddenly, Yang Kai realized that something was wrong and sneered, honored sir, do you think I am easy to fool because I am young? Sheng Yuzhu was stunned and asked, what do you mean? She didn't understand why Yang Kai suddenly turned hostile. Yang Kai snorted, Wukong, also known as the heaven-devouring great emperor, is the first person in history. If he really attacked you, would you still be alive? Are you telling me that you are also one of the great emperors? Chapter 3283. This was obviously impossible. If this Xing Yuzhu was really one of the great emperors, she would have broken through the void and left this place. 21. The great emperors inherited the fortune of heaven and earth and were recognized by the heavens. They were not existences that could be trapped in the void. He really succeeded, Xing Yuzhu murmured. The expression in her eyes was a little strange. She paused and said, "It's no wonder you misunderstood. It's just that when I was trapped here by his trap, he was not yet one of the great emperors." Yang Kai's mouth opened wider than an egg in an instant. The amount of information in this sentence was a little too much. Wukong had been famous for too long. The name of the great emperors of heaven devouring great emperor was known by everyone in the entire astral world. But who knew when he became one of the great emperors? And Xing Yuzhu actually told Yang Kai that when she was trapped here, Wukong had not yet become one of the great emperors. Then the question was, how long had she been trapped here? It was a long time after Wukong became one of the great emperors of heaven devouring great emperor, and the war of the great emperors could be traced back to 30,000 years ago. In other words, this Xing Yuzhu had been trapped here for at least 30,000 to 40,000 years. And for such a long time, Xing Yuzhu could not get out of here. After painstakingly studying, she had just entered the threshold of the power of space. She could barely open a space crack and send out a message. Yang Kai almost suspected that she was lying. How could a person survive in this place for so long? Xing Yuzhu ignored him and said, "Back then, Wukong and I were on par with each other in terms of strength. We both had the potential to become great emperors. Because of this, Wukong plotted against me." Yang Kai's eyes flashed. "You competed with Wukong for the position of great emperors?" This was such a heroic thing, and it was actually done by a woman. It was hard to imagine. Such a person must have been very famous back then. Xing Yuzhu smiled bitterly. "Before I could, I was plotted against by him, and then I drifted into the void until today." Yang Kai looked at her sympathetically. "This enmity is really big. The battle for the great Tao was unscrupulous. It was not that Wukong was despicable and shameless, although he was not a good person. It was just that Xing Yuzhu was not a good person. However, the hatred between them was irreconcilable." Xing Yuzhu's reaction to this matter at this moment was quite ordinary, without any resentment or hatred. This made Yang Kai think highly of her, thinking that she wasn't a bad person. But this way, he could be sure that Xing Yuzhu's previous cultivation was probably the kind that Yang Yan said. She was only half a step away from becoming great emperors. But because she had not been recognized by heaven and earth, she could not become great emperors. Such a character was not comparable to an ordinary third-layer emperor. If the conditions were right, she could challenge for the position of great emperors at any time and replace the current 10 great emperors. Xing Yuzhu looked Yang Kai up and down again and said, "You don't look too old, but you are actually a second-order emperor. In time, you may be able to compete with the heroes of the world." Yang Kai said solemnly, "Where the heart goes, the body goes." Xing Yuzhu nodded and said, "Very good. With such ambition, there will be a place for you in the future." After a pause, she said, "You haven't told me yet. Is Wukong still alive?" Yang Kai sighed, "He's dead." Of course, this was not the truth. Although Wukong's physical body was destroyed, his soul was entangled with Duan Hongchen. They shared a body, so it could be said that he was in a half-dead state. The reason why he answered like this was because he wanted to see how Xing Yuzhu would react. If she showed any abnormal behavior, Yang Kai would have to consider whether to take her out or not. Hearing this, Xing Yuzhu was obviously stunned and said in a daze, "He's dead?" Yang Kai said solemnly, the heaven-devouring great emperor wreaked havoc in the territory of the great emperors. Wherever he passed, he destroyed the stars. The great emperors could not bear it and joined forces to kill him in the shattered star sea. Sheng Yuzhu looked at him and asked, "When did this happen?" "About 30,000 years ago." "It's been so long." Sheng Yuzhu had a complicated expression and sighed faintly, success because of the heaven-devouring great emperor, failure because of the heaven-devouring great emperor. Karma is a circle. Yang Kai said, "Senior, you should be happy." Sheng Yuzhu nodded and said, "Yes, I should be happy. In the early years, I thought that he would not have a good end. I didn't expect that he would end up being attacked by so many people. Well, since he's dead, all the grudges have been settled. Let's not talk about him. How many of Duan Hongchen, Yao Jun, Zhan Wuhen and Chu Tianji do you know?" Yang Kai's cold sweat slid down his forehead and his face twitched. He said, "Senior Hongchen is the role model of my generation. I've met him a few times. I've also met the great emperors of Serene Soul, Yao Jun. But who are this Zhan Wuhen and Chu Tianji?" Sheng Yuzhu said 4 names. 2 of them were the great emperors. Although Yang Kai did not know who Zhan Wuhen and Chu Tianji were, he had some guesses. Sheng Yuzhu said, "Zhan Wuhen practiced the Iron Blood Catalogue and was the most combative. Perhaps he has another name now, but his real name is unknown. As for Chu Tianji, he's just a fraud, but he has the ability to see through the mysteries of heaven." Yang Kai's cold sweat poured down even more. He said weakly, "Senior may be referring to the Iron Blood Great Emperor and the Great Emperors of Heaven's revelations." He wailed in his heart. She was indeed an old monster who had lived for tens of thousands of years. The people she knew were all the great emperors. However, this was not surprising. He had asked her to find a few people who might still be alive to talk to. Naturally, she would choose those with top-notch strength. Since these top-notch existences had survived until now, they would naturally not be unknown. With this relationship, no matter how powerful she was now, if she really went out, who would dare to provoke her? Even if the great emperors met her, they would still have to give her some face. They are all the great emperors. Sheng Yuzhu's eyes showed a look of nostalgia, as if she was recalling the past. She quickly recovered and said with a smile, "They shouldn't be dead, right? You just need to ask them who I am, and they will naturally tell you. They are all still alive." Yang Kai wiped the sweat on his forehead and said with a bitter face, "But the great emperors are all mysterious people. I can't find them." Of the 4 great emperors, Duan Hongchen was probably still entangled with Wukong in the ancestral territory. Although the Iron Blood Great Emperor was in charge of the Star Court, he was also mysterious. The last time he appeared in the Western Territory, it was a pity that he did not meet with him at all. Instead, he destroyed his territory-crossing space array and intercepted Lin Yun. Yang Kai estimated that if he met the Iron Blood Great Emperor again, he would not have a good face. After all, he almost kidnapped Xiao Yun. As for the great emperors of Serene Soul, needless to say, last time in the Eastern Territory, he had a little conflict with his daughter Yaolin and almost killed her. In the end, it was the soul of the great emperors of Serene Soul who came to solve the problem. This was not a small matter. The great emperors of Gloomy Dark did not pursue the matter, so how could he take the initiative to send himself to them? It was said that the great emperors of Heaven's revelations lived in the Divine Design Valley, but Yang Kai did not know where the Divine Design Valley was in the territory and where the door was. In the end, it was because Sheng Yuzhu's level was too high. Although she was now skinny and weak when she spoke, a starving camel was still bigger than a horse. With tens of thousands of years of friendship, all the people she knew were illustrious and famous. Then what should I do? Sheng Yuzhu was a little helpless. It had been too long. If it had been thousands of years, it would have been fine. The Emperor realm had a long lifespan, so she could mention a few more names and let Yang Kai investigate. However, after tens of thousands of years, how many of them had survived to the present? Almost all of them were great emperors. Yang Kai pondered for a moment and said, "No need to trouble yourself. I will take you out." Sheng Yuzhu was surprised. "Aren't you afraid that I am a bad person?" Yang Kai smiled freely. "Even if you are a bad person, you have been trapped here for tens of thousands of years. How much cultivation do you have left now? Even if you want to do evil, I am afraid that you are powerless. What's more, if you are really a heinous person, Wukong's fate is an example of what happened to you." Since Sheng Yuzhu knew so many great emperors, those great emperors obviously knew what kind of person she was. If such a day really came, the great emperors would definitely not sit by and do nothing. They were not afraid of what she would do. Sheng Yuzhu said gratefully, "Thank you." After a pause, she said, "But I am not a person who is used to accepting favors. Since you saved my life, I may be able to give you something in return." Yang Kai said seriously, "It's nothing. You don't have to worry about it." He was not playing hard to get. In Yang Kai's opinion, Sheng Yuzhu probably did not have many good things on her. Even if she had some good treasures, what did he lack? The mountains and rivers bell in his hand was enough to interest the great emperors. Sheng Yuzhu could not take out a secret treasure that was more powerful than the mountains and rivers bell. Sheng Yuzhu said, "Listen to me first, and then refuse." She looked as if she was sure that Yang Kai could not refuse the temptation. Yang Kai was also interested and put on a posture of listening attentively. Sheng Yuzhu said, "As I said before, you are young, but you have such a cultivation base. In time, you may have a chance to compete with the heroes of the world. But have you ever thought about why there are only 10 great emperors in the world?" Yang Kai said, "I have heard that the world is like a bottle, and the capacity of the bottle is limited. It cannot accommodate more than 10 great emperors. I don't know if it is true or not." Sheng Yuzhu said with some surprise, "You actually know this, I just heard it." Yang Kai smiled slightly. Sheng Yuzhu nodded and said, "Yes, the bottle of heaven and earth can only accommodate 10 great emperors. If you want to become a great emperor, you can only wait for the position to be vacant and compete with the heroes of the world." Yang Kai sighed, "That will take years." The life of the great emperors was very long. Unless they died in an accident, how could there be a vacant position? After the War of Emperors, several great emperors were born, but it was all thanks to Wukong. In the Battle of the Shattered Star Sea, several great emperors died at the hands of Wukong. The Wondrous Pill Great Emperors, the Flower Shadow Great Emperors, the Night Shadow Great Emperors, and even the Bright Moon Great Emperors were all promoted later. Chapter 3284. Therefore, these people had to thank Wukong. Without Wukong's massacre, they would not have had the chance to become supreme emperors. But there's always a chance, isn't there? After all, the great emperors are not immortal. Sheng Yuzhu smiled slightly. Perhaps she was a beauty at her peak, with a sweet smile, but at this moment, it was not suitable for her to smile, because it was uglier than crying. "Your biggest advantage is that you are young." Yang Kai nodded and said, "Senior, you are right." He had only been cultivating for 100 years, and with his talent, it was not a problem for him to cultivate to the 3rd level of the sovereign realm, or even half a step away from the great emperors. He had a long life, and by that time, he might have a chance to stand at the peak. Sheng Yuzhu said slowly, "If there is such a day. I mean, if there is such a day, I will tell you how to become great emperors." Yang Kai's body shook, and his eyes lit up. He stared at Sheng Yuzhu and said, "Senior, do you know the secret of becoming great emperors?" This was a question he had always been puzzled about. He only knew that if he wanted to become great emperors, he had to master the power of heaven and earth. He did not know anything else. However, great emperors were so noble that even if he could master the power of heaven and earth, he might not succeed. Now, Sheng Yuzhu's words gave him infinite hope. Sheng Yuzhu said, "If I had not been plotted against by Wukong, I might have had a chance. I have experienced a similar thing once. Do you think I don't know?" Yang Kai couldn't help scratching his ears and scratching his cheeks. He couldn't wait to use violence to pry open this Yuzhu's mouth and dig out all his secrets. If he could really understand the secret of becoming a great emperor, then when the time came, he would be ahead of everyone. But after all, he was not the kind of person who could not distinguish right from wrong. How could he go against his conscience when Sheng Yuzhu returned the favor? He had to admit that Sheng Yuzhu's reward was a bit big. Although it sounded unreliable, it was more valuable than any secret treasure. He grinned and said, "Can't you tell me now?" Even though he knew it was impossible, he still had to give it a try. Perhaps the other party would really be kind enough to teach him. Sheng Yuzhu shook her head slowly. "It's not the right time. It's useless to tell you. You'd better work hard on your cultivation. Opportunities are for those who are prepared." Yang Kai nodded, no longer insisting. Suddenly, his expression turned solemn. "Then when the time comes, Junior may have to compete with Senior. Is Senior not worried about provoking a strong enemy? Even if there was an opportunity, it would be extremely slim. It would be impossible for the position of great emperors to be vacated like the last battle in the Shattered Star Sea. The death of any one of the great emperors would shake the world. Therefore, even if there was an opportunity in the future, it would most likely only appear in one position. Sheng Yuzhu was creating a powerful enemy for herself, and this enemy would know everything she knew. Hearing this, Sheng Yuzhu smiled and said, "In the battle of the Great Tao, it's either you die or I live. What's more, do you really think that when the time comes, there will only be two of us? At that time, everyone in the world who is qualified will sense it. At that time, maybe you and I can join forces. So that's what Senior thinks." Yang Kai's doubts were all gone. He had to admit that what she said was very reasonable. At that time, all the old monsters hiding in the world would probably swarm up. What difference would it make if there was one more person or one less? On the contrary, they could join forces with Yang Kai to resist the enemy and fight to the death at the last moment. Thinking of this, Yang Kai no longer hesitated. He cupped his fists and said, "Junior is very grateful for Senior's kindness. Now, let's get out of here." "Thank you." Sheng Yuzhu nodded gently, trying to suppress her voice, but it was obviously trembling, which showed how excited she was. After all, she had been trapped here for tens of thousands of years. If she didn't get out, she was afraid that she would really turn into a pile of bones. Yang Kai knew that she couldn't move freely, so he didn't hesitate. He directly walked over and apologized, then reached out and picked her up. She was light to the touch, as if he was holding a pile of bones, which made Yang Kai sigh. She was only half a step away from the great emperors, but she had fallen into such a situation. How much had she suffered over the years? Not to mention that she was a woman. He didn't know how she had provoked the Wukong, but before she could fight for the position of great emperors, she had been plotted against. The law of space surged, and Yang Kai opened up a passage along the way. In the blink of an eye, he returned to the valley. The rich aura of heaven and earth rushed in from all directions, and Sheng Yuzhu couldn't help but moan in his arms. Her turbid eyes suddenly bloomed with an amazing brilliance. How many years had it been since she felt the aura of heaven and earth? In that void crack, there was only endless nothingness and chaos. If she hadn't had the protection of her divine ability, she wouldn't have been able to hold on for so many years. Yang Kai clearly felt that Sheng Yuzhu's body was trembling slightly, and he could understand her feelings. He deliberately changed the topic. "This is the Rakshasa sect in the Southern Territory. Senior may not have heard of it, but this sect has just suffered a great calamity. Countless masters have died. I have some connections with one of the masters in this sect, so I came here to serve as a guest elder and try to protect him. If Senior doesn't mind, why don't you temporarily cultivate in this sect, and wait until you recover a little before making a decision? My body is on the brink of death, do as you please. Sheng Yuzhu didn't mind at all. She just greedily breathed in the surrounding air, as if she had been reborn. Yang Kai said, since Senior doesn't mind, then you can follow my arrangements. Wait a minute. Just as Yang Kai was about to leave, Sheng Yuzhu suddenly patted him on the arm. Yang Kai didn't know what she meant, so he just stood there and didn't move. At this time, it was dawn in the east. After waiting for a long time, the warm light slowly enveloped the earth. Sheng Yuzhu looked to the east. When she saw the sunrise, her eyes were filled with sadness and excitement. I didn't expect that I would have the opportunity to see this scene. Yang Kai was speechless. He thought that she had something to deal with, but who knew that she deliberately stayed to watch the sunrise? It could only be said that no matter how long she had lived, a woman was still a woman. But then again, Yang Kai sincerely admired her. If he was trapped in the void for tens of thousands of years, even if he had the means to save his life, his character would have changed greatly. The mad demon would have gone crazy, but Sheng Yuzhu didn't. It could be seen that her temperament and perseverance were strong. Yang Kai had no doubt that as long as she was restored to her peak level, when it came to the battle of the Great Tao, he might not be her opponent, and perhaps no one in the world could be her opponent. But so what? Sheng Yuzhu didn't mind sharing her biggest secret, so how could Yang Kai, a grown man, be afraid? As a martial artist, we should have a clear mind and forge ahead. Looking to the east, Yang Kai's heart was filled with infinite pride. The conversation with Sheng Yuzhu made him feel a little urgent. Opportunities were indeed left to those who were prepared. Although he didn't know when the opportunity would come, before that, he must have the qualifications to compete with the heroes of the world. If he didn't even have the qualifications, even if the opportunity came, he could only watch it slip through his fingertips. Therefore, strength was the key to everything. He must improve his cultivation to the qualifications to participate in the competition. After accompanying Sheng Yuzhu to watch the sunrise for a while, Yang Kai took her back to Luosha Peak. Ran Yi-Ro and Yu Karen were shocked and they saw Yang Kai coming back with a skinny woman. Mainly because Sheng Yuzhu's current image was too horrible, but they didn't dare to ask anything. Under Yang Kai's instructions, they respectfully arranged for her to enter a room. After the two women left, Yang Kai said, "Senior, you can rest here for the time being. If you need anything, just let me know." Sheng Yuzhu said without any pretense, "Can you lend me some source crystals and spirit pills? I will pay you back in the future." Yang Kai's top priority was to quickly improve his strength and prepare in advance. Sheng Yuzhu naturally had to restore her strength as soon as possible, but Yang Kai didn't know if her cultivation had declined after being trapped for tens of thousands of years. Perhaps it had, but with her perseverance and determination, it wouldn't be too difficult to recover. She spoke freely, so Yang Kai didn't hesitate. He took out an empty space ring and filled it with millions of high-rank source crystals and some spirit pills for her. Sheng Yuzhu thanked him gratefully. When Yang Kai walked out of the door, he bumped into Taoing Rua, who was rushing over. "Elder." Taoing Rua cupped her hands and glanced inside the hall. Apparently, she had received some news and came to see what was going on. Yang Kai said, "Acting sect master came at the right time. I have something to tell you." He was about to tell Taoing Rua about Sheng Yuzhu and let her know that Sheng Yuzhu would be recuperating in the Rakshasa sect in the future, but before he could speak, he heard Sheng Yuzhu's voice, "Tell her to come in." Yang Kai was stunned for a moment before he smiled and said, "Acting sect master, go in. That senior seems to have something to say to you." "Senior?" Taoing Rua was shocked. In her opinion, Yang Kai was already a high and mighty existence, but Yang Kai actually called someone senior. Could it be that the person he brought back was a third-order Emperor Realm Master? But according to Ran Yiro and Yu Karen's report, that person seemed to have difficulty moving and his aura was weak. He was so thin that he was just skin and bones. How could such a person be Yang Kai's senior? Thinking so, she didn't dare to neglect and hurried in after excusing herself from Yang Kai. Yang Kai waited quietly outside. Ran Yiro and Yu Karen walked over and knelt down at his feet, saying in low voices, "Please forgive us, elder." Both of them lowered their heads and looked very pitiful. Yang Kai looked down at them in surprise, but after thinking for a moment, he couldn't help laughing. He guessed that these two women were afraid that he would blame them for informing Taoyingrua, but then again, even if they weren't here, Yang Kai would still have gone to find Taoyingrua. After all, this was the Rakshasa sect, and he really couldn't bring someone back for no reason. Helping them up, Yang Kai casually comforted them and finally let them relax. Chapter 3285. After waiting for a long time, Taoyingrua finally came out. Yang Kai turned his head to look and couldn't help but be stunned. He saw that Taoyingrua's face was rosy at this moment, and she looked refreshed. Yang Kai asked curiously, what made the substitute sect leader so happy? He was also a little worried in his heart. He didn't know what Sheng Yuzhu had said to make her so happy. Taoyingrua didn't answer, but bowed gracefully, "Thank you, Elder Yang. Elder Yang is really the good news of my Rakshasa sect." Yang Kai touched his nose and was puzzled. "What do you mean?" Taoyingrua smiled and said, "When Elder came, you brought back my Rakshasa sect's patriarch. If this isn't good news, then what is?" "Patriarch? Patriarch?" Yang Kai was shocked, and Ran Yiru and Yu Karen, who were next to him, also opened their mouths in a circle. They didn't understand how their own sect had a patriarch. Wasn't the founder of the Rakshasa sect the previous sect leader, Yu Luocha? They didn't understand, but Yang Kai quickly reacted. If his previous guess was right, then the cultivation methods of the entire Rakshasa sect were passed down by Sheng Yuzhu. Although she just wanted to attract others' attention to rescue herself, this kind of inheritance was an undeniable fact. Yu Luocha was her disciple, so the entire Rakshasa sect was naturally her disciples and disciples. It was just that Yu Luocha herself didn't know this. At this moment, Sheng Yuzhu revealed this matter to Taoyingrua because she wanted to use this place to slowly recover her strength. Although the Rakshasa sect was not strong, it was still a sect. With the whole sect as a backing, Sheng Yuzhu would recover faster. "I've already confirmed that the Patriarch is indeed the source of many cultivation methods and secret arts of our Rakshasa sect. However, she was trapped in the forbidden area because of the evil people. Although the previous sect master had received all her teachings, he did not discover the place where she was trapped, causing the Patriarch to suffer for so many years. This time, it's all thanks to the elder's keen eyes that the Patriarch was rescued. The entire Rakshasa sect is extremely grateful. In the Rakshasa sect, there was no relationship more reliable than the status of master and disciple. Taoyingrua had already confirmed that the previous sect master, Yu Luosha, had attained the cultivation of the Emperor realm because of Sheng Yuzhu's teachings. Then, there was no doubt that Sheng Yuzhu was the patriarch of the Rakshasa sect. Therefore, even though it was the first time they met and Sheng Yuzhu's image was sensational, Taoyingrua immediately acknowledged her identity and treated her as a disciple. "It was a coincidence. I must congratulate acting sect master," Yang Kai smiled lightly. "Congratulations to you too," Taoyingrua winked at Yang Kai. "Elder, you're also a member of the Rakshasa sect." "That's true." Yang Kai laughed. After the coronation ceremony, he already had the brand of the Rakshasa sect on him. This was something that no one could deny. Taoyinrua's expression turned solemn. "However, I'll have to ask the elder to keep this a secret." The patriarch's cultivation is now at its lowest, and she still needs a long time to recover. Of course. Yang Kai nodded and heaved a sigh of relief in his heart. He was originally worried that Tao Yinrua and the others would have any opinions about Xing Yuzhu being placed in the Rakshasa sect. He had already made up his mind that if Tao Yinrua and the others showed any signs of dissatisfaction, he would send Xing Yuzhu to the High Heaven Palace to cultivate. However, he did not expect that Xing Yuzhu would play such a trick and directly confirm her status as the patriarch. It seemed that she was willing to stay here. So, how could the Rakshasa sect not welcome her? Tao Yinrua was also very clear that since this patriarch was able to create the emperor realm through the void when she was in trouble, her strength had already reached the peak. If they could gain her favor, how could the Rakshasa sect not be afraid of not being able to rise? In time, the Rakshasa sect would be even more glorious than before. You too, what you saw and heard today cannot be leaked. If you find out anything, you will be killed without mercy. Tao Yinrua turned her head and looked at Rani Rua and Yukaran sternly. Yes. The two women did not dare to disobey and hurriedly bowed. They knew in their hearts that they had probably come into contact with some secret of the sect. After chatting with Yang Kai for a while, Tao Yinrua hurriedly left. She probably wanted to share the good news with the other Dao Source Realm cultivators. Although this matter was top secret, there were only 5 Dao Source Realm cultivators in the Rakshasa sect now. Some things could be concealed, but some things did not need to be concealed. The matter of the Rakshasa sect had been settled, and Yang Kai was not in the mood to continue to stay. Although he did not know how long it would take for Xing Yuzhu to fully recover, the Rakshasa sect had the protection of his name, so no one would dare to cause trouble. So, the next day, he bid farewell to Xing Yuzhu, Tao Yinrua, and the others. What surprised Yang Kai was that in just a day, Xing Yuzhu's situation had greatly improved. Although she still looked thin and weak, her condition was undoubtedly much better than the day before. The relationship between Xing Yuzhu and the Rakshasa sect also allowed him to leave with peace of mind. Since Xing Yuzhu had admitted that she was the ancestral founder of the Rakshasa sect, she would not have any adverse thoughts towards the Rakshasa sect. Northern Territory, High Heaven Palace, Yang Kai returned leisurely. On High Heaven Peak, Yang Kai summoned Huaqing Si and asked about the sect's affairs and the current situation in the Northern Territory. He learned that everything was as usual in the sect, and that the 100,000 disciples were diligently cultivating. Although they had rushed to the Southern Territory to provide support last time, the High Heaven Palace did not send many people. Many people still did not know that incident had happened. However, in the Northern Territory, after seeing Yang Kai's incredible appeal, they did not dare to do anything rash. Previously, Yang Kai had joined forces with the other 3 top sects to sweep through the Northern Territory. Under their powerful strength, they were suppressed by the Iron Blood sect along the way. However, there were more people who were not convinced. After experiencing the incident in the Southern Territory, even if there were still people who were not convinced, they did not dare to do anything. The entire Northern Territory was extremely respectful on the surface. It could almost be said that in the Northern Territory, the High Heaven Palace covered the sky with one hand. In addition, 2 other sects were destroyed. The Dragon Tiger sect and the Mysterious Cloud Pavilion. The strength of these 2 sects was similar to that of the Rakshasa sect. They both had a powerhouse from the Emperor realm and about 1,000 to 2,000 disciples. They were second or third class sects. However, on a certain night more than a month ago, they were uprooted at the same time. From the Emperor realm to the ordinary disciples, not a single one was left. You did it? Yang Kai looked at Huaqing Si and asked. Huaqing Si smiled bitterly and shook his head. It has nothing to do with the High Heaven Palace. It has something to do with the Palace Master. Yang Kai blinked and said, Me? How come I don't know that this matter has something to do with me? During this period of time, he had been staying in the Southern Territory and had not returned to the Northern Territory at all. Even if someone died, what did it have to do with him? If it was someone else who said this, he would definitely refute it. However, the person who said this was Hua Qingxi. He would definitely not speak without thinking. Hua Qingxi said, "Palace Master, have you forgotten that when many people from the Emperor realm gathered in the Northern Territory that day, the people from these two sects were absent? You once said that if they did not come, then they did not have to come." Yang Kai touched his chin and said, "Did I say that?" At that time, he was eager to save people and was full of anger because of Yu's death. It was not strange that he said anything, but he really did not remember. Moreover, even if he said that, it was not a big deal, right? These two sects could have rushed to the High Heaven Palace to gather within the time limit, but they did not appear at that time. Obviously, they did not take the orders of the High Heaven Palace seriously. They were the kind of existence that agreed on the surface but disobeyed on the surface. Yang Kai did not deny that at that time, he had the intention to cause trouble for them. However, that was his own idea and he never said it out loud. It could even be said that now, he did not take it seriously. However, he did not expect that these two sects had already been destroyed. Hua Qingxi said, "More than a month ago, Mi Qi joined forces with more than a dozen large and small sects to uproot these two sects. The heads of the two sects from the Emperor realm were also sent over, along with the wealth that these two sects had accumulated over the years." Bastard! Yang Kai was furious. Who told him to do it? Hua Qingxi lowered his eyes and said, "At that time, Palace Master's words may not have been intentional, but it is inevitable that there will be people who will listen with the heart." Yang Kai was speechless. If that was the case, then these two sects were really destroyed because of him. Hua Qingxi said, "It turns out that Palace Master did not plan to cause trouble for them." Mi Qi flattered the horse's leg. "Does Palace Master want to punish him?" Yang Kai's expression twitched. "How should I punish him?" Hua Qingxi said, "That will depend on Palace Master's intentions. If you feel that Mi Qi has gone too far, you can cripple his cultivation and make him apologize. You can seek justice for the people who died. If not, you can issue an official document in the name of the High Heaven Palace to show that this matter has nothing to do with the High Heaven Palace. It was all Mi Qi's own doing." Yang Kai said lightly, "If apologizing is useful, what is the point of cultivating? What's more, Mi Qi has already done this. If you cripple his cultivation, won't it make it more conspicuous?" He paused and said, "Sister Hua, you seem to be a little resentful." Hua Qingxi lowered her head and said, "I don't dare, but after all, these are thousands of lives." Yang Kai frowned and said, "Sister Hua, if you have something to say, just say it. You are too distant." Hua Qingxi sighed and raised her head to look at Yang Kai. "Palace Master has made a name for himself at a young age, and his cultivation is also extraordinary. Now, you are even the dragon head of the Northern Territory. This mistress is worried that you will be confused by all the facades in front of you and find it difficult to adjust your mentality. Just like this time, you might still think that the deaths of those people have nothing to do with you." Yang Kai listened quietly and did not interrupt her. Hua Qingxi said, "But in fact, they did die because of you. It was just unintentional words. Does Palace Master realize his own power from this matter?" When this was said, Yang Kai suddenly felt frightened. Just as Hua Qingxi said, he did not feel that the destruction of the two sects had much to do with him. He only felt that Mi Qi was too hateful and twisted his meaning. But now, after listening to Hua Qingxi's explanation, he was awakened. Indeed, with his current strength, it was possible for him to annihilate those two sections. But with just one sentence, 2,000 to 3,000 people died. Yang Kai found it hard to accept. In a trance, he seemed to see his hands dripping with blood. Hua Qingxi said, "In your position, you should be careful with your words and plan accordingly. Palace Master, please take this as a warning. Yang Kai's expression changed slightly and said, I will remember. Chapter 3286. Seeing that Yang Kai was so agreeable, Hua Qingxi couldn't help but let out a sigh of relief. This time, she would rather not give Yang Kai face and expose the matter. She was afraid that when Yang Kai obtained power, some unexpected changes would occur. The increase in strength and the expansion of power could often awaken some dark things. But now, it seemed that Yang Kai hadn't changed. Therefore, Hua Qingxi straightforwardly said, if the High Heaven Palace wants to unify the Northern Territory, we can't just rely on strength alone. That's a method in the early stages. If we really want to win everyone's support, we have to rely on the will of the people. Although the suppression of the Iron Blood sect will be effective, it will inevitably cause resentment in people's hearts. The destruction of two sects is not a small matter. Recently, many sects in the Northern Territory are uneasy. They are afraid that we will target them next time. Although we don't have such intentions, they don't know. Yang Kai narrowed his eyes and said, Mi Qi is reckless and reckless. He should be punished. Hua Qingxi cupped her hands and said, Palace Master is wise. What is Palace Master's decision? Yang Kai asked back, what does Sister Hua think? Hua Qingxi pondered and said, although Mi Qi misinterpreted Palace Master's meaning, he still did do bad things with good intentions. If the punishment is too harsh, I'm afraid that the world will think that the High Heaven Palace is timid. If the punishment is too light, it will be meaningless. This subordinate thinks that we can order him to give up his position and retire in the High Sky sect from now on. Yang Kai raised the corner of his mouth. Sister Hua is very thoughtful. Hua Qingxi curled her lips and said, if Palace Master wants to say that I will get rid of him after he has outlived his usefulness, then just say so. Your meaning is already written all over your face. That's not true. Yang Kai said that he was wronged, but he really thought so in his heart. Previously, the reason why the High Heaven Palace could sweep through the Northern Territory was because they were strong enough. Secondly, it was because they had joined forces with the other three top sects to test the pressure in the Northern Territory. During the whole process, Mi Qi had put in a lot of effort. Especially after seeing the strength of Yang Kai and the High Heaven Palace, Mi Qi himself took the lead and led the Emperor realm of the High Sky sect to suppress many forces in the Northern Territory. Now that the overall situation was determined, if they ordered him to give up his position, wouldn't it be like getting rid of him after he had outlived his usefulness? Hua Qingxi said, Mi Qi isn't a villain, but he is ambitious and difficult to control. We can use this matter to give him a warning. At the same time, we can also support a puppet in the High Sky sect and truly control the High Sky sect. This was Hua Qingxi's main purpose. Of the four great sects in the Northern Territory, Iceheart Valley had a close relationship with Yang Kai, and the Fire Dragon Palace only followed Yang Kai's lead. The only variable was the High Sky sect. This time, if they got rid of Mi Qi and secretly supported a controllable sect master, they would really be able to control the Northern Territory. At that time, once the High Heaven Palace issued an order, the three top sects would respond as one. Would the other forces in the Northern Territory dare to go against them? Of course, Yang Kai could sense Hua Qingxi's intentions and immediately felt that it was a wise decision to let Sister Hua become the chief steward. Her cultivation might not be very high, but she had grown up in Star Soul Palace since she was a child, so she had been exposed to a lot of things. When dealing with such matters, she was able to do as she pleased, making it easy for her. Naturally, Yang Kai had no objections and let Hua Qingxi do as she pleased. After this matter was discussed, Mi Qi's fate was set. When the time came, Hua Qingxi would lead the Three Monster King to the High Sky sect. Mi Qi probably wouldn't even dare to think about resisting. Hua Qingxi then said, Temple Master will need to go to Orthodoxy Temple. Yang Kai asked, is it about the outer star astral winds? Every top sect had its own foundation. In the Southern Territory, Star Soul Palace had the 5-colored treasure pagoda, Azure Sun Temple had the Divine Ascension Mirror, Orthodoxy Temple had the outer star astral winds, and Heavenly Martial Holy Land had the Martial Intent Hall. Any one of these places was a rare treasure trove. Although the Orthodoxy Temple had been destroyed and all of its disciples had been killed, its heritage had not been destroyed. Not to mention the paradise they had originally occupied and the wealth the Orthodoxy Temple had accumulated over the years, just the astral winds alone were enough to make many people drool. However, Orthodoxy Temple's wealth had all been taken out by the elders of Star Soul Palace and distributed to the sects in the Southern Territory as compensation for their heavy losses this time. However, that vast territory had been taken over by Yang Kai in the end. In the Orthodoxy Temple incident, Yang Kai had turned the tide and saved tens of thousands of elites in the Southern Territory. This alone was a great contribution. If he had any requests after this incident, the Southern Territory would have to carefully consider them. Yang Kai didn't have any other requests, just the Orthodoxy Temple's territory. Even though Star Soul Palace was somewhat reluctant, they had no choice but to agree, and Azure Sun Temple naturally wouldn't drag Yang Kai down. If Yang Kai obtained the Orthodoxy Temple's territory, Azure Sun Temple would also benefit. These two sects didn't have any objections, so even if Heavenly Martial Holy Land's Holy Master Ma Qing had any objections, it was useless. So now, the Orthodoxy Temple's territory was Yang Kai's private property. He had previously considered moving the Rakshasa sect to the Orthodoxy Temple. After all, the spirit mountains and great rivers occupied by the Orthodoxy Temple were not inferior to the High Heaven Palace in the slightest. If the Rakshasa sect could really move there, it would be of great help to their future development. But after thinking about it, he didn't have much involvement with the Rakshasa sect. The reason why he wanted to protect them was just for peace of mind. Now that there was the matter of Sheng Yuzhu, this idea was completely gone. It just so happened that there were too many disciples in the High Heaven Palace. Although the High Heaven Palace's territory was extremely good, the 100,000 disciples in the sect were still too terrifying. No sect in the world had so many disciples. The Orthodoxy Temple could definitely share some of the pressure, not to mention the extraterrestrial astral wind in the Orthodoxy Temple, which could help the cultivator temper their body. Yang Kai knew the importance of a strong body better than anyone else. Last time, he was secretly ambushed. If it weren't for his strong body, he would have already died. If it were others, even if they had such a treasure, they would be helpless. After all, one was in the Northern Territory, and the other was in the Southern Territory. Who could take care of both sides? Yang Kai was different. A space array connected the north and south, completely ignoring the barriers of space. No matter which side had a problem, the other side could quickly provide support. Unless someone could sneak in and destroy the space array in one fell swoop. During the time that Yang Kai stayed in the Rakshasa sect, the High Heaven Palace was already preparing to take over the Orthodoxy Temple's territory. They were preparing to set up a High Heaven Palace branch in the Southern Territory. If a worker wanted to do a good job, he must first sharpen his tools. The Southern Gate Army had already been sent over by Hua Qingxi to prepare to set up a large array in the Orthodoxy Temple. Once the array was completed, they could preside over the migration of the disciples. Hua Qingxi was preparing to migrate 50,000 people over. When that time came, it would definitely greatly reduce the pressure on the High Heaven Palace. After all, these people were all cultivators who had just followed Yang Kai from the Lower Star Territory. They were all in a state of cultivation and had a high demand for heaven and earth energy. With 100,000 people gathered in the High Heaven Palace, how could the heaven and earth energy be supplied? If half of the people were sent out, the pressure would definitely be greatly reduced. The astral wind is truly mysterious. This subordinate has experienced it once before. It has the miraculous effect of tempering the body. Now that the Rhino Thunder Monster King is guarding there is no need to worry about safety. However, the space array needs to be rearranged by the Palace Master. I understand. Yang Kai nodded. Hua Qingxi sighed again. The number of people in the Emperor realm in our palace is still too small. If we set up a branch in the Southern Territory, the only thing I'm worried about is that there aren't enough masters to guard it. It's inevitable that some people will covet it. The High Heaven Palaces, the Emperor realm, consisted of Yang Kai and Lu Yen. Below them were the three monster kings, Ji Ying, Hua Qingxi, Bian Yuqing, the Southern Gate Army, Hou Yu, and the newly promoted Yi Hen. There were more than 10 people in total. Such a number would be terrifying to other sects. Anyone who was the palace master would probably wake up laughing. However, strictly speaking, Ji Ying, the Southern Gate Army, and Hou Yu were all special talents. If a battle really broke out, Yang Kai would definitely not let them participate. They would definitely be protected first. The three monster kings were quite strong, but they were born in the Eastern Territory's ancient wild land and were not raised by High Heaven Palace. They were also from the monster race. The rest of them were all First-Order Emperor Realm Masters. Not to mention the Emperor Realm, even the number of Dao Source Realm cultivators could be counted on one hand. Therefore, although the High Heaven Palace seemed to be deeply rooted on the surface, in reality, only its own people knew the situation. It would take a long time to change the current situation. I'll solve this problem. Yang Kai rolled his eyes and came up with an idea. Hua Qingxi glanced at him, as if she had understood something, and she smiled. After discussing with Hua Qingxi, they would go to Orthodoxy Temple tomorrow to take a look. Yang Kai's figure flickered and disappeared. The next day, Yang Kai and Hua Qingxi set off together. Palace Master didn't rest well last night? Hua Qingxi observed his expression and smiled mischievously. Yang Kai glanced at her and snorted, "With a beauty in my arms, naturally I couldn't rest." Hua Qingxi blushed and couldn't help but spit, "You're so shameless." However, she didn't expose him. As the chief steward of High Heaven Palace, how could anything that happened in the palace be hidden from her? Last night, Yang Kai indeed wanted to flirt. After all, he had been running around outside for a while, and it was rare for him to come back, so how could he let a beauty be alone? However, according to what Hua Qingxi knew, he didn't succeed at all. Xia Ningchang was immersed in learning alchemy from Ji Ying and had no time to pay attention to him. When he went to Medicine Pill Peak, he was kicked out by Ji Ying. If there was anyone in High Heaven Palace who dared not give Yang Kai face, it would be Ji Ying. Alchemists hated being disturbed when they were refining spirit pills. Ji Ying was a disciple of the great emperors of wondrous alchemy and was usually amiable, but when he was in a state of alchemy, he was like a completely different person. Su Yan was sent to Ice Heart Valley, but this time, she didn't even get to see her. Shan Qing Luo also went to the ancient wild land under Ing Fei and Xia Wuwei's arrangements. The environment inside the ancient wild land was very suitable for a dragon lady like her to cultivate. Shuayu was also in retreat. The pitiful Sir Palace Master had 4 wives in vain, yet he spent the whole night alone. Just thinking about it made him feel miserable, but his mouth was as hard as a duck's. Hua Qingxi had to give him some face, so she didn't say it out loud. Chapter 3287. In the Southern Territory, outside the Orthodoxy Palace, Yang Kai and Hua Qingxi came through the space array. As soon as they stepped out, Yang Kai destroyed the result of their hard work. In any case, they were going to redecorate the Orthodoxy Hall, so there was no need for them to stay. Not long after, they entered Orthodoxy Temple together. Yang Kai swept the area with his divine sense and noticed that there were many people moving about inside Orthodoxy Temple, numbering at least 1,000. These people had been sent by Huaqingxi to assist the Southern Gate Army in surveying the terrain of Orthodoxy Temple and to assist him in arranging the spirit array. At this moment, the South Gate Army was floating in mid-air, constantly looking left and right, gesturing with their hands, and muttering something under their breath. They were extremely focused. Sensing that someone was approaching, he turned his head and immediately greeted with a solemn expression, "Palace Master, Head Chief." Yang Kai nodded and stood beside him. Looking down at the scenery below, he asked, "How's the situation?" The South Gate Army asked, "What is Palace Master referring to?" Yang Kai asked, "How long will it take to set up the array?" The Southern Gate Army pondered for a moment before replying, "The Orthodoxy Temple Spirit Array is already quite good, so there is no need to completely change it. Give me another month and I should be able to support the Spirit Array. At that time, I just need to carefully repair it and it should be completed within half a year." This is your forte. I'll need you to put in a lot of effort. If there's anything you need, feel free to tell the head chief." Dujuan of the South Gate grinned. If it weren't for head chief support, I wouldn't have been able to guarantee this. He was now the chief array master of the High Heaven Palace. When it came to setting up arrays, Huaqingxi would fulfill all of his requests. If he wanted people and materials, he would give them. Otherwise, how could it be so easy to set up an array of a top sect? Back then, he had traveled through the Northern Territory. Although his reputation was great, he was still a loner. There were many things that he didn't have the ability to do. However, now that he had the entire High Heaven Palace as his backing, there were only arrays that he couldn't think of in this world. There was no array that he couldn't set up. Suddenly, he felt that this was not bad. Nothing could make him happier than being able to fulfill his ambitions at will. After staying in the High Heaven Palace for so many years, he had finally calmed down. Now, even if Yang Kai wanted to drive him away, he would have to think it over carefully. After all, without the support of the High Heaven Palace, he, as an array master, couldn't make bricks without straw. Although joining another sect was a way out, which sect could give him as much support as the High Heaven Palace? Not only him, but Hou Yu as well. In the beginning, when Hou Yu was caught by Yang Kai, he tried to escape several times. But as time passed, didn't his temperament gradually settle down? It was only because everyone in Towering Palace was polite to them, and they gave them enough respect and authority. They also fully supported them so that they could build their own achievements in their respective fields. Where else could they find such a good master? Whether it was him or Hou Yu, they both found a group of disciples in the High Heaven Palace and prepared to nurture them well to see who was qualified to inherit their legacy. With this layer of relationship, they were even closer to the High Heaven Palace. Now, in the High Heaven Palace, there were 3 special spirit peaks, Elixir Peak, Weapon Peak, and Array Peak, which could be said to be full of talents. Including the guys from Qinya Peak who studied the path of puppetry, the High Heaven Palace disciples had too many choices in the future. Not liking cultivation? It didn't matter. Alchemy, weapon forging, array formations, puppetry, there would always be one that suits them. After saying a few more words of encouragement to the South Gate Army, Yang Kai left alone. There were many forbidden areas in the Orthodoxy Palace, but the most heavily guarded area was where the astral winds were. This place was guarded by layers of arrays, and if anyone trespassed without permission, they would either die or be injured. However, as soon as the Southern Gate Army arrived, they broke through most of the spirit arrays here. Now, the forbidden area was unimpeded. Yang Kai was amazed by this sight as he walked. Although he had long heard of the astral winds, this was the first time he had seen it. The forbidden area was located in a long canyon, and as far as the eye could see, it was a gray world, and there seemed to be no end to it. Around the canyon, the wind whistled, and just by hearing it, one could tell that it was extremely terrifying. The surrounding cliffs were full of marks, as if they had been cut by swords and sabers. Those marks were not left by swords and sabers, but by the astral winds. Yang Kai narrowed his eyes and looked around for a while. When he probed with his divine sense, he could not help but feel as if there were swords and sabers on his body. The astral winds that were everywhere seemed to be able to cut his divine sense into pieces. Fortunately, his divine sense was strong, otherwise, he might have been injured. Without hesitation, he stepped into the canyon. When Yang Kai took a step forward, it was as if he had entered another world. The air around him began to flow rapidly, rolling up bursts of wind. This invisible breeze seemed to have transformed into a sharp weapon, cutting into Yang Kai's body over and over again. The clothes on his body did not have the slightest protection, and even Yang Kai's protective Emperor Qi was ignored. The omnipresent astral winds directly passed through his Emperor Qi and acted on Yang Kai's skin and flesh. This discovery surprised him, and he thought to himself that it was no wonder this damned place could temper one's body. As strong as he was, his protective Emperor Qi was useless here, let alone others. If he wanted to survive, he could only rely on his physical strength to resist. Yang Kai did not know where the astral winds in this canyon came from, but they seemed to be constantly growing. Yang Kai's physical body was so strong that he was naturally not afraid of the weak cuts, and he walked step by step against the astral winds. As he walked further and further, the astral winds grew stronger and stronger. On the cliffs around the canyon, holes of various sizes appeared one after another. The large holes were large enough to accommodate 7 or 8 people, while the small holes could only accommodate 1 person. Yang Kai estimated that these holes were left behind by the disciples of Orthodoxy Temple. When one came here to cultivate, they would always encounter danger. Once they felt that they could not hold on any longer, they could hide in a nearby hole to heal. The deeper he went, the stronger the astral winds became, but Yang Kai did not feel them at all. Instead, his eyes lit up. This was a good place, a good place. With this foundation in High Heaven Palace, it would be easy for the disciples to temper their bodies in the future. All they needed to do was cultivate here for a while and the strength of their bodies would increase. With a strong physical body, it would be convenient to do anything and could even affect the success of future cultivation. The canyon was very long. Yang Kai walked for a full hour but still could not see the end. However, the astral winds here were already causing him to feel pain on his skin. Occasionally, they would cut some small wounds on his body, but these wounds would heal in an instant, smoothing out in front of his powerful recovery ability. Suddenly, a burst of suppressed roars came from up ahead. Yang Kai listened for a moment, smiled slightly, and then tapped his feet, increasing his speed by quite a bit. Not long after, a giant figure appeared in front of him. It was around 78 feet long and 50 to 60 feet tall. Lightning flashed all over its body and it exuded an extremely fierce and terrifying aura. At first glance, this behemoth looked like a rhinoceros with a single sharp horn on its head. It shook its head and wagged its tail constantly. As the astral winds swirled around it, its huge body was constantly bleeding, but it did not retreat. Instead, it continued to roar, its voice shaking the surroundings. Huff, huff, huff. As if it sensed someone approaching, the behemoth turned its head, its 2 eyes the size of iron pots filled with blood-red light. When their eyes met, Yang Kai gently nodded and flashed into a nearby pit. Strangely enough, as soon as he entered, the omnipresent astral winds all around disappeared. A moment later, a burly figure flashed in. It was Shilei. With an embarrassed expression, he said, "Master, why are you here?" It was indeed embarrassing to accidentally let Yang Kai see his true form. Although he was born in the monster clan, he rarely showed his true form since he transformed, except when he was in a stalemate with the enemy and had to fight desperately. Although he was not fighting with anyone just now, he was trying his best to resist the destruction of the astral winds, so his image was quite embarrassing. Naturally, Shilei did not want to be seen by others. I came to see what the astral winds are like. Yang Kai smiled slightly and gestured with his hand. Shi Lei immediately sat down cross-legged in front of him and shook his head. This place is good. Master, it was a very wise decision to want this base. Yang Kai raised his eyebrows and said, Monster King also thinks this place is good? Shi Lei said, of course. If you give me some time, my physical body can be improved to a higher level. Yang Kai nodded, it's really good that it works on Monster King. Shi Lei laughed, but it's still quite dangerous here. If you don't have enough strength, you'll be courting death. As he spoke, he was shocked. He suddenly remembered that Yang Kai was clearly standing not far from him just now, but he looked calm and relaxed. How could he be in such a sorry state? Only then did he understand that Yang Kai's physical fitness was much stronger than his. This made Shi Lei feel a little discouraged. He was the Monster King of the ancient land. In terms of strength, he was in the top 3 among the 30 or 20 Monster Kings. How could his physical body be inferior to a human? The reason why he, Ying Fei, Xia Wuwei followed Yang Kai's lead was naturally because he was a descendant of Tian Xing. They hoped that Yang Kai had a good relationship with the descendant of Tian Xing and could be close to him when the blood door opened again. But as they got to know each other better, the 3 Monster Kings realized that Yang Kai was not an ordinary first-order or second-order Emperor Realm Master. If they really fought, they might not be his match. Not to mention that he had even subdued a dragon girl. Every time they thought of this, the 3 Monster Kings were convinced. Yang Kai nodded, since this place is useful to Monster King, then Monster King can cultivate here with peace of mind. You can also guard this place while you're at it. Shi Lei smiled, that's exactly what I wanted. Yang Kai changed the topic, speaking of which, among the 32 Monster Kings of the ancient land, I'm only familiar with the 3 of you. I wonder what the temperament of the other Monster Kings are like. Shi Lei rubbed his chin, those guys. Anyway, they're not easy to deal with. Take Big Bear for example. He looks like a simple-minded guy, but he's full of evil tricks. He's insidious. He looked like he had suffered a big loss at Big Bear's hands and was full of resentment. Suddenly, he smiled wretchedly, but those female Monster Kings are very tasty, especially that Hu Fei. It's said that she has the bloodline of the 9-tailed fox. TSK. He shuddered and said seriously, Master has to be careful when you meet this dragon lady. Don't fall for her tricks. Her charm is unparalleled in this world. Chapter 3288. An hour later, Yang Kai walked out of the pit and continued forward. Shi Lei stood behind and watched quietly until Yang Kai's figure disappeared before he sighed. In this canyon, the deeper one went, the greater the pressure one would have to endure. This place was already the limit of what Shi Lei could reach, otherwise, it would not have been able to temper him. If he went any further, he would not be able to bear it. But Yang Kai, on the other hand, was actually strolling leisurely, leaving him in the dust. How heaven-defying is this body? Shi Lei looked up at the sky and sighed. He was upset. He was a demon king, but he was actually inferior to a human. He made up his mind and roared angrily. He rushed out of the pit and revealed his huge true body. He continued to receive the baptism and tempering of the astral winds. In the depths of the canyon, Kai Yang's body was constantly bleeding. There was not a single place on his body that was unscathed, but his wounds were quickly healed by his powerful restorative abilities. This cycle of healing was of some help to him, but the results were minimal. As he went deeper, there were no more pits in the surrounding cliffs. He estimated that no one had ever reached such a deep place since the establishment of Orthodoxy Temple, so it was impossible for there to be a pit here. After walking forward for another incense stick's worth of time, he had reached the end of the canyon. Suddenly, a strange fluctuation of space force appeared in front of him. Yang Kai's heart skipped a beat and he looked up. 1,000 meters away, in the air at the end of the canyon, there was a void crack more than 100 meters long, like a scar between heaven and earth that would never heal. From the void crack, terrifying astral winds constantly blew out, pushing forward along the canyon. Yang Kai showed a look of understanding. Only now did he understand where the astral winds in this canyon came from. It turned out that they were blowing out from the void crack. Heaven and earth had their own principles and could repair themselves. For example, when Yang Kai tore through space, it would not take long for the torn space to be restored to its original state under the effect of the world principles. However, this spatial crack in front of him had existed for an unknown number of years, and he did not know where it connected to. Astral winds continuously gushed out from it, and even the laws of heaven and earth were unable to repair it in time, allowing this spatial crack to be maintained for a long time. This scene made Yang Kai click his tongue in wonder, and a feeling of eagerness gushed out from the depths of his heart. He really wanted to know where the spatial crack connected to, and why there had been astral winds for so many years. He acted as soon as he thought of it. With the fluctuation of the spatial laws, he arrived in front of the spatial crack in a flash and plunged into it without hesitation. After 3 breaths of time, Yang Kai rushed out in a panic, his entire body turning into a bloody gourd. Only after retreating several thousand meters did he manage to shake off the sense of crisis he felt. Looking back at the spatial crack, he felt a lingering fear mixed with inexplicable excitement. When he rushed into the spatial crack just now, he discovered that he had arrived at a void crack, but this void crack was filled with a massive amount of astral winds, the power of which was not something the canyon could compare to. As soon as he came into contact with the astral winds, he was injured. If he had not withdrawn decisively, he would have been reduced to a skeleton by the astral winds. At that time, no matter how powerful his physical body was, he would have died on the spot. Although it was just a glimpse, Yang Kai felt an unusual aura from the void crack. It was an aura capable of destroying all things and seemed to be the source of the astral winds. Orthodoxy Temple had been around for tens of thousands of years, and since its establishment, the astral winds had already existed, constantly blowing across the canyon's forbidden area. However, everything had a source, and the astral winds were no exception. It was impossible for them to remain unchanged for tens of thousands of years. And the source was hidden in that crack in the void. It was a pity that Kai Yang didn't even know what it was, let alone take it out of it. However, it was undeniable that it was definitely an incredible item. Perhaps it was a treasure that even great emperors would be wary of. Yang Kai's heart stirred, but after carefully weighing his current strength, he had no choice but to turn around and leave. Currently, he was not strong enough to take out this treasure for himself. Perhaps he would have to wait until his cultivation soared. Not long after, Yang Kai returned to Shilei's cultivation room. When the two met face to face, Xilei was shocked. "Master, what happened to you?" Yang Kai's appearance at this moment was quite disheveled. His golden blood had dried up, as if he had been covered in a layer of gold, and even his aura was somewhat weak. It was obvious he had been injured. Yang Kai sniffed and said, "There was an accident. It's too dangerous inside, so Monster King, please be careful." Saying so, he dove into a nearby pit to adjust his breathing. Shilei's expression was dignified, but he didn't suspect anything. Even Yang Kai had suffered such a big loss inside, let alone him. With this warning, he wouldn't dare to go too deep in the future. Half a day later, Yang Kai walked out of the pit, changed into a clean set of clothes, and then said goodbye to Xilei and left the Forbidden Canyon. He met up with Huaqing Si and the South Gate Army again and chose a suitable place in the Orthodoxy Palace to arrange a space array. The South Gate Army enthusiastically helped him, even putting aside their own matters. The reason why the South Gate Army stayed in the High Heaven Palace was because they had seen Yang Kai's magical method of arranging space arrays, and wanted to stay and learn a thing or two. Unfortunately, although he had mastered the basic method of arranging space arrays and could arrange a decent space array, it was all in shape and had no effect of passing through the void. After many years of painstaking study, he discovered that he had fallen into a big hole. Only by being proficient in space principles could he arrange a space array with its proper charm and display its effects. However, this didn't prevent him from learning other things. In this world, the grand Tao of array formations could be understood everywhere. For an array formation grandmaster like the South Gate Army, he could draw inferences and draw some useful experience and information from it. With his help, arranging the space array was extremely simple and easy because this place would be the High Heaven Palace's branch in the Southern Territory in the future, and 50,000 disciples would migrate here, so a small space array would definitely not work. Yang Kai spent a lot of space spirit crystals and space spirit jades to arrange the largest space array possible, which could transport up to 100 people at a time. By the time they were done, a day had passed. Yang Kai made some adjustments to the space array here, connecting it with other space arrays, then bid farewell to Hua Qingxi in the South Gate Army. By the time Yang Kai reappeared, he was already in the ancient desolate lands. Walking out of the small treehouse, Yang Kai went to visit the elder and the wood spirit matriarch, Mu Na, to thank them for their assistance last time. At the same time, he also brought them many gifts. During the battle at the Orthodoxy Temple, the Stone Mongoose clan had contributed a lot. It was them who first opened a gap in the demonic qi when the situation was unfavorable, controlling the demons who had been possessed by the demonic qi. At the last moment, the wood spirit matriarch used her clan's secret technique to suppress the demonic qi in the tens of thousands of demons, creating a large space for Yang Kai to use her exorcism technique and save the many elites in the Southern Territory. The two clans were both clans that stood aloof from worldly affairs. This time, if it weren't for Yang Kai's request, they probably wouldn't have left the place where they had lived for generations and participated in so many disputes. Yang Kai would naturally remember this favor in his heart. After chatting for a while, Yang Kai returned to the topic at hand. Elder, you are very knowledgeable, so I would like to ask you about someone. The elder smiled slightly and said, I've just lived a bit longer, may I ask who you want to ask about? Elder, have you heard of the name Sheng Yuzhu? Yang Kai naturally didn't come to the ancient desolate lands specifically to inquire about Sheng Yuzhu's background, he just happened to come along. Although he didn't think Sheng Yuzhu was an evil person, there was nothing wrong with being careful. After all, Sheng Yuzhu had promised him some things, so it would be easier for him to cooperate with her in the future if he knew more about her. The Stone Mongoose clan had a long lifespan, especially the elder, who could be said to be a know-it-all in the star boundary, so Yang Kai naturally had to consult him. Sheng Yuzhu? The elder repeated before slowly shaking his head, I haven't heard of her before. Elder hasn't heard of her before? Yang Kai was stunned. The elder said, this is a very special name. If I had heard of her before, I would have naturally remembered her. I don't know what is so special about her that you care so much about her. Yang Kai sighed, it's like this. He then briefly described what he saw in the Rakshasa sect, but didn't mention Sheng Yuzhu's promise to him. Even so, the elder and Mu Na were stunned. The elder was shocked, there is actually such a person in this world. Mu Na also covered her mouth with her hand as she exclaimed in amazement, living for tens of thousands of years in the cracks of space by herself, how astonishing is that? She paused for a moment before continuing, she's so pitiful. Yang Kai nodded, I was also shocked, so I came to ask elder. The elder shook his head, I really haven't heard of this person before. Yang Kai's eyes flashed with a strange light, elder, do you mean that her origin is a bit strange? The elder said, that's not the case. Although I have lived for a long time, I don't know everything. Especially tens of thousands of years ago, my Stone Mongoose clan began to live in seclusion in the ancient lands. I don't know much about the War of the Great Tao. I only heard a few rumors occasionally, and I don't even know who was involved at that time. But since she mentioned the names of several great emperors one after another, her identity can't be fake. She might really be someone from that period. But in your opinion, is she good or evil? Yang Kai shook his head. I don't feel any malice. The elder smiled. Then it's nothing. She has been trapped for tens of thousands of years. How much cultivation can she have left? Even if she is an evil person, she is still not one of the great emperors. If she really dares to go out and do evil, there will be people to deal with her. Yang Kai nodded. I chose to bring her out because of this consideration. Otherwise, I really wouldn't dare to do this. I must ask around first. Chapter 3289. After bidding farewell to the stone mongoose elder and Mu Na, Yang Kai went straight to the Luan Feng's palace. Outside of the Phoenix Palace, the two monster commanders guarding the palace looked majestic and murderous. Suddenly, a figure flashed and landed in front of them. One of the monster commanders saw this and shouted, "What?" But before he could finish his words, he swallowed them back down because he saw Yang Kai's face clearly. Yang Kai's name was widely known in the ancient lands. Not to mention the Monster King, even the monster commanders, and monster soldiers under the Monster King's command were well known. Yang Kai had barged into the Phoenix Palace several times, but the Luan Feng didn't dare to do anything to him. Who in the Phoenix Palace didn't know this fiend? When the Sacred Senior came back last time, she gave a strict order to kill Yang Kai without mercy. If anything happened to him, she would take care of it. That was her order, but how could the monster commanders dare to do so? Not to mention whether they were a match for Yang Kai, even if they could, they wouldn't dare to do so. As such, when they saw Yang Kai walk straight over, the two monster commanders guarding the gate automatically ignored the order to kill without mercy and instead put on a smile and cupped their fists in greeting. So it is Senior Yang. Would the Luan Feng be angered to death by this scene? Yang Kai nodded and crossed his hands behind his back, calmly walking past the two monster commanders. If this scene had been seen by someone who didn't know what was going on, they would have thought Yang Kai was simply returning home. The monster commander who spoke first saw that the situation was not good and quickly followed him. He nodded and bowed. "Master, what brings you here?" As he spoke, he signaled the other monster commander with his eyes, telling him to quickly inform the Sacred Senior. The main reason was that every time Yang Kai came to the ancient land, he would go straight to Feng Luo Palace. As long as he came to Feng Luo Palace, nothing good would come out of it. The Lord's anger had not subsided yet, and now, Yang Kai was here again. Who knew what kind of trouble he would cause? Yang Kai was not afraid of the Lord, but it did not mean that they were not. If the Lord was angry, they would be the ones to suffer. Do I need to tell you? Yang Kai gave him a sideways glance and reached out to push him to the side. Long Rang strode forward, and the demon commander staggered, but he didn't have any temper. He could only follow behind Yang Kai in an attempt to stop him. But how could he stop them? Yang Kai was enraged, so he grabbed it and threw it out. A group of maids came towards them. Their eyes widened as they looked at them, and then they scattered with a loud bang. They fled in such a panic that they didn't know where to go. Yang Kai touched his nose and said with a dark face, "What is the meaning of this?" He turned his head and looked around, but there was no one around. He sneered and said, "Madam Feng, I am here to see you." His voice was loud and clear, and it spread throughout the entire Feng Luo Palace. As long as one was not deaf, they would definitely hear it. However, the Luan Feng obviously did not want to see him, so there was no reaction at all. Yang Kai snorted, and his eyes turned. He released his divine sense and scanned around. Then, his body flashed, and when he reappeared, he was already in a courtyard. In the courtyard, a beautiful little girl was doing something. Suddenly, she saw Yang Kai looking at her with a smile, and she could not help but be surprised. After taking a closer look, the little girl said, "Ah, I recognize you." Yang Kai smiled and nodded. "I also recognize you, little girl. We meet again." The little girl in front of him was none other than the Luan Feng's daughter. When Yang Kai first entered the star boundary, he fled from Blue Feather Sect to Maplewood City. On his way there, he happened to encounter the little Luan Feng being surrounded. It was at that time that he truly witnessed the power of a divine spirit. It was also at that time that he saw the Luan Feng's true body for the first time, leaving an indelible impression on him. But he never would have thought that he would have such a deep relationship with the Luan Feng Luo Palace. Even now, he was on equal footing with the Luan Feng Luo Palace. It had been several dozen years, but the little Luan Feng had not grown up at all. This was not because she was malnourished, but because she was a legitimate divine spirit. Her growth period was extremely long. In fact, Yang Kai had always been curious about who the little Luan Feng's father was. He had never heard of the Luan Feng having a lover, so the question was, where did the little Luan Feng come from? She couldn't have jumped out of a rock, right? Your name is Tian Long, right? Yang Kai asked with a harmless smile on his face. The little Luan Feng nodded and pointed at Yang Kai. "You are Yang Kai, the worst person in the world." The smile on Yang Kai's face instantly stiffened and his expression twitched. "Who told you this?" "Nonsense. Mother said so," the little Luan Feng replied innocently. Yang Kai angrily said, "She's talking nonsense. How could I be the worst person in the world?" The little Luan Feng tilted her head and looked at him, giggling. "Mother told me to beat you when I grow up. Are you very strong?" Yang Kai took a deep breath. A child's words carry no harm, but Luan Feng, just you wait. Forcing a smile, he said, "When you grow up, you will know whether I am strong or not." Suddenly changing the topic, he asked, "Are you playing alone?" The little Luan Feng rolled her eyes and said with a smile, "You want to play with me? Then you better be careful, I will set fire to you." Yang Kai said in surprise, "That won't do, I will be burned to death by you." "Ha ha ha." The little Luan Feng laughed and held her stomach. "The way you lie is really interesting." Yang Kai's brow twitched as he thought to himself that he was really stupid. The little Luan Feng looked like a little girl, but in fact, she had lived for at least a few dozen years. How could he possibly treat her with common sense? Using the same methods he used on ordinary children to deal with her was simply asking for humiliation. He gently nodded. "Tian Long, you are born noble and your future is limitless, but after all, you are still a child. A child needs a playmate. Do you want me to find you a playmate? She can play with you and you won't be so lonely in the future." The little Luan Feng raised her chin and said arrogantly, "That depends on whether she has the qualifications or not." Yang Kai faintly smiled. "How about a fire phoenix?" The little Luan Feng was surprised, but she immediately said with a smile, "You are bluffing. Where can you find a fire phoenix to accompany me?" Yang Kai shook his head. "I am not bluffing, there is a fire phoenix in my high heaven palace. And she is about the same age as you and is also a little girl. I believe that you two should have a lot of common interests. After all, you two can be considered to be from the same family." "Really?" The little Luan Feng had an expression of interest. "It can't be any more real." The little Luan Feng seriously thought for a moment, pursed her lips and said, "I know what you are thinking, but if what you said is true, then I won't be angry with you. Whether it is true or not, you will know when you go to the high heaven palace with me." Yang Kai said earnestly, "My high heaven palace has a lot of fun things." The little Luan Feng humphed, "I am not that playful, but—" She hesitated. Obviously the fire phoenix that Yang Kai mentioned was very attractive to her. "Enough." A cold voice sounded. The little Luan Feng raised her head and rushed over with a smile, hugging the thigh of a beautiful woman dressed in a palace dress. She raised her head and called out, "Mother." The Luan Feng's face was so cold that it was almost scraped off a layer of frost. She patted the little Wanfeng's head and looked at Yang Kai with disdain. Do you have any shame to lay your hands on a child? Yang Kai faintly smiled. Madame Feng, I didn't do anything to Tianlong, I just thought that she had a miserable childhood and wanted to find a playmate for her. He then looked at the little Wanfeng and said, you can ask your mother if what I said is true or false. As expected, Tianlong opened her mouth and asked, Mother, he said that he has a fire phoenix that is about the same age as me, is it true? The Wanfeng couldn't help but get angry. This person is full of nonsense. How can you believe him? Yang Kai's face darkened. Madam, I can't pretend that I didn't hear that. You know the truth. It's not like you didn't see it last time. Not only you, the Monster King, Brother Fan, and Brother Tsang Dog have also seen it. You can teach the child, but why do you have to slander me? The Wanfeng gritted her teeth. You asked for it. Yang Kai said, if not, how can I see you? I'm afraid that you won't see me this time, right? The Wanfeng was angry. Do you think that a woman like me is easy to bully? Is that why you come to my Feng Luo palace every time? Yang Kai was surprised. Madam, what do you mean? I just feel that I feel like old friends with you at first sight, that's all. The Wanfeng was angry. Who would feel like old friends with you at first sight? You should go and find Fan Tsang Dog and Fan Tsang Dog. She was furious. Yang Kai had come to ancient land several times, and each time, he went straight to Feng Luo Palace. She had never seen him go to Fan Tsang Dog and Fan Tsang Dog's territory. Yang Kai sighed, my heart shines on the moon, but the moon shines on the ditch. Sigh. The Wanfeng only responded with 2 words, haha. Yang Kai's face became serious. Madam, don't be angry. It won't be good if you hurt your body. The Wanfeng was angry. It's none of your business. She was a holy spirit and a woman, but she was provoked to swear. It showed how bad her mood was. Yang Kai rubbed his nose. I'll go and have some tea. We can talk about other things after you calm down. Get lost as far as you can. Feng Luo Palace doesn't welcome you. The Wanfeng left with Tianlong after saying that. Yang Kai was embarrassed, but he didn't say it out loud. The Wanfeng was on the verge of exploding. If he provoked her again, he was afraid that the loss would outweigh the gain. When a woman was angry, she was unreasonable. So, Yang Kai decided to wait until she calmed down. Because of this, Yang Kai decided to stay in Feng Luo Palace. Shamelessly staying here. No one greeted him. The maids and guards in Feng Luo Palace stayed far away from him, treating him as if he was invisible. However, he didn't feel it at all. He found a room to meditate and wait. After a few days, the Wanfeng was still nowhere to be seen. Yang Kai wasn't in a hurry. He would come out for a walk occasionally, as if this place was his home. The Wanfeng naturally couldn't ignore him. She sent people to watch him every day. When she learned about this, she was so angry that her lungs were about to explode. Chapter 3290. Don't you have anything else to do? After a full month, Wanfeng finally met with Yang Kai in the guest hall. She coldly asked, I heard that you have a high heaven palace in the northern territory. Why are you here in the ancient wild lands instead of guarding your own territory? Yang Kai grinned, everything is normal over there. It doesn't matter if I'm there or not. Wanfeng asked, what about the southern territory? What happened in the southern territory last time is clearly related to something big. Even the demon dwellers appeared. Perhaps there is some kind of conspiracy brewing. Don't you want to know the truth? Yang Kai slowly shook his head, my roots are in the northern territory. The southern territory's matter is just a coincidence. No matter what kind of conspiracy there is, even if the sky falls, there will be a tall person to hold it up. I am not in a hurry. Luan Feng looked at him angrily. Speak, what do you want? Drink tea, drink tea. Yang Kai raised his teacup and gestured. Luan Feng snorted, speak. I don't have time to waste with you. Yang Kai took a sip of tea and put down the teacup with an awkward expression. Since Lady Feng insists, this Yang won't hide it anymore. Luan Feng sneered again and again, wanting to curse him for being so shameless, but considering her identity, she refrained from doing so. She had never seen such a shameless person before, and she doubted that Yang Kai's skin was thick enough to defend against her own divine ability. Yang Kai's expression became serious. This time, I only have one thing to ask of Lady Feng. If you have something to say, then say it quickly. Luan Feng closed her eyes and waited for him to open his mouth. She was afraid that she wouldn't be able to control herself and would spit out the world-extinguishing black flames. Borrow people. Yang Kai spat out 2 words. Borrow what people? How many people? Luan Feng narrowed her eyes. Yang Kai casually said, if I want to borrow the Monster King. I don't need many, just give me 3. You have 3 Saint Venerables, so each of you can give me 1 person. This isn't too much, right? Huh. Luan Feng laughed. Yang Kai seriously asked, Lady, why are you laughing? Luan Feng said, if I don't laugh, I'm afraid I won't be able to control myself and kill you. Although her expression was smiling, her tone was cold. Yang Kai nodded, *pang, Luan Feng smashed the table next to her with her palm, splashing tea everywhere as she clenched her teeth and shouted, Yang Kai, don't go too far. Do you really think that you can do whatever you want in the ancient lands just because you have the support of a descendant of Tianxing? Yang Kai to Luan Feng, she said. You still dare to say no? The Luan Feng was furious. If that wasn't the case, you wouldn't have dared to look down on me and my ancient lands. The ancient lands have always been a forbidden area for humans, yet you can come and go as you please. You even left a space array here. That's fine, but you dare to enter my Phoenix Gathering Palace as you please? Do you still have this queen in your eyes? Yang Kai lowered his head and allowed her to vent her anger for a while. When her anger subsided, he smiled and said, Lady is too serious. I really didn't mean that. I respect Lady very much. Luan Feng sneered, do you think I'll believe you? Yang Kai solemnly said, what I said is the truth. Saying so, he patted his chest as if he was speaking from the bottom of his heart. Luan Feng heaved up and down. She wanted nothing more than to slap Yang Kai to death. But if she could, she wouldn't be so angry. She said that Yang Kai had the support of a Heaven's Punisher descendant because she was angry. In fact, she knew that even without the Heaven's Punisher descendant, she couldn't do anything to him. After meeting Ying Fei and the others last time, Luan Feng heard some shocking news. Yang Kai actually had an unclear relationship with a pure dragoness. Moreover, he seemed to have gone to Dragon Island and returned unscathed. She didn't know what happened on Dragon Island, but she couldn't underestimate him just based on this point. She snorted and flicked her sleeve, no matter how eloquent you are, don't think you can get away with this queen this time. Yang Kai bitterly said, Madam, you don't have to be so ruthless. I just want to borrow 3 Monster Kings. There are still 29 Monster Kings in the ancient land. Even if you give me 3 more, there will still be 26. It's just a small matter to you, it won't shake the foundation of your rule. Luan Feng was so angry that she laughed, you have the nerve to ask for 3 more? I already lent you 3 last time. What do you think a Monster King is? My ancient land is so big and there are only 32 Monster King in total. You want 3 more? How much wealth does the ancient land have for you to take? I won't lend you any more. Yang Kai cupped his hands and said, this is the last time, this is definitely the last time. If I have any ideas about Monster King in the future, I will be a dog. Wuan Feng looked at him with a disbelieving expression and suddenly said, "This queen is curious, why do you want 3 more monster kings? With Xilei and the others guarding your high heaven palace, isn't that enough?" Yang Kai sighed, "Of course the high heaven palace alone is enough, but Madam also knows about the matter of the Orthodoxy temple. This Yang is not talented but has already taken the Orthodoxy temple from the southern territory and is preparing to set it up as a branch of the high heaven palace. So I still need other powerhouses to guard it and maintain stability. Otherwise, I wouldn't have come to disturb Madam." Wuan Feng was surprised. "You also took the Orthodoxy temple? Did Star Soul Palace actually agree?" Yang Kai smiled, "It's just a piece of land without an owner, why would Star Soul Palace be reluctant to part with it?" Wuan Feng nodded, "Boy, your ambition is not small. You are developing well in the Northern Territory and now you want to reach out to the Southern Territory." Yang Kai said with a bitter expression, "I had no choice. This was the truth. There were too many disciples in the High Heaven Palace, otherwise, he wouldn't have set his sights on the Orthodoxy temple." However, seeing that Wuan Feng's tone showed signs of loosening, Yang Kai hurriedly struck while the iron was hot. "That's how it is, Madam, please help me. I only need 3 monster kings." Wuan Feng said lightly, "This queen already said, don't even think about getting your way this time. Everything can be done once, twice, but not thrice. For you, the ancient land has already yielded time and time again, so don't push your luck." Feeling her determination, Yang Kai frowned, "You really won't lend it to me?" Wuan Feng coldly said, "There are some words I don't want to say twice." Yang Kai nodded, "Since Madam says so, I won't insist." Wuan Feng was speechless. She didn't expect Yang Kai to admit defeat so easily. Before she could rejoice, Yang Kai asked, "By the way, Madam, may I ask which monster king submitted to the northern Saint Shihua?" "You're asking this?" Wuan Feng suddenly realized something halfway through her words. Her beautiful eyes couldn't help but shrink as she gritted her teeth. Yang Kai grinned and stretched out his hand to release the embodiment. The embodiment also cooperated very well and assumed a domineering pose, looking very majestic. Yang Kai pointed at it and smiled at Wuan Feng. "Although Shihua died back then, his successor is now here, intending to take over the northern barren land. Madam, please inform Brother Fan Wu and Brother Tsang Go. Also, tell the northern monster kings and monster commanders to quickly return and report." The embodiment grinned at Wuan Feng, causing her face to darken. She gritted her teeth and said, "So that's what you're planning?" Yang Kai sighed, "I have no other choice, please forgive me, Madam." Wuan Feng raised her chin and said, "So what? Do you think ancient land will have a place for him after he refined Shihua's origin?" "Yang Kai, don't be so naive. If they back down this time, ancient land would no longer have the confidence and strength to resist Yang Kai in the future." This was because ancient land's perseverance and defense had been destroyed by Yang Kai time and time again. Yang Kai said indifferently, "This king is very grateful to ancient land and the 3 saint sovereigns for the matter of Orthodoxy temple. This king is also willing to maintain a good cooperative relationship with the 3 saint sovereigns, but if Madam really insists on stopping me, then don't blame this king for not taking into account our old friendship. People strive to climb higher, who wants to flow lower? I want to know if the 29 monster kings will still wholeheartedly serve you after learning that the 3 saint sovereigns are obstructing their future." Wuan Feng was furious and her beautiful face turned pale. "Do you have any conscience? How dare you threaten me?" Yang Kai said, "Madam, I only want the 3 monster kings to stay in the southern territory. This is not too much of a request, right?" Wuan Feng was silent. Her eyes kept moving between Yang Kai and the avatar. She was also miserable in her heart. She knew that she couldn't stop this no matter what. Yang Kai first threw out the successor of Shihua, then he would have the righteous reason to occupy the northern territory. At that time, he would summon the 8 monster kings back and Wan Feng and the others wouldn't be able to stop him. Moreover, for the monster kings, being able to follow Yang Kai was definitely a good thing for their future. If the Saint Sovereigns insisted on stopping them, they would definitely be dissatisfied and it would be very disadvantageous for ancient land. Seeing the change in her expression, Yang Kai knew that the goal of this trip was basically achieved. He said with a smile, "Madam, there is something I don't know if I should say." Wan Feng said angrily, "You have always liked to go against me. Is there anything you don't dare to say in front of me?" Yang Kai coughed lightly. "It seems that Madam has a deep misunderstanding of me." "Fine, time will reveal a person's heart. Let's not talk about me for the time being. Let's talk about little Tianlong." Wan Feng's face suddenly turned cold and a murderous intent filled the air. "If you dare to have any ideas about Tianlong, I will not rest until you are dead." She could compromise on anything, but when it came to her daughter, it was her reverse scale. Yang Kai mentioning little Wan Feng's name at this time undoubtedly touched her sensitive nerve. Yang Kai raised his hand and said, "Madam, I am afraid that you have misunderstood. I don't want to do anything to Tianlong. No matter how despicable and shameless I am, I will not do anything to a child. I just feel that although she is your daughter, it is unknown whether she can inherit everything from you in the future. It is said that dragons give birth to dragons and phoenixes give birth to phoenixes, but there are always exceptions to everything, right?" Wan Feng said proudly, "How can this queen's daughter be lacking?" Yang Kai nodded and said, "Fine, even if little Tianlong can inherit everything from Madam and promote Wan Feng's name, so what? Does Madam not want little Tianlong to improve on your foundation?" Chapter 3291. As soon as this statement came out, the Wan Feng's expression froze. "What do you mean?" Yang Kai calmly explained, "As Madam just said, I have a descendant of Tian Xing behind me. I'm sure I don't need to repeat what Tian Xing did in the past. Inside the Celestial Punishment Palace, I'm afraid there are countless Holy Spirit sources. If not for this, why would the monster kings of the ancient lands be so respectful to me and even grant me my every request? Isn't it all because they want a chance to become a Holy Spirit in the future? You're a freeloader yet you have the nerve to make such a big fuss." The Wan Feng showed a look of disdain. Yang Kai turned a deaf ear to this and continued, "This king is also a man of great fortune. Years ago, I accidentally took in a girl who turned out to be a descendant of Tian Xing. Moreover, her bloodline also magically awakened. It's not that I want to brag, but my Ruoshi listens to everything I say. When she comes out of seclusion, I'm sure she won't refuse if I have a request. What does this have to do with Tianlong?" The Wan Feng frowned. Yang Kai showed a faint smile. "Madam is a Wan Feng. Although you belong to the Phoenix clan, as far as I know, it's only a side branch, right? Compared to the orthodox Phoenix clan, there is still a gap. Tian Xing killed countless holy spirits in the past, including the dragons and phoenixes. Don't tell me the Holy Spirit sources aren't inside the Celestial Punishment Palace?" With that said, Yang Kai didn't say anything else. Under the cover of picking up the teacup, he quietly observed the Wan Feng's expression. Sure enough, her expression kept changing. He knew she wouldn't be able to refuse this temptation no matter what. Sure enough, after a while, the Wan Feng finally spoke. "Do you have the confidence to let Tianlong into the Celestial Punishment Palace?" Yang Kai immediately answered, "Even if I give up this old face, Ruoshi will definitely agree." The Wan Feng took a deep breath and gently nodded. "Boy, the reason why this queen doesn't want to let you become a monster king is not because of selfishness. After all, you are a human. If you have too many monster kings under you, then you will be accused of colluding with the monster race. It's not good for you. Yang Kai, this king appreciates Madam's kindness, but without strength, everything else is just empty talk. The Luan Feng's eyes flashed. Fan Hua and Song Hound might not agree. Yang Kai grinned. With Madam here, how could they not give me face? I know that although Fan Hua has always been in charge of the few holy venerables in the ancient land, in terms of strength, Madam is the leader. Don't flatter me. The Luan Feng stood up, turned around, and walked out. Where is Madam going? Yang Kai looked at her graceful back and asked. Just wait. I'll give you an answer within 5 days. With her words, Yang Kai knew that there was no problem. He cupped his hands and said with a smile, Thank you, Madam, for your help. In the end, his efforts were not in vain. Moreover, Yang Kai also knew that since he had opened a gap with the Luan Feng this time, if he had any requests for the ancient land in the future, they would not refuse. On the other hand, if he failed this time, he could forget about getting any benefits from the ancient land in the future. His mood was very good. He turned around and returned to his room to wait. In Fan Hua Palace, Song Hound rushed over after receiving the news. The 3 holy venerables gathered and their expressions were not good. He's gone too far. Last time, we went to help him. Who would have thought that this brat would come after us so quickly? He actually wants 3 monster kings. Why doesn't he just die? Song Hound was furious. He looked like he was going to fight Yang Kai to the death right now. Fan Hua sighed. We've been seeking fortune and avoiding disaster in the ancient land for so many years. Who would have thought that we would end up in the hands of a brat? The heavens are unfair. Song Hound's eyes flashed coldly. Why don't we go and kill him now to avoid trouble in the future? The Luan Feng glanced at him and said, Aren't you afraid that the descendant of Tian Xing will come after you after he comes out? Song Hound's momentum weakened. He mumbled a few words with a resentful expression. As a holy spirit, mentioning the name Tian Xing was like a mouse hearing a cat. It was a fear that came from the bottom of his heart. Fan Hua said solemnly, Moreover, I'm afraid that he won't be killed so easily now. When Yang Kai first came to the ancient land, he displayed extremely terrifying combat strength. At that time, he was only a first-order Emperor Realm Master. In the blink of an eye, several decades had passed. With his talent, he was definitely more powerful than before. Not to mention, he was proficient in space principles. If Fan Hua didn't confine heaven and earth in advance to prevent him from escaping, he wasn't confident that he could take him down. And once they went against him, the consequences weren't something they could bear. Song Hound said, Then what should we do? Are we going to let him eat us? Fan Hua turned to look at the Luan Feng and asked, Madam Feng, what did you talk about with him? The Luan Feng lowered her eyes and said, I also tried my best to refuse, but he shamelessly brought the stone mongoose who had refined the stone fire source here. He said that he wanted the stone mongoose to live in the wild north and inherit the position of Northern Holy Master. He also threatened to spread the news to all the monster kings. This mistress had no other choice. Despicable. The Tsang dog was furious. Fan Hua's eyes flashed. He keenly felt that the Luan Feng seemed to be hiding something, but he didn't ask because he knew that he wouldn't get an answer even if he asked. After a moment of silence, he sighed and said, It seems that we can't stop him. The Luan Feng hesitated for a moment and said, Although we can't stop him, it doesn't mean that we can't trip him up. Fan Hua looked at her and asked, What do you mean? The Luan Feng pursed her lips and smiled, As you two know, he has a wife called Shan Qing Luo. She inherited a divine spirit source and turned into a monster cultivator. She is now cultivating in my ancient land. Fan Hua and the Tsang dog nodded gently. They had naturally heard about this. Shan Qing Luo was personally sent back by Ying Fei. The news had spread throughout the ancient land, so there was no danger in the ancient land. It was only because the ancient land's environment was suitable for her that she chose to cultivate here. The Tsang dog's eyes lit up, does Madam mean that we should take action against Shanqing Luo? The Luan Feng shook her head and said, there's no need for that. I have met that woman and she is not bad. She seems to have inherited the heavenly moon demon spider source. In time, she will become a powerful member of my monster race. Since she is one of us, why should we deal with her? The Tsang dog said, since we don't want to deal with her, why mention her? The Luan Feng pursed her lips and smiled, that little brat looks like a dog, but he is a womanizer. Do you know that he has 4 wives? What's more, he has an ambiguous relationship with a woman from Ice Heart Valley and a dragon girl. If we count the descendants of Tianxing, the Tsang dog listened with fascination, tisk tsk, his luck with women is boundless. Fan Hua, on the other hand, rolled his eyes and said, having too many women is not necessarily a good thing. Luan Feng nodded, and his 4 wives are all acquaintances and none of them are very strong. The woman from Ice Heart Valley seems to be only a second-order Emperor Realm Master. We also met her in the past, she was that crazy woman, but I heard she's not crazy anymore. As for the remaining 2, one is a dragon girl and the other is a descendant of Tianxing. No matter who they are, they will not submit to others. The Tsang dog said, if the 2 of them meet. The thought of it made him shudder. A dragon girl and a descendant of Tianxing were natural enemies. It would be fun to watch. However, no one knew when a descendant of Tianxing would come out of seclusion. The Luan Feng smiled and said, before that, we can add more wood to the fire. If he is troubled by a group of women, I am afraid he will not have time to care about the ancient lands. The Tsang dog asked, how do we add more wood to the fire? The Luan Feng pursed her lips and smiled, isn't this a good opportunity? He wants 3 monster kings, so we will give him 3 monster kings. I just don't know if he will have such a good appetite. The Tsang dog was confused, but Fan Hua suddenly understood. He smiled and stroked his beard, yes, Madame Feng is right. What are you talking about? Can you be more clear? The Tsang dog scratched his head. Fan Hua and the Luan Feng looked at each other and smiled. The 3 monster kings were soon assembled, one for each of the 3 saint masters. In Feng Luo Palace, Yang Kai stared at the 3 monster kings standing in front of him, dumbfounded. He did not know what to say for a moment. It was not that the 3 monster kings were weak. Each of the 32 monster kings of the ancient lands was an extremely powerful existence. The reason why Yang Kai was so speechless was because the 3 monster kings were all women. Moreover, each of them was more charming than the other. One of them was not unfamiliar. It was the flower demon Dumi, that he had seen in the Luan Feng's palace last time. This woman's ability to serve people was top-notch. Yang Kai had enjoyed it last time, and now she was looking at him tenderly. Next to Dumi, was a beautiful woman. Her body was enchanting, and her expression was charming. Even the Shanqing Luo could not compare to her. Her beautiful eyes were like 2 black holes that could swallow people's souls, making them unable to extricate themselves. Although she was standing there quietly, there was an indescribable charm lingering around her that made people reluctant to look away. Hu Fei? Yang Kai asked tentatively. The female monster king was startled for a moment, but then she smiled sweetly and said, I didn't expect Master to recognize me. Her voice was so enchanting that Kai Yang couldn't help but shiver when he heard it. He felt as if all the bones in his body had become much lighter. Worthy of the 9-tailed fox's bloodline, every movement of hers was so enchanting that it made people unable to control themselves. Kai Yang could clearly feel a warm current surging in his lower abdomen. He did not know whether to laugh or cry. A few days ago, he had discussed the various monster kings with Shi Lei, and Shi Lei had mentioned Hu Fei. He did not expect the Luan Feng and the others to send this woman to his side. Turning his head to look at the Luan Feng, Yang Kai seemed to see the deep meaning in her eyes. He nodded and said, the Monster King's name is like thunder to my ears." Hu Fei giggled and said, "It's just a little bit of a bad name that will dirty Master's ears." Yang Kai turned his head to look at the other female Monster King. He saw that this woman's temperament was different from Du Mi, and Hu Fei's. She did not have Du Mi's weakness, and Hu Fei's charm, but there was a trace of coldness to her. Her pupils were a strange vertical slit, which reminded Yang Kai of the word viper. However, this feeling of insidiousness not only did not make people afraid, but it also made people want to be a moth to a flame. It seemed that even if they were swallowed alive, they would be willing. Yang Kai's mind moved. Qi Lian. Chapter 3292. Qi Lian licked her scarlet lips as a strange light bloomed in her vertical pupils. "Master is really knowledgeable, you even recognize this concubine." He he. Yang Kai dryly laughed as he glanced at the three Monster King girls. The three women in front of him, each one more enchanting than the last, each one more revealing than the last. Their snow-white skin, their perfectly round and slender figures were all exposed to the air, but when they looked at Kai Yang, without exception, it was as if they couldn't wait to swallow him whole. Yang Kai suddenly felt a chill run down his spine as he turned to Luan Feng, who was watching the show with a smile. "Madam, can I have a word with you?" Luan Feng rolled her eyes and walked to the side with him. "What do you want?" Yang Kai said in distress. "Madam, are you playing with me?" Luan Feng said with a fake smile. "What do you mean?" Yang Kai glanced to the side and said, "I want the three Monster King girls, but why did you send them to me?" Luan Feng asked, even though she knew the answer. "Are you not satisfied with them? The three of them are not weak among the 32 demon kings of the ancient land. They may not be as strong as Shilei in a head-on fight, but do you believe that if Shilei were to fight against the three of them, Shilei would be at a disadvantage?" "I believe, but this is too strange." Luan Feng's face turned cold. "What do you mean? I already called them here, do you not want them? If you don't want them, you can tell them yourself and see if they will let you go." Luan Feng was very happy in her heart. "Who told you to bully people with your power? Do you really think I can't teach you a lesson? Don't." Yang Kai cupped his hands. "Madam, please help me to the end. Can you give me three Monster King girls? If it were three ordinary demon monarchs, these three would be too dazzling. Not to mention others, even he himself couldn't resist the temptation of these three female Monster King girls. If he really took them back, who knows what kind of trouble they would cause in the High Heaven Palace? How would the male disciples have the heart to cultivate?" Luan Feng looked at him and said, "You want three Monster King girls, I found them for you, and now you want three more? Don't you think you are going too far?" Yang Kai thought about it seriously and nodded, a little. "Do you want them or not? If not, scram." Luan Feng coldly snorted. Yang Kai's mouth opened, but in the end, he didn't say anything. He turned to look at the three female Monster King girls and sighed. "Fine, I'll take them then." Luan Feng snorted. "You make it sound like you are suffering a loss." She paused for a moment and said, "I'll satisfy your request. Take them and scram. Don't come here again. When Tian Xing's descendant comes out of seclusion, I will send someone to inform you." She looked like she couldn't wait to drive them away. She was really afraid of Yang Kai. The sooner she sent him away, the better. Yang Kai didn't delay and cupped his hands. "My humble wife is in the ancient lands, I'll have to trouble you Saint Seniors to take care of her." He didn't look for Shan Qing Luo this time because he knew that Shan Qing Luo and the others were currently cultivating. Disturbing them wouldn't do them any good. "I know, I promise I won't let her lose a single hair." Luan Feng impatiently waved her hand. After bidding farewell to Luan Feng, Yang Kai led the three female Monster King girls back to the stone mongoose's residence. Along the way, Yang Kai finally experienced the most difficult thing to accept. The three female Monster King girls were each more passionate than the other. Whether it was their words or actions, they were all seductive. This was especially true for Hu Fei, who had the nine-tailed fox bloodline. Her every movement and smile were filled with endless charm, making it hard for people to resist. Dumi, and Qi Lian were also not easy to deal with. One was gentle and sweet, while the other was cold and sinister. The three female Monster King girls had three different auras that intertwined with each other, making Yang Kai feel like he was in a trance. If he hadn't been controlling his heart, he would have probably found a place to have some fun. After returning to the stone mongoose's residence, the group of stone mongoose stared at the three female monsters with wide eyes. Then, they glanced at Yang Kai and revealed an expression that all men would understand. Yang Kai felt very embarrassed from being stared at like this. This wasn't the situation he wanted. He came to the ancient lands this time just to get the three monster kings to guard the Orthodoxy Palace. He didn't expect to be able to bring the three-dragon lady with him. Now that he thought about it, that lowly servant Luan Feng clearly didn't have good intentions. She probably wanted the three-dragon lady to capture him and use him as an opening to do whatever she wanted. After returning to the Orthodoxy Palace in a sorry state, under Hua Qingxi's dumbfounded gaze, he introduced the three female monster kings to her and told her to make arrangements according to the situation. Before leaving, Yang Kai's expression became serious. His gaze swept over the three dragon ladies' faces and he said in a deep voice, "After I leave, you will listen to Manager Hua's arrangements. The human world is not the same as the ancient lands, nor is it as free as the ancient lands. Since you are in my territory, you must abide by the rules. If you make any mistakes, don't blame this king for being ruthless." Hu Fei smiled faintly. "Master, what are you saying? The three of us are very obedient." As she spoke, a faint charm bloomed. If it was any other man, they would have been immediately captivated and wouldn't be able to say a single harsh word. Yang Kai, on the other hand, was already prepared for this and intended to show off his strength. A golden vertical pupil appeared in his left eye and a tidal wave of his divine sense transformed into a destructive force, crushing Hu Fei's invisible charm to nothing. Hu Fei's snow-white and flawless face changed slightly. She let out a muffled groan and became even paler. Dumi, and Qi Lian's eyes also flashed, a trace of surprise finally appearing in their watery eyes. At the same time, Yang Kai quietly urged the power of the golden divine dragon source. A faint dragon pressure spread out and enveloped the three-dragon lady. He then stretched out a hand to touch Hu Fei's delicate face. Hu Fei's eyes widened in an instant as an incredible scene appeared in her field of vision. Yang Kai was clearly standing in front of her, but she felt as if she was looking at a giant dragon reaching out with its claws that could tear the world apart. In front of this dragon claw, any defense she had seemed to be fragile and could be torn to pieces at any time. Her delicate body couldn't help but tremble, and the remaining blood on her face drained away in an instant. Feeling the change in Yang Kai's aura, Dumi, and Qi Lian also felt as if they were facing a great enemy. After what seemed like an instant, but also like a long time, the aura that made the three-dragon lady feel oppressed suddenly disappeared. Yang Kai smiled and pinched Hu Fei's cheeks, feeling her soft and tender skin. "Be good, I won't forget to reward you later." The three-dragon lady were dumbstruck and nodded obediently. Yang Kai put his fingertips to his nose and sniffed them, winked at Hu Fei, laughed, and turned to leave. Only when his back disappeared did Hu Fei and the others let out a heavy sigh of relief. They looked at each other and saw the fear in each other's eyes. Previously, when they followed Yang Kai all the way here, they found that he was just like that, so they couldn't help but be a little presumptuous. But it wasn't until now that they realized how terrifying this man was. If they really made him angry, they were afraid that he really wouldn't show any mercy to them. The suffocating feeling just now was something that they had never felt even from the holy masters. Hua Qingxi watched all of this coldly from the sidelines, and only now did she speak. This queen is the chief steward of the High Heaven Palace, Hua Qingxi. How do I address you? Her voice pulled Hu Fei and the others back from their thoughts. Du Mi, was the first to speak and reported her name. She didn't look down on her just because she was stronger than Hua Qingxi. Instead, she acted very docile. Hua Qingxi noted them down one by one. She knew that Yang Kai had shown his power just now. Otherwise, she would have a headache facing these three female monster kings. The only people in the High Heaven Palace who were on equal footing with them were Ying Fei and the others. However, Ying Fei and the others were monster kings from the ancient lands, so they were definitely familiar with the three in front of them. Hua Qingxi couldn't use Ying Fei and the others to intimidate Hu Fei and the others. But now, with Yang Kai's remaining power to intimidate them, she could easily command them. She secretly made up her mind that if they didn't listen to her, she would ask Lu Yen to deal with them. Lu Yen was now the strongest person in the High Heaven Palace besides Yang Kai. Even the Monster King was no match for her. With the addition of the three Monster Kings, the Orthodoxy Temple finally had enough manpower. They just had to wait for the Southern Gate Army to finish setting up the sect-protecting array. Then, they could prepare for the migration of the disciples. After leaving the Orthodoxy Temple, Yang Kai once again returned to the ancient lands. After leaving the Stone Mongoose clan's residence, he first went to the place where the blood door had appeared. He was no stranger to this place. Back then, he had fought with Shihua here and was almost crippled. In the end, Zhang Ruoxi's bloodline awakened and she took Shihua's divine spirit source to resolve the crisis. Then, Zhang Ruoxi took Xiao Xiao into the blood door. The blood door disappeared, and there was no news of it to this day. There were monster commanders stationed near the blood door all year round. When Yang Kai came here, he was interrogated a lot, but after hearing his name, they all nodded and flattered him. After probing the void for a long time, Yang Kai was unable to sense the aura of the blood door, so he could only give up. The blood door was connected to another world. It was a world opened by Tian Xing in the past. Inside, there was a Tian Xing palace that stored many divine spirit sources from ancient times. Divine spirits were rare today, but in ancient times, they were countless. These powerful divine spirits were born with great strength and were unscrupulous in their actions, tormenting all living beings. According to ancient records, Tian Xing was born and went on a campaign. With a single Tian Xing sword, he killed all the divine spirits in the world. Even dragons and phoenixes were not spared. This person, who was born with the fortune of heaven and earth, seemed to be the nemesis of all divine spirits. In the era when Tian Xing was alive, all the divine spirits in the world were dormant, giving the human race space to develop steadily. The divine spirits that were killed by Tianqing all had their origin energy taken away and sealed in the Tianqing palace. As a result, the number of divine spirits dwindled until there were barely any left. Although many demons had inherited the ancient bloodlines, without the origin energy, they were unable to awaken the glory of their ancestors. Chapter 3293. 10 days later, Yang Kai emerged from the ancient lands. On the outskirts of the ancient lands, there was a dilapidated city where many cultivators stayed. Although the ancient wild lands had a fierce reputation, because of the countless heavenly materials and earthly treasures and the special environment, many cultivators liked to venture inside. Over the years, a place for cultivator to rest appeared outside the ancient lands. This was the origin of Desolate City. Yang Kai had also been here before. It was here that he found a guide, Old Ban, and safely entered the ancient lands. It was because of Old Ban that he had a conflict with Yao Lin, the daughter of the great emperors of Serene Soul. Yao Lin might not be a bad person, but she had been spoiled since childhood and had a domineering and arrogant temper. She thought she was protected by a master and insisted on trespassing into the ancient lands, forcing Old Ban to lead the way. In the end, she was taught a lesson by Yang Kai. She was not convinced and later joined forces with Netherworld Sex In Lusheng to intercept him at the exit of the ancient lands passageway. In the end, she was killed by him. At the critical moment, the souls of the great emperors of Serene Soul descended, scaring Yang Kai away. Arriving at this dilapidated desolate city, Yang Kai thought of Old Ban. Back then, Yang Kai was grateful for Old Ban's guidance. Seeing that he was alone with his granddaughter, Yang Kai took him to the Northern Territory and arranged for his granddaughter to enter Ice Heart Valley while Old Ban found a job in one of the cities under Ice Heart Valley's jurisdiction. Yang Kai had not seen Old Ban's granddaughter for many years, but now that he thought about it, Old Ban's granddaughter should have grown up and was cultivating in Ice Heart Valley. Her future should not be too bad. Yang Kai did not stop at Desolate City, simply reminiscing about it for a while before leaving. Yang Kai's destination was Dragon Island. Sheng Yuzhu's words made him feel a sense of urgency. Although the 10 great emperors were still alive, no one could say when they would be able to compete for the position of great emperors. If the time came and his cultivation was not enough, he would have nowhere to cry. Therefore, Yang Kai wanted to improve his strength as soon as possible. It was always better to plan ahead than to cram for a rainy day. He had just broken through to the Second-Order Emperor realm, so even if he cultivated in retreat, he would not be able to break through to the Third Order in a short time. However, breaking through the realm was not the only way to improve his strength. For Yang Kai, breaking through the dragon transformation secret and tempering his dragon bloodline body might be more effective than a simple breakthrough. In order to achieve this, going to Dragon Island was undoubtedly the best choice. What's more, Zhu Qing was still on Dragon Island. Last time, he went to the territory of the lower star plane through the passage Wukong forcibly opened in the Dragon Temple. Yang Kai did not know what happened to Zhu Qing after that, nor did he know if Dragon Island was still making things difficult for Zhu Qing. He would not feel at ease if he did not go and take a look. If possible, it would be best to bring Zhu Qing out. If not, he would have to set up a space array on Dragon Island to connect to the High Heaven Palace. Otherwise, it would be too troublesome to go back and forth. But before going to Dragon Island, he wanted to go to Spirit Beast Island. He had wanted to discuss the Tao of Space with Li Wu-yi for a long time. It was rare to find someone in this world who was as proficient in this mysterious power as he was. Moreover, Li Wu-yi was known as the #1 person below the great emperors. His attainments in the Tao of Space were probably higher than Yang Kai's, but Yang Kai did not have this qualification in the past. In terms of the cultivation of the Tao of Space, Yang Kai had always felt his way. If he could carefully discuss it with Li Wu-yi, he might have unexpected gains. Fortunately, whether it was Dragon Island or Spirit Beast Island, they were all above the sea of the Eastern Territory. If the Serene Soul Palace was included, the entire Eastern Territory was definitely one of the top territories in the star boundary in terms of heritage and strength. Of course, these three forces were not monolithic. For example, the martial beast and the dragon race would not fight each other when they encountered each other. How could they possibly join forces? In Desolation City, a man looked in the direction of Yang Kai's departure with a hint of surprise on his face. After a while, he took out a jade slip and immersed his soul into it. After carefully examining it, a look of joy appeared on his face. Sure enough, it's him. Hurriedly putting away the jade slip, he took out a communication artifact and poured his divine sense into it. After a while, as if he had received instructions, he gritted his teeth and followed in the direction of Yang Kai's departure. But he was only a Tao Source Realm cultivator. How could he keep up with Yang Kai's whereabouts? After leaving Desolation City, he had no idea where Yang Kai had gone. He wandered around like a headless fly for a while, a look of annoyance appearing on his face. After a while, a group of people flew over. The leader of the group, a young man, looked at the man with a gloomy face and asked, "Where is he?" The man said uneasily, reporting to Fort Master, "This subordinate doesn't know where he went. That person's cultivation is too high. He disappeared in the blink of an eye." The gloomy young man called Fort Master glanced at him coldly, causing cold sweat to appear on the man's forehead. He said in fear, "This subordinate is incompetent. Please forgive this subordinate, Fort Master." An old man next to him said, "Fort Master, that person was a first-order Emperor Realm Master. Xiaofan is only a second-order Dao Source Realm Master. It is a good thing that he can't keep up with him. If he really found out that someone was following him, I'm afraid he would be alerted." The gloomy young man's face relaxed a little when he heard this. He nodded and said, "What old man said is right." He then turned to the messenger and asked, "Did you see that person's appearance? Are you sure it's him?" The man said with a firm look, "I saw it clearly. It's definitely him. Back then, Fort Master gave us a jade slip with an image of that person. This subordinate has always carried it with him. I didn't pay attention to it before, but I suddenly noticed that he looked familiar. If Fort Master doesn't believe me, you can ask the others in the city. I'm sure I'm not the only one who saw him." The Fort Master said lightly, "I know you don't dare to speak carelessly. According to your observation, what is that person's cultivation?" The man pondered for a moment and said cautiously, "He should be stronger than Fort Master." The Fort Master narrowed his eyes, "Stronger than me? Isn't he at least a second-order Emperor Realm Master? Hateful." His face filled with resentment, as if he had some kind of deep hatred for Yang Kai. The old man who spoke before was slightly surprised. If this old master remembers correctly, that person broke through to the Emperor realm in the Shattered Star Sea, right? It's only been a few years, but he's already a second-order Emperor Realm Master. Such talent. After a pause, he cupped his fists and said, "Fort Master, this matter needs to be considered at length. If that boy is really a second-order Emperor Realm Master, Heaven Chi Castle may not be able to provoke him. If Yang Kai was here, he would definitely remember the name Heaven Chi Castle when he heard this. Heaven Chi Castle was not a powerful force in the Eastern Territory. It could be considered a second or third-class force. The strongest person in the castle was only a first-order Emperor Realm Master. It was almost the same as the previous Rakshasa sect, but slightly better than the Rakshasa sect. Because it was not very strong, Heaven Chi Castle sat on the border of the Eastern Territory. No one dared to compete with it, giving Heaven Chi Castle space to develop steadily. The current fort master was the gloomy young man named Chi Hai. Yang Kai had dealt with him several times. In the Shattered Star Sea, Yang Kai revealed clues about the mountains and rivers Bell and the Phoenix True Fire. After that, Chi Hai invited him to the Eastern Territory's Heaven Chi Castle as a guest because Chi Hai's woman trespassed into the ancient wild lands and was poisoned by one of the 10 great poisons, the heavenly frost earth rain. She was dying and urgently needed the Phoenix True Fire to prolong her life. The reason why Chi Hai took the risk to enter the Shattered Star Sea was to find the Phoenix True Fire, but unfortunately, Yang Kai beat him to it, so he could only set his eyes on Yang Kai. But for Yang Kai at that time, the Eastern Territory was very far away. How could he go to Heaven Chi Castle for no reason? He just casually dealt with it. Later, he really came to the Eastern Territory by chance. The moment he entered Barren City outside the Ancient Lands passageway, Chi Hai got the news. After all, Heaven Chi Castle was in charge of the border area, and the whole Barren City was under the Heaven Chi Castle's secret management. Chi Hai, as the young fort master, was very well informed. Then, Chi Hai arranged spies everywhere in the Ancient Lands passageway and waited for Yang Kai's arrival. Hard work paid off. One of the disciples of Heaven Chi Castle really waited for Yang Kai and conveyed Chi Hai's message. If the Phoenix True Fire was really with him at that time, Yang Kai might not mind helping Chi Hai. After all, it was just a small matter and it did not cost much. But at that time, the phoenix true fire had been swallowed by Lu Yen and turned into a phoenix egg. Lu Yen himself was taken to Spiritual Beast Island by 9 phoenix to pass on the inheritance of the phoenix clan. How could Yang Kai help Chi Hai? In addition, the phoenix true fire was a big deal. Yang Kai felt unhappy that his whereabouts were being monitored. So, he immediately refused. In his mind, if he was poisoned, he should detoxify it. Why was he staring at his phoenix true fire? What happened at that time was just a passing cloud, and Yang Kai had long forgotten it. But for Chi Hai, it was something that he could never forget. He was sure that the phoenix true fire was obtained by Yang Kai, and it would not take much effort to detoxify the heavenly frost earth rain poison. However, Yang Kai cruelly refused, which led to his lover's death. Since then, Chi Hai seemed to have changed into a different person. The image of the young fort master, who was originally as gentle as jade, changed greatly. He even spent a lot of money to join one of the top sects in the Eastern Territory, hoping that one day he would succeed in his cultivation and kill Yang Kai with his own hands to avenge his lover's death. In his mind, although it was the 10 extreme poisons that killed his partner, Yang Kai was also to blame. This time, when he learned that Yang Kai had appeared in Desolation City again, Chi Hai rushed over without stopping. Firstly, he wanted to take revenge, and secondly, he wanted to ask Yang Kai why he was so cold-blooded and heartless back then. The young fort master was now the fort master of Heaven Chi Castle, and his cultivation had reached the First Order Emperor realm. He thought that he had the qualifications to compete with Yang Kai, but now, after hearing the report from his subordinates, he knew that Yang Kai had once again surpassed him. He was afraid that he was no match for a Second Order Emperor realm master. Heaven Chi Castle can't be provoked, but that doesn't mean that others can't. Chi Hai stared coldly into the distance. In the Eastern Territory, I'm not the only one who wants his life. If he dares to come here, he can forget about leaving alive. Sneering, he took out a jade slip and crushed it. A stream of light flashed and disappeared into the distance in an instant. The old man next to him couldn't help but sigh when he saw this. Back then, the young fort lord and the fort lord in front of him were like two different people. Ever since that woman died and the young fort lord joined that sect, everything had changed. However, he couldn't say anything because it was Chi Hai's final wish to avenge his dead lover. If even this was taken away from him, Chi Hai would probably suffer a fate worse than death. Chapter 3294. There were 2 islands in the Eastern Sea, Dragon Island and Spirit Beast Island. Both of them were ethereal and untraceable. If an ordinary person didn't have the opportunity, they wouldn't be able to find any clues even if they wandered around the sea for a lifetime. The world only thought that these 2 terrifying forces were really 2 islands, but Yang Kai knew that Dragon Island was actually a small world, and the entrance was hidden under the sea of a territory. If it wasn't for Li Jiao leading the way last time, he probably wouldn't have been able to find the entrance. The trip to Dragon Island was full of danger. Yang Kai didn't know what kind of treatment he would receive if he entered Dragon Island again. He might even be treated as an enemy, so he had to make a trip to Spirit Beast Island first. What made him speechless was that after passing by a few towns and inquiring a few times, no one knew where Spirit Beast Island was. All the way to the east, he didn't find anything until he reached the sea. There was a city by the sea, firmly guarding the thousands of miles of border. It was majestic and spectacular. The cultivator in the city came and went unceasingly. In a restaurant in the city, Yang Kai sat alone by the window sill on the 3rd floor, drinking by himself. He couldn't help but worry about who he should find to inquire about Spirit Beast Island's location. Suddenly, a fragrant wind blew over, and a person sat across from him. Kai Yang furrowed his brow and turned his head to look, only to see a smiling face appear in front of him. Her smile was like a flower, her skin was snow white, and her looks were outstanding. Impressively, she was an extremely beautiful woman. She wore a blue dress, which accentuated her exquisite and graceful figure, and her curves were full. Their eyes met, and Yang Kai's eyes lit up, revealing a smile. "You are, Brother Yang, you're really hard to find." The woman across from him smiled faintly. "Miss Lan He." Yang Kai finally remembered the name of the woman across from him, and unexpectedly, he was overjoyed to meet an old friend in a foreign land. He blurted out, "Why are you here?" Just as he spoke, he patted his head in annoyance. "That's right, you were originally in the Eastern Territory." Lan He, if she hadn't suddenly appeared in front of him, Yang Kai would have almost forgotten about this woman. In the Eastern Territory, he didn't know many people. Over the years, he had mainly been active in the Southern Territory and the Northern Territory. He had only interacted with some young talents from other territories in the Shattered Star Sea. Naturally, he had met Lan He in the Shattered Star Sea. This woman was from the Heavenly Wolf Valley in the Eastern Territory. Back then, she had received some favors from Yang Kai in the Shattered Star Sea. The two of them had drifted into the void together, and it was Yang Kai who had sent her out. Otherwise, with her cultivation at that time, she would have definitely been lost in the void and would never have been able to find her way out. Later, Yang Kai had entrusted her to help inquire about another woman, and if possible, to take care of her. That woman was called Ling Yin Qin, and she had come out of the solitary Void Sea's sealed world with Yang Kai. The solitary Void Sea's sealed world was the damned place where Bing Yun had been trapped for many years. Ling Yin Qin and a man met and got to know each other inside, falling in love with each other. Unfortunately, her husband had died in an accident. That man was from the Eastern Territory's Heavenly Wolf Valley, which was the same force as Lan He. After Ling Yin Qin escaped from the solitary Void Sea, she didn't go with Yang Kai and Bing Yun. Instead, she went to the Eastern Territory's Heavenly Wolf Valley to bury her husband's ashes. Many years had passed in the blink of an eye, and many details were vague to Yang Kai. However, big sister Ling Yin Qin was a warm-hearted person. Yang Kai and Lu Xianyun drifted into the solitary Void Sea's sealed world, and the first person they met was Ling Yin Qin. At that time, Ling Yin Qin even gave him a high-grade spirit purifying array, which was an extremely generous gift for Ling Yin Qin back then. After coming out of the solitary Void Sea, Yang Kai didn't see Ling Yin Qin again. After all, they were very far apart. Then, he met Lan He from Heavenly Wolf Valley in the Shattered Star Sea and casually gave her a few words of advice. Now, he didn't know if Ling Yin Qin had gone to Heavenly Wolf Valley. Yang Kai didn't expect that he would have the chance to meet Lan He again in this big world. He smiled slightly and said, "It's really a small world. Miss Lan, it's been a long time." Unexpectedly, Lan He slowly shook her head and said, "I came here specifically to find you." Specifically? Yang Kai raised his eyebrows and was immediately stunned. "How did you know I was in the Eastern Territory?" Lan He said, "I occasionally heard some news and heard someone mention your name. I also heard someone say that you have been inquiring about Spirit Beast Island, so I guessed that you would come to the seaside, so I waited here. It seems that my guess wasn't wrong. You really came here." Yang Kai blinked. "I occasionally heard some news, and my name? This is really interesting. I wonder where Miss Lan heard it from." There was a message in Lan He's words that Yang Kai couldn't help but pay attention to. He had come to the Eastern Territory, and someone was actually inquiring about him? Lan He looked at him snappily. "Do you really not know, or are you pretending not to know?" Yang Kai smiled and said, "If I knew, why would I ask you?" Lan He looked him up and down and nodded. "Then let me ask you, do you know that you are in a very dangerous situation right now?" Yang Kai asked curiously. "My situation is very dangerous? What do you mean?" Lan He sighed and said, "I guessed that you didn't know." Let's put it this way, do you still remember Brahma Holy Land? After saying that, seeing Yang Kai's blank expression, she suddenly felt both angry and amused. You killed 2 of their holy sons in the Shattered Star Sea. Don't tell me that you have forgotten. One of them was called Zhang Hao, and the other was called Zhang Xian. They were brother and also the 2 people that Brahma Holy Land had placed high hopes on. Yang Kai touched his chin and said, well, now that you mention it, I seem to have some recollection of it. Lan he couldn't help but twitch her mouth. Could it be that he didn't remember who he had killed? If Zhang Hao and Zhang Xian knew about this, wouldn't they be angered to death again? Yang Kai grinned and said, I killed too many people in the Shattered Star Sea. Who cares about Zhang Hao and Zhang Xian? This was the truth. There were many young men who had died at his hands in the Shattered Star Sea, and all of them had great backgrounds. Who would remember the names of the dead? After pondering for a moment, Yang Kai said, does Miss Lan mean that Brahma Holy Land is looking for trouble with me? Lan he said solemnly, it's not just Brahma Holy Land. Let me ask you, what kind of grudge do you have with the Netherworld sect? They have also taken action this time. Netherworld sect. Tisk. Many years ago, Yin Lisheng ambushed him, Chiyu, and the others in the Starlight Corridor. Later, this guy made things difficult for Yang Kai at every turn. In the Shattered Star Sea, in order to inquire about Xiao Zhao's whereabouts, Yang Kai made a deal with him and spared his dog life. It was from Yin Lisheng's mouth that Yang Kai went to the ancient wild lands. Later, Yin Lisheng calculated the timing and invited a second-order Emperor Realm Master from the Netherworld sect to set up an ambush outside the ancient lands passageway. Among them was Yao Lin, the daughter of the great emperors of the Serene Soul, but Yang Kai broke the ambush and killed Yin Lisheng at that time. Yin Lisheng was the former sect master of the Netherworld sect in the territory of the Great Wild Star. With his own ability, he broke through the shackles and entered the star boundary, where he was on par with the Netherworld sect in the star boundary. He had great expectations and was even personally accepted as a disciple by the Netherworld sect master. Fu Bo Yang Kai had killed Yin Lisheng and a second-order Emperor Realm Master of the Netherworld sect, so the enmity between them was not small. Coupled with the destruction of the Netherworld sect in the territory of the Great Wild Star, this enmity could almost be said to be irreconcilable. It was either you die or I die. Lan he smiled bitterly, Brother Yang, you are really something. Of the 3 top forces in the Eastern Territory, you actually provoked 2 of them. If an ordinary person provoked such an enemy, they would not dare to show up in the Eastern Territory. Yang Kai was not from the Eastern Territory, so although Brahma Holy Land and Netherworld sect had always wanted to find Yang Kai to take revenge, they had never had the chance. This time, he took the initiative to show up in the Eastern Territory, so how could these 2 forces hold back? If they missed this opportunity, it would be difficult to find him again in the future. So, as soon as they received the news, the 2 great forces sent out almost all of their forces, determined to kill Yang Kai in the Eastern Territory to protect their reputation. Yang Kai grinned, if others don't offend me, I won't offend them. Of the 3 top forces in the Eastern Territory, I wonder who the other one is? Heavenly Wolf Valley? Lan he shook her head, my Heavenly Wolf Valley only has 2 second-order Emperor Realm Masters, how can it be called a top force? The other one is Ahan Temple. After saying so, she looked at Yang Kai in horror, don't tell me that Ahan Temple also has a grudge with you. I heard that Chi Gui is also looking for you everywhere. Yang Kai looked at her and said, do I look like someone who likes to cause trouble? Also, who is Chi Gui? Lan he couldn't help laughing, Chi Gui isn't a ghost, he's the most powerful rising star of Ahan Temple. He broke through to the Emperor Realm in the Shattered Star Sea. You should have seen him before. He's a red-haired guy with a very violent personality. Yang Kai thought for a moment and vaguely remembered seeing such a person. His red hair was too obvious a feature, but he shook his head and said, I have no grudge with him. Lan, he said, then he probably wants to spar with you. This guy is warlike by nature. In the past, he often fought with Yin Lusheng, Zhang Hao, and Zhang Xian. You killed these 3 people, so he has no opponent in the Eastern Territory. He probably wants to prove something to you. Yang Kai snorted, then he has the wrong idea. Lan, he said, let's not talk too much. Brother Yang, it is not good to stay here for a long time. The 2 top sects in the Eastern Territory have joined forces and have been inquiring about your whereabouts. Fortunately, you are not slow and did not stay anywhere for long, but the news of you entering this city will definitely spread. If you don't leave now, when those people come, you won't be able to leave even if you want to. Yang Kai sighed and said, there is nothing to worry about in this world. Lan, he said angrily, what time is it now? Hurry up and come with me. Yang Kai asked curiously, come with you? Where to? Lan, he said matter-of-factly, Heavenly Wolf Valley, where else can we go? I'll take you back to lie low for a while. Yang Kai was stunned for a moment, then smiled and said, this Yang appreciates Miss Lan's kindness, but your Heavenly Wolf Valley is making a living in the Eastern Territory. It is best not to cause trouble for yourself because of me. After all, those were 2 top forces, and Heavenly Wolf Valley absolutely could not resist them. After saying this, he frowned and turned his head to look to the side. His eyes met with a woman who had just walked up to the 3rd floor. The woman hurriedly looked away and went straight to another table to sit down. Chapter 3295. Yang Kai sighed, how's Sister Lan's reputation in the Eastern Territory? Lan, he asked, what reputation? Do many people know you? Lan, he smiled modestly, not many, but it should be quite a few. She was also famous in the Eastern Territory. Although she couldn't compare to Qigui, she was still one of the rising leaders. Otherwise, she wouldn't have been qualified to enter the Shattered Star Sea. In addition, Netherworld sects Yin Lusheng and Brahma Holy Land's 2 holy sons were killed by Yang Kai, so she stood out even more. Now that she was a First-Order Emperor Realm Master, many people naturally knew her. Then I'll have to trouble you. The corner of Yang Kai's mouth twitched. What trouble? Lan, he was puzzled. Yang Kai shook his head and said, nothing. He wasn't afraid of Netherworld sect or Brahma Holy Land at all. It would be fine if they didn't come looking for trouble, but if they really dared to come looking for trouble, he would let them know what it meant to strike a stone with an egg. But now that Lan he had come to remind him out of goodwill in public, it was inevitable that some people would see it. Of course, he could leave directly, but Lan He's actions had already set Heavenly Wolf Valley on fire. If others couldn't find him, they would probably go to Heavenly Wolf Valley to ask about it. At that time, Lan He wouldn't have a good ending. Other people's good intentions, how could Yang Kai ignore them, but he couldn't say that his good intentions were doing bad things. He could only secretly think of a way to get Heavenly Wolf Valley out of this matter, so that they wouldn't be implicated. Just as he was thinking about this, Lan he said, Brother Yang, aren't you inquiring about Spirit Beast Island? Do you want to go to Spirit Beast Island? Yang Kai's eyes lit up when he heard this. Does Sister Lan know how to go there? Lan he pursed her lips and smiled, this matter is confidential. I don't know much, but Valley Master should know. Your Skywolf Valley has connections with the Spirit Beast Island? Lan he said, my Skywolf Valley's inheritance is related to the sacred spirit, Moonhowl Heavenly Wolf. Early on, we used a secret technique to rear a descendant of the Moonhowl Heavenly Wolf. Unfortunately, the bloodline is impure and we are unable to see the glory of our ancestors. It's unknown how Spirit Beast Island received the news and sent a beast-seeking envoy over to take the descendant of the Moonhowl Heavenly Wolf. Furthermore, he left behind a token to inform my Skywolf Valley that if we encounter any difficulties that we cannot overcome, we can bring the token to Spirit Beast Island in the Eastern Sea to seek help. Keepsake. Yang Kai was all smiles when he heard this. It was truly a case of searching high and low for something, only to find it by chance. He had been wondering how he could make a trip to the Spirit Beast Island, but he didn't expect to hear about it from Lan He. Yang Kai reckoned that the so-called beast hunting envoy that she mentioned was the same as Elder Tao, whom he had met in the High Sky sect. The beast hunting envoy was ordered to search for all kinds of strange beasts and bring them back to Spirit Beast Island to cultivate. Even if there was a problem with the descendant of the Moonhowl Heavenly Wolf, it was enough for the Spirit Beast Island to accept. Even if the Skywolf Valley couldn't cultivate it, it didn't mean that the Spirit Beast Island couldn't. However, the Spirit Beast Island obviously wasn't willing to take other people's things for free. That beast hunting envoy left behind a token as compensation. To the Skywolf Valley, this token from the Spirit Beast Island was probably the strongest foundation. With this token, even the top 3 factions in the Eastern Territory wouldn't dare to casually disturb them. Otherwise, if the Spirit Beast Island was implicated, the Brahma Holy Land, Netherworld sect, and so on would all be in serious trouble. Lan He smiled slightly and said, "Now, Brother Yang knows why I invited you to the Skywolf Valley to lie low for a while, right? I know that Brother Yang is worried that I will bring trouble to the sect, but who in the Eastern Territory doesn't know that my Skywolf Valley is related to the Spirit Beast Island? Even if they know that you have gone to the Skywolf Valley, they can't do anything." Yang Kai nodded and said, "I was thinking too much. In that case, this Yang thanks you in advance." Lan He glanced at him and said, "Brother Yang, you are treating me as an outsider. If it weren't for you, I would have died in the Shattered Star Sea. How could I be alive today? A drop of water should be repaid with a gushing spring, not to mention a life-saving grace." Yang Kai said sternly, "This Yang will remember Miss Lan's kindness. To be honest, what happened back then was nothing more than a slight effort. Lan He also wandered into the void crack because of him, and it didn't take much effort for him to send her out. After so many years, she specially came to find him and provided him with a place to lie low. She even didn't hesitate to bring trouble to the Skywolf Valley. This favor was indeed not small. However, Yang Kai's slight effort back then was indeed a life-saving grace for Lan He. This favor was really difficult to explain. Without hesitation, Yang Kai immediately threw down a few pieces of source crystals and walked out of the restaurant with Lan He. After he got up, the woman who just walked up quietly took out a communication artifact and poured her divine sense into it to communicate with someone. In the city, Yang Kai and Lan He walked side by side, heading out of the city. Lan He suddenly frowned and said, "Brother Yang, your whereabouts have been exposed. Now someone is following us." Yang Kai smiled slightly and said, "That depends on whether he can keep up or not." After a while, the two walked out of the city gate. Yang Kai apologized and suddenly reached out to grab Lan He's arm. When their limbs touched, Lan He's body trembled slightly and a blush appeared on her face. The next moment, she felt her vision blur and the world spin. When she reappeared, she was already in another place. This was not the end. The same experience happened a few more times. After more than 10 times, Yang Kai let go of Lan He's arm and said with a smile, "Miss Lan, please lead the way." Lan He was still in a daze. She turned her head to look around and then back at the road, but there was no trace of the city. When she thought of Yang Kai's attainments in the power of space, a terrifying thought appeared in her mind. Space divine technique, instant movement. Because of Li Wui, the people of the Eastern Territory had some understanding of the power of space. They knew that Li Wui could ignore the obstruction of space and instantly move from one place to another. This magical space divine technique was instant movement. However, everyone had only heard of it and had never seen it with their own eyes, let alone experience it. However, at this moment, Lan He truly experienced the feeling of instant movement. In that trance, it was as if she was shuttling through the void. It was magical but also chilling. With such means, who in this world could stop him? No wonder he dared to roam the Eastern Territory alone as if he was taking a leisurely stroll. Suddenly, she was shocked and asked in surprise, "Brother Yang, are you already a second-order Emperor Realm Master?" She did not notice before Yang Kai did not use his strength, but as soon as Yang Kai activated his Emperor Qi, she immediately sensed the level of Yang Kai's current realm. Yang Kai nodded and said, "I just broke through not long ago." Lan He was a little absent-minded and was stunned for a long time before she said, "Brother Yang is really a genius." When they first met in the Shattered Star Sea, both of them were only in the third-order Dao Source realm. His various performances shocked Lan He. Later, when she heard that Yang Kai had broken through to the Emperor realm in the Shattered Star Sea, she knew that his future was limitless. However, she never expected that he would break through again after so many years. Lan He was now a first-order Emperor Realm Master, and it was also thanks to the trip to the Shattered Star Sea that she obtained the opportunity to break through, but she had no confidence in breaking through to the second-order Emperor Realm. From the Emperor Realm onwards, every breakthrough was extremely difficult, and every level was difficult for countless heroes. If not for this, there would not be so few top forces in this world. A force only needed one third-order Emperor Realm Master to be considered a top force. The strongest person in Heavenly Wolf Valley was only a second-order Emperor Realm Master. After suppressing the shock in her heart, she collected her thoughts and determined the direction. Then, she waved at Yang Kai and rushed in the direction of Heavenly Wolf Valley. In the seaside city, the main hall where the space array was located was extremely lively today. Powerful figures appeared in the main hall from all over the place, leaving the cultivator guarding the array dumbfounded. He didn't know what day it was and why so many masters had come to the city. After a while, at least 30 people from the Emperor Realm had gathered in the main hall. At a glance, it was obvious that these people were from two groups of people. One group was emitting a gloomy aura, as if they had just returned from Yellow Springs Purgatory, giving off an extremely uncomfortable feeling. The other group was more normal, but they were filled with murderous intent, causing the atmosphere in the main hall to become extremely oppressive. It's the people from Netherworld Sect and Brahma Holy Land. The guards gathered together, and a sharp-eyed person recognized the origins of these two groups of people. Why are they here? Could it be that some kind of treasure is about to appear here? If that wasn't the case, why would so many masters show up? These were all Emperor Realm Masters, great masters who were usually elusive and elusive. I'm afraid there is no treasure. It seems that they are here to kill. Kill? What kind of person would they send so many people from the Emperor Realm to kill? Who would dare to provoke them? How would I know? Have you informed the City Lord and Master of this matter? Yes, the City Lord and Master are on their way. The City Lord of this city was just a first-order Emperor Realm Master. So many powerful people had suddenly appeared, and they were from two top forces. As the City Lord, he naturally couldn't ignore it. Not long after the news spread, a short and fat old man walked in with cold sweat on his forehead. He glanced around and his legs went soft, almost fainting. When he received the news just now, he didn't believe it. After all, there was nothing worth paying attention to in his city. How could a group of people from the Emperor Realm be attracted by the Netherworld Sect and Brahma Holy Land? Now that he took a look, sure enough, there were at least 30 to 40 people from the Emperor Realm present, and the auras of the two leaders were so powerful that he didn't dare to look directly at them. The City Lord had some guesses as to who these two people were. One was definitely the Netherworld Sect Master, Fu Bo, and the other should be the Holy Master of Brahma Holy Land, Su Changfeng. These two were famous figures in the entire Eastern Territory, and at this moment, they actually came together. The cold sweat on the short and fat City Lord's forehead became even more severe. He knew that if he didn't handle this matter well, his good days as the city lord would come to an end. He didn't dare to neglect and hurriedly went up to greet them. But who would have thought that neither Fu Bo nor Su Changfeng would pay attention to him and were just asking a woman some questions. After a while, Fu Bo shouted angrily, "Trash!" With a thump, the woman knelt down and said in fear, "This subordinate is incompetent." Chapter 3296. No one paid any attention to him, but the short and stout city lord did not dare to show any signs of dissatisfaction. He waited on the spot while trembling in fear. He listened to the group of people muttering for a while. They seemed to have mentioned a few names, including the Sky Wolf Valley. After a while, the group of people left in a hubbub. No one looked at him from beginning to end. After a while, dozens of figures leaped up and flew away. Only at this moment did the short and stout city lord let out a long sigh of relief. He felt a sense of relief behind him, as though he had escaped death for no reason. At this moment, how could he not know that this group of experts hadn't come because of him, nor was it because of his city, and they were just passing by? He really didn't know exactly which bastard had offended these two great powers and actually made so many experts move out together, causing him to be on tenterhooks. He cursed fiercely in his heart before he felt much better. Sky Wolf Valley was an incomparably huge valley. It was surrounded by towering mountains on all sides, and there was only one way to enter the valley. As the most outstanding rising star of the Sky Wolf Valley, her status in the valley was naturally extremely high. When she led Yang Kai into the Sky Wolf Valley, the disciples guarding the entrance immediately came forward to greet him. Elder Lan. As they spoke, they curiously sized up Yang Kai, guessing his relationship with Lan He. This was the first time they had seen Lan He bring a man back to the valley. "This is the Moonhull Celestial Wolf?" Yang Kai raised his head to look at the two huge stone sculptures on the left and right sides of the valley entrance. The two stone sculptures were clearly quite old. They were more than 100 feet tall and had the posture of howling at the moon. They were modeled and had traces of erosion by the flowing time Great Emperor. If it was before, Yang Kai might not have known what kind of creature the stone sculptures were, but after hearing Lan He's words, he naturally guessed that the two stone sculptures were the Moonhull Celestial Wolf. Lan He smiled and nodded. "That's right. The foundation of my Sky Wolf Valley is the Moonhull Celestial Wolf from ancient times. This is something left behind by the first-generation ancestral master. It has been 20 to 30,000 years since then." "Impressive." Yang Kai nodded, not stingy with his praise. Holy spirits were not to be underestimated. Even though he acted arrogantly in front of the Luan Feng in the ancient lands, as if he was certain that he could defeat her, if he really provoked the Luan Feng and fought with her, he was afraid that he would not be her match. The Moonhull Heavenly Wolf was also a holy spirit, so it was naturally not weak. "Brother Yang, please." Lan He smiled and gestured. Yang Kai nodded and followed her into the valley. As Lan He led the way, she said, "I'll bring you to see the Valley Master first. If you want to go to Spirit Beast Island, you have to ask him for help." Yang Kai hesitated. "This won't make things difficult for the Valley Master, right?" Lan He pursed her lips and smiled. "Don't worry, the Valley Master will agree." He blinked his eyes and said, "I forgot to tell Brother Yang that the Valley Master is my master. If the disciple agrees, it means that the master also agrees." Yang Kai could not help but laugh. There were quite a number of disciples in the Heavenly Wolf Valley, about 3,000 to 4,000 people. They were all scattered throughout the valley. There were also some spirit peaks in the valley, but they were slightly smaller than the ones that surrounded the valley. The valley was rich in spirit energy, and the fragrance of flowers was pleasant. It could be called a place of beauty. Furthermore, Yang Kai saw many traces of wolf demons in the valley. Some were in groups of 3 to 5, some were alone, and some were running around in groups. The Heavenly Wolf Valley disciples were not afraid of them at all. Some even accompanied the wolf demons. The sex characteristics were very obvious, and Yang Kai sighed inwardly. As expected of the Heavenly Wolf Valley, this was the rhythm of carrying out the motto of being in the company of wolves to the end. As they were moving forward, a vicious aura rushed towards them. A gray wolf the size of a calf suddenly blocked their path. Yang Kai clicked his tongue in wonder because this wolf demon was a rank 12 monster beast. In other words, it was equivalent to a human expert from the Emperor realm. However, its aura was not very strong. It should be at the early stage of rank 12. What surprised Yang Kai even more was that he actually sensed a trace of Basket's aura from this wolf demon. Thinking back to everything he had seen, he had some guesses. As expected, Basket smiled when she saw the wolf. She rushed forward and patted the wolf's head. "Little Five, were you waiting for me?" The giant wolf's large head nuzzled in Lan He's arms, looking extremely affectionate. Basket laughed with it for a while before turning her head. "Little Five, let me introduce you. This brother is Brother Yang Kai, who saved my life back then." She then said to Yang Kai, "This is my battle wolf, Little Five." Their eyes met, and the wolf's eyes were sharp. It nodded slightly and expressed its gratitude to Yang Kai in a very human-like manner. Yang Kai also knew that a rank 12 monster beast had already gained intelligence. It was definitely not something an ordinary monster beast could compare to. He cupped his hands and said, "Hello, Brother Five." The giant wolf howled with a displeased look on its face. Yang Kai was stunned. Basket laughed until she was convulsing. She was overjoyed. "Brother Yang, Little Five is female." Just as she finished speaking, a series of crackling sounds came from the wolf's body. Its huge body distorted and suddenly turned into a burly woman. She was a head taller than Basket. Her bones were wide, and her 5 fingers were strong. Her fingernails were as sharp as blades. She wore a short shirt and a short skirt. Her round and thick thighs were exposed to the air. Her bulging muscles definitely contained explosive strength. She waved her fist at Yang Kai and roared, "Are you blind?" Yang Kai was embarrassed. "But you can't blame me. Who knew if you were a man or a woman?" Basket jumped up and patted her head. "Don't be rude." Only then did Little Five curl her lips. Suddenly, her expression turned serious. She cupped her hands and said, "I've heard Xiao mention you. Thank you for what happened back then." Yang Kai smiled. "It's nothing. Don't worry about it." Xiao Wu looked at Yang Kai from head to toe, then nudged Lan He with his broad shoulders and said casually, "This little brat is not bad, why don't you take him in? You're not young anymore, it's time to find a man." As soon as he said that, Basket he was embarrassed. Yang Kai was also stunned. He thought to himself, "I'm not deaf. You should act like you're whispering. Why did you say it so loudly?" Basket he blushed and reprimanded, "Don't talk nonsense. Brother Yang is in trouble this time. I brought him to find Master." "What trouble?" Little Five asked curiously. "It's useless to tell you. Just wait here obediently. I'll come find you later." As she said that, she hurriedly called out to Yang Kai, fearing that Little Five would say something shocking again. Looking at the backs of the 2 people disappearing, Little Five snorted. Her figure twisted again and turned into a giant wolf, galloping on the ground. "I've let Brother Yang see a joke. Little Five has always been so outspoken. Brother Yang, you don't have to mind." Basket he said somewhat embarrassedly. Yang Kai smiled slightly. "Little Five is quite interesting." Basket he said, "I grew up with Little Five. If a disciple of my Heavenly Wolf Valley has the aptitude, they can subdue a battle wolf. To others, They may only be a helper or a monster beast, but to the disciples of my heavenly Wolf Valley, they are family, brothers and sisters. Yang Kai said, last time in the Shattered Star Sea, I didn't see you bring little five with you. Basket he smiled bitterly and shook his head. It's too rare to get a spot to enter the Shattered Star Sea. My heavenly Wolf Valley only got a few spots, so little five couldn't enter. Yang Kai nodded. He had also entered the Shattered Star Sea, so he naturally knew that when the Shattered Star Sea opened, only those with star seals could be summoned and qualified to enter. While the two were talking, they had already arrived at a large hall. Basket he arranged for Yang Kai to sit down and rest, then ordered someone to serve tea. Only then did she say to Yang Kai, Brother Yang, wait a moment. I'll go find Master. Yang Kai naturally didn't refuse. Basket he turned around and left again. Heavenly Wolf Valley, on a certain spirit peak, Basket he barged in and shouted, Master, Master. A moment later, a sigh came from a hut, I'm here. Basket he followed the voice and bowed to a middle-aged man with an elegant appearance. Master. This middle-aged man was Heavenly Wolf Valley's Valley Master, Tang Sheng. He was also the strongest person in Heavenly Wolf Valley, having a second-order Emperor realm cultivation. Although there was another Vice Valley Master in Heavenly Wolf Valley, Qian Xiuying, who was also a second-order Emperor realm Master, the two of them were husband and wife, and Tang Sheng had broken through earlier. So, if they really fought, Tang Sheng should have the upper hand. Opening his eyes slightly and looking at his disciple in front of him, Tang Sheng was quite satisfied. Heavenly Wolf Valley wasn't a top sect, so it wasn't easy to nurture someone from the Emperor realm. Basket he didn't disappoint him and advanced to the Emperor realm early. As her master, how could he be dissatisfied? Smiling, he asked, what did you gain from this trip? Basket he said, I gained some knowledge and heard some anecdotes, but I didn't gain much. Tang Sheng smiled faintly and said, on the road of growth, what you see and hear is also an experience. Maybe one day, what you hear or see will become the nutrients for your growth, the key to your breakthrough, or the straw that saves your life. You're right, Master. Basket he looked at him with a smile, without the restraint of an ordinary disciple facing her master. Instead, she was like a daughter facing her father. I saw the life-saving straw this time. Tang Sheng asked curiously, what life-saving straw? Basket he said, Master, do you still remember Elder Ling? As she spoke, she walked over and poured a cup of tea for Tang Sheng. Tang Sheng picked up the teacup and took a sip. Elder Ling is an elder of my Heavenly Wolf Valley. We meet often, so what's there to not remember? Basket he walked behind him and pressed her hands on his shoulders, rubbing them, and said with a smile, Disciple is asking if Master remembers why Elder Ling came to my Heavenly Wolf Valley. Tang Sheng sighed, naturally, it's for Wuan. Her relationship with Wuan is stronger than gold. If not, why would I make an exception to accept her into Heavenly Wolf Valley and even give her the position of elder? Ling Yin Qin wasn't from Heavenly Wolf Valley. She only married a disciple of Heavenly Wolf Valley, Wuan. Unfortunately, Wuan died prematurely in a sealed world, so she traveled thousands of kilometers to escort Wuan's ashes to Heavenly Wolf Valley so that her husband could rest in peace. Chapter 3297. Therefore, the deceased Wuan and Tang Sheng were brother. Ling Yin Qin's seniority was the same as Tang Sheng's, 1 generation higher than Lan He. When Ling Yin Qin first came to Heavenly Wolf Valley, she was only in the third order Dao Source realm, but Heavenly Wolf Valley had not mistreated her over the years. Coupled with her solid foundation, she finally broke through to the Emperor realm a few years ago and was promoted to the position of elder by Tang Sheng. Lan He said, back then, in the Shattered Star Sea, this disciple met someone. It was that person who told this disciple about Elder Ling. After coming out of the Shattered Star Sea, this disciple sent someone out to inquire about Elder Ling. Coincidentally, it didn't take long for this disciple to find something and bring her into the valley. Tang Sheng nodded, that's true. Why? Are you asking for credit from Master? Having the Emperor realm would be of great help to Heavenly Wolf Valley, so he thought Lan He was asking for some benefits. Lan He stuck out her tongue and said, of course not. I want to say that the person who told me this back then is called Yang Kai. Tang Sheng said, he seemed to have saved you once. He sent you out of the void crevice. You told me about it later. After saying that, he seemed to have thought of something. He turned to look at her and said, you said you saw a life-saving straw. Could it be? Lan He pursed her lips and smiled, Master's eyes are sharp. I met that brother Yang this time. He's in the Eastern Territory? Didn't you say he was in the Southern Territory? Yes, he's from the Southern Territory, but he came to the Eastern Territory this time for some matters. Then did you bring him back? In any case, he's your savior. Since you've met him, you should thank him properly. Lan He said, of course I brought him back. He's in the guest hall right now. When Tang Sheng heard this, he immediately stood up and glared at her. You little girl, since you've invited him, why didn't you say so earlier? You're beating around the bush. Since he's your benefactor, I should go and see him to express my gratitude. Lan He smiled and said, I have already thanked you. Tang Sheng said solemnly, I can't thank you enough for saving my life. Lan He took advantage of the situation and said, actually, he has something to ask Master for help this time. Originally, I was worried that Master wouldn't agree. Now that you've said that, I'm relieved. Tang Sheng stopped in his tracks and suddenly had a bad premonition. He turned to look at Lan He and said, why do I feel that you don't have any good intentions? Oh, pour me tea and water, massage my shoulders and back. One who is unaccountably solicitous is hiding evil intentions. How could that be? How could I be such a person in Master's eyes? Lan He pouted her lips in dissatisfaction. Tang Sheng snorted, do you think I don't know what kind of person you are? He paused for a moment and said, it seems like he came here to ask for something big. Tell me, what does he want me to help with? Lan He said shyly, Master. Tang Sheng said, hurry up and say it. Otherwise, be careful of my sect rules. He gently glanced at Lan He's head, causing her to cover her head with both hands. After muttering to herself for a moment, Lan He still said, he came to the Eastern Territory this time to go to the Spirit Beast Island. Unfortunately, he couldn't find the way. Spirit Beast Island. Tang Sheng's expression changed slightly as he realized something. He nodded slightly and said, I understand. The Spirit Beast Island was untraceable. Ordinary people wouldn't be able to find it if they didn't know the way. Even the people in the Eastern Territory didn't know where the Spirit Beast Island was, let alone an outsider like the Yang Kai. Others might not know, but the Skywolf Valley had a way to find it. This was because a beast-seeking envoy from the Spirit Beast Island had left behind a keepsake. With that keepsake, one would be able to find the approximate location of the Spirit Beast Island in the Eastern Sea. He smiled and said, it's just a small matter. Since you are indebted to him, I will personally accompany him and help him find the Spirit Beast Island. That keepsake might be the Skywolf Valley's greatest reliance, but they were only using it to find the location of the Spirit Beast Island. It wasn't considered using the favor of the Spirit Beast Island, so there was no loss to the Skywolf Valley. In the future, if the Skywolf Valley were to encounter any danger, the keepsake would still be useful. It was not a bad idea to return a favor to the Yang Kai. Furthermore, he could also befriend this person. Tang Sheng had heard from Lan He that the youth was very powerful and had outstanding talent. What was even rarer was that he was proficient in the spatial law. His future was bound to be limitless. Li Wui was able to obtain the title of number 1 under the great emperors because he was proficient in the spatial law. In the future, Yang Kai might not be inferior to Li Wui. If they could have a good relationship, it would be beneficial for the Skywolf Valley in the future. Various thoughts flashed through his mind. Tang Sheng already had a plan. This was not to say that he was good at scheming, but it was just a normal consideration. Moreover, as the Valley Master of Sky Wolf Valley, he was concerned about the entire sect, so naturally, he would think more. Lan He was not happy to hear this. Instead, she looked at him cautiously and stammered, "It would be fine if that was all, but Brother Yang's situation is not very good." Tang Sheng was suspicious. "What do you mean?" Lan He said, "Master, have you forgotten? He killed a lot of people in the Shattered Star Sea, including the 2 holy sons of Brahma Holy Land, Zhang Hao and Zhang Xian." Tang Sheng's expression changed slightly. "Brahma Holy Land is looking for trouble with him? There is also the Netherworld sect." Lan He's voice became even smaller. "What?" Tang Sheng's expression really changed this time. One top force looking for trouble with the Yang Kai was one thing, but now 2 top forces were looking for trouble with him. How could he still be alive? Others would rather avoid such a hot potato. Who would be stupid enough to bring it to their own home? Tang Sheng really didn't know what to say to Lan He, so he angrily pointed at her. Lan He said aggrievedly, "Master, didn't you say that a drop of water should be repaid with a gushing spring? What's more, he saved this disciple's life. If he hadn't sent me out of the void crack back then, this disciple would have died long ago." Tang Sheng said bitterly, "That's true, but it also depends on the timing. The current situation, you are bringing trouble to my Heavenly Wolf Valley." Lan He pursed her lips and said, "Doesn't our Heavenly Wolf Valley have the token of Spirit Beast Island? Although those 2 forces are powerful, they wouldn't dare to attack us, right?" Tang Sheng was exasperated. "Indeed, they don't dare to make a move on us, but don't forget that since the Sky Wolf Valley is in the East region, everything we do will be restricted by various parties. We can't be arrogant just because we have the Spirit Beast Islands token. If we provoke those 2 major forces, how can our Sky Wolf Valley live peacefully in the future? How can a disciple who goes out for experience have any safety guarantee? Girl, you really make me angry." Lan He was at a loss and said, "Then what should we do?" Tang Sheng paced back and forth, and after a moment of silence, his eyes flashed with a trace of decisiveness. "Now, we can only deny the token and exclude my Heavenly Wolf Valley from this matter. Then, let him leave early. But I have already promised him." Lan He looked at Tang Sheng in disbelief as though she didn't expect her master to make such a decision. She had a feeling of disbelief in her heart. Tang Sheng shook his head and said, "Your promise isn't accurate. I am in charge of the Heavenly Wolf Valley." Lan He said in shock, "Master, do you want your disciple to be an untrustworthy and unjust person? Presumptuous." Tang Sheng turned his head and shouted angrily with a dignified expression. Suddenly, he calmed down and said, "Xiao He, you have to understand, Master. You have to think more about the future of the thousands of Heavenly Wolf Valley disciples. If possible, Master isn't willing to do this, but if we help and protect him, it is equivalent to becoming enemies with those 2 top forces. How will my Heavenly Wolf Valley survive in the Eastern Territory in the future? You aren't someone who can't see the big picture, so you should be able to understand." Lan He opened her mouth but didn't say anything in the end. Her face was filled with bitterness. Now that things had come to this, she didn't know how to face Yang Kai. After all, she had already said it, and now that she couldn't fulfill the agreement, she didn't know how Yang Kai would view her. But she also knew that since her master had made a decision, there was nothing she could say to change it. She thought for a moment and said, "Master, can you let me keep the token for a period of time? I will bring him away from the Heavenly Wolf Valley and accompany him to find the Spirit Beast Island. I will return once I find the Spirit Beast Island." Tang Sheng shook his head and said, "If there weren't those 2 top forces, this wouldn't be impossible. But since they are looking for trouble with Yang Kai, you absolutely can't do this. They won't let you off for my sake. What if something happens to you? But, there's no need to talk about this anymore. Tang Sheng raised his hand to stop her from speaking. Now, follow master to meet that Yang Kai. Lan He followed behind in a daze. Along the way, Tang Sheng took out his communication compass and communicated with someone. A moment later, a woman in palace attire flew over. It was the deputy valley master of the Heavenly Wolf Valley, Qian Xiuying, who was also Tang Sheng's wife. Glancing at Lan He, Qian Xiuying smiled and said, "Xiao He, what's wrong? Why are you so listless? Did your master scold you again? Tell me what happened. Master's wife will make the decision for you." Lan He lowered her head and didn't say a word. Tang Sheng sighed. He briefly recounted what had happened and informed her of his decision. Only then did Qian Xiuying understand why Lan He was depressed. She pondered for a moment and said, "This matter is a little troublesome." She also felt a little indignant about Yang Kai. Forget about him killing 2 saints and a personal disciple of the Netherworld sect master. Why couldn't he just stay in the Southern Territory? Why did he have to run to the Eastern Territory? So what if he came? He should at least hide his whereabouts. Once he showed himself, he was targeted by 2 major factions. He even caused trouble for the Heavenly Wolf Valley. Who did the Heavenly Wolf Valley offend? Qian Xiuying thought so in her heart, but she didn't show it on her face. She looked at Lan He and said, "Did he say why he was going to the Spirit Beast Island? Did he have any connections with anyone from the Spirit Beast Island?" Lan He slowly shook her head. "Disciple doesn't know." Tang Sheng said, "Since that Yang Kai is proficient in the power of space, he must be going to the Spirit Beast Island to seek advice from Master Li Wui." Qian Xiuying nodded and said, "That's true. In that case, he doesn't have any special relationship with the Spirit Beast Island." Chapter 3298. If Yang Kai really had a special relationship with Spirit Beast Island, he wouldn't have had to ask Heavenly Wolf Valley for help when he couldn't even find a way. Thinking of this, Qian Xiuying looked at Lan He and smiled, "Don't worry, Xiao He. Heaven helps the good. The 2 top forces might not be able to do anything to him." Lan He raised her head and looked at her. "Master's wife means," Qian Xiuying said, "those who are proficient in space principles are the best at escaping. He isn't a match for the masters of the 2 great forces, but if he can't beat them, can't he run? Have you heard the rumor that Master Li Wui somehow provoked the great emperors of the Flower Shadow Empire? He was chased by the great emperors of the Flower Shadow Empire, but in the end, he relied on the space divine technique to escape. You have to know, what kind of figures are the great emperors? Although Li Wui is known as the strongest person under the great emperors, the gap between him and the great emperors is very obvious. Since he can escape from the great emperors of the Flower Shadow Empire, it shows how profound the space divine technique is. Even if Yang Kai's attainments in this Tao are not as good as Li Wuyi's, he must have a way to save his life. Hearing her words, Lan He couldn't help but recall the teleportation technique Yang Kai had used before. She thought that her master's wife's words made sense. That technique was simply amazing, allowing him to travel 1,000 miles in an instant. The people from Netherworld sect and Brahma Holy Land might not be able to do anything to him. The worry in her heart was finally relieved, but the guilt didn't lessen at all. When they arrived at the guest hall, Lan He knew that she didn't have the face to see Yang Kai, so she didn't follow them in. She just stood outside and waited with a sullen expression. Seeing her like this, Tang Sheng and Qian Xiuying didn't force her and let her be. Inside the hall, a man and a woman arrived together. Yang Kai, who was waiting quietly in the hall, noticed them and immediately got up to look at them. With just a glance, he confirmed their identities. On the way here, Lan He told him about the situation of Heavenly Wolf Valley, letting him know that there were only 2 second-order Emperor Realm Masters in Heavenly Wolf Valley. These 2 should be Valley Master Tang Sheng and his wife, Qian Xiuying, whom she mentioned before. The man was elegant and the woman beautiful, like an immortal. Yang Kai was a guest, so he couldn't be rude and quickly cupped his fists. Yang Kai's greets Valley's Master Tang and Vice Valley Master. You. Too. Be grace. Qian Xiuying also smiled and cupped her fists. Young Master Yang. Kai Yang was slightly startled. Although this couple gave him an extremely hospitable feeling, there was a kind of unfamiliarity in their words that was difficult to detect. He didn't have much of a friendship with Lan He, and it was his first time meeting Tang Sheng and his wife, so he understood. But when he looked outside the hall, he didn't see Lan He's figure, so he couldn't help but feel a little strange. Young Master Yang, please take a seat. Tang Sheng gestured with his hand, and he and Qian Xiuying walked to the 2 seats above and sat down. He then shouted, "Come, serve tea." Immediately, a maid came in and made the necessary arrangements. Tang Sheng smiled and looked at Yang Kai with shining eyes. I heard from Xiao He that young Master Yang came from the Southern Territory. Yang Kai nodded, you can say so. Tang Sheng and Qian Xiuying looked at each other and continued to ask, may I know where young Master Yang is now? This Tang noticed that young Master Yang is already a second-order Emperor Realm Master. With such a cultivation at such a young age, your place must be extraordinary. Yang Kai responded with a smile, I am temporarily serving as an honored guest elder in Azure Sun Temple. He didn't mention that he was the palace master of the High Heaven Palace in the Northern Territory. After all, others already thought that he was from the Southern Territory. If he mentioned that he was the palace master of a palace in the Northern Territory, it would be more or less boasting. Azure Sun Temple. Tang Sheng was slightly moved. Azure Sun Temple, one of the 3 top forces in the Southern Territory? Yang Kai nodded, there is only one Azure Sun Temple in the Southern Territory. Tang Sheng sighed, this Tang has also heard of Azure Sun Temple. The 3 great forces in the Southern Territory, Azure Sun Temple, Orthodoxy Temple, and Heavenly Martial Holy Land, are all extraordinary. They are on par with the 3 great forces in the Eastern Territory. They are all top forces in the world. My Heavenly Wolf Valley is inferior. Yang Kai said, Valley Master doesn't need to be modest. I think Heavenly Wolf Valley is also very good. The 2 Valley Masters have profound cultivation. In time, they may not be worse than the so-called top forces. Tang Sheng laughed, then, I will rely on young Master Tang's auspicious words. After a pause, he said, speaking of which, when this Tang was young, he also set a lofty dream of wandering the 4 territories of the star boundary. Unfortunately, he was tied down by many things and couldn't achieve his long-cherished wish. He didn't even leave the Eastern Territory. It's really a shame. Since young Master Yang is from the Southern Territory, can you tell me what is the difference between the Southern Territory and the Eastern Territory? Qian Xiuying also looked at Yang Kai curiously. She seemed to be very interested in this. Yang Kai was silent for a moment. However, since he had a request for them later on, he might as well satisfy their curiosity. Speaking of which, he had traveled the 4 territories of the star boundary. He had also experienced the customs of each region. In terms of age, he couldn't be compared to Tang Sheng and Qian Xiuying, but in terms of knowledge and experience, he was able to shake them off by a few streets. He spoke frankly and eloquently. Tang Sheng and Qian Xiuying were intoxicated as they listened. It was as though they were immersed in the situation as they kept asking questions. Yang Kai's mouth was dry from talking, but the husband and wife opposite him still looked as though they wanted to continue. They didn't mention anything about the Spirit Beast Island's keepsake, which made him very depressed. He felt that he should have already told them the purpose of his visit. They kept asking him about the Southern Territory but didn't mention the keepsake. What was the meaning of this? Finally finding a gap, Yang Kai could only take the initiative to attack. Valley Masters, please forgive me. This Yang has come to Sky Wolf Valley to ask for a favor. Hearing this, Tang Sheng sighed and said, this Tang roughly knows what young Master Yang is asking for. Xiao He has also told me before, but I'm afraid this matter will disappoint young Master Yang. Yang Kai was stunned. Valley Master means, Tang Sheng smiled bitterly. Back then, my Sky Wolf Valley did obtain a descendant of the moon-howling heavenly wolf. Strictly speaking, it wasn't considered a descendant. It only slightly awakened its ancestral bloodline, but there was nothing special about it. Later on, the Spirit Beast Island got the news from somewhere, and a beast-seeking envoy came to my Sky Wolf Valley to ask for the monster beast and gave some compensation. This is all true, but this Tang made up the Spirit Beast Island's keepsake. Made up? Yang Kai was shocked. This matter could be made up? Tang Sheng said, that's right. This Tang purposely made up this news and then spread it out to add an invisible layer of protection to my Sky Wolf Valley and make other forces fear my Sky Wolf Valley. Even though the Spirit Beast Island heard this news, it is a fact that they took away my Sky Wolf Valley's monster beast. Furthermore, this Tang's actions will not damage the Spirit Beast Island's reputation. With the Spirit Beast Island's ability, they naturally disdain to make things difficult for my Sky Wolf Valley. However, I didn't expect young Master Yang to come here in vain today. I'm really ashamed. After listening to his explanation, Yang Kai smiled bitterly. He previously thought that his luck had taken a turn for the better. He didn't expect that the keepsake was actually a fabrication. Since it had come to this, what else could he say? His heart moved as he said, is it because of this that young Lady Lan doesn't dare to see me? Qian Xiuying sighed and said, Xiao He feels that she has broken her promise to you, so she doesn't have the face to see you. Yang Kai laughed and said, that's not necessary. Young Lady Lan is thinking too much. Qian Xiuying said, that child is like this. She likes to take everything seriously. She has never forgotten the grace of saving her back then. This time, she can see you in the Eastern Territory. Naturally, she wants to repay the kindness of those years. However, she doesn't know whether the news is true or not. She thought that my Sky Wolf Valley really has the keepsake of the Spirit Beast Island, so she brought you here. Tang Sheng said, this Tang is in the wrong. Back then, I just wanted to use that opportunity to add a layer of protection to the Sky Wolf Valley. I didn't want to harm Xiao He. You must not blame her. Yang Kai said solemnly, absolutely not. If it weren't for Lan He's reminder, he really wouldn't have known that he was being targeted by the Brahma Holy Land and the Netherworld sect. Qian Xiuying said, if you really want to find the Spirit Beast Island, you might as well go to the cities by the sea to take a look. Maybe you will find some clues. Yang Kai nodded, but in his heart, he thought that if he really couldn't find the way, he might as well not go to the Spirit Beast Island. His main purpose in coming to the Eastern Territory this time was to go to Dragon Island. The Spirit Beast Island was just a side trip. Speaking of which, Lu Yen had lived on the Spirit Beast Island for a long time, but she might not know the location of the Spirit Beast Island because when Xiaofan took her away, she was still a phoenix egg. Then, she went directly to Dragon Island and followed Yang Kai to the lower territory. At this moment, Tang Sheng suddenly frowned. He took out a communication artifact from his space ring and sensed it. Immediately, his expression changed and he turned to look at Qian Xiuying. Yang Kai observed his expression and knew that he had probably received an important message. He smiled slightly and said, if the two Valley Masters have something to do, please take care of it. This Yang will leave in a while. If I have time in the future, I will come to visit the two of you. Tang Sheng got up and said, I'm ashamed. There are indeed some urgent matters in the valley. In that case, this Tang will not be polite with young Master Yang. Please help yourself. After speaking, he left with Qian Xiuying. Yang Kai turned his head and looked at their disappearing backs. He reached out and touched his chin. A strange look full of deep meaning flashed in his eyes. He was not a fool. Although Tang Sheng's words sounded reasonable, his previous actions made him feel that something was wrong. He did not dare to say whether he had the token or not, but it was definitely true that the Heavenly Wolf Valley did not welcome him. Otherwise, the couple would not have left together. If there was really something important, one of them could handle it. Why did they have to go together? They did not even express their intention to stay for a few days. After he said that he would leave in a while, Yang Kai clearly felt that they were secretly relieved. They were afraid of getting into trouble. You're tuning into the Xiaofan's Wuxia Tales YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.